Cassius Dio, Book 41. After taking this course at that time, Curio later came to Rome on the very first day of the month on which Cornelius Lentulus and Gaius Claudius entered upon office, bringing a letter from Caesar to the Senate. And he did not give it to the consuls until they reached the Senate house, for fear that if they received it outside, they might suppress it. Even as it was, they waited a long time in their unwillingness to read it. But at last they were compelled by Quintus Cassius Longinus and Mark Antony, who were tribunes, to make it public. Now Antony, for the service he then rendered Caesar in this matter, was destined to be well repaid, and to be raised himself to great honours. As to the letter, it contained a list of all the benefits which Caesar had ever conferred upon the state, and a defence of the charges which were brought against him. He promised to disband his legions, and give up his office, if Pompey would also do the same, for while the latter bore arms, it was not right, he claimed, that he should be compelled to give up his, and so be exposed to his enemies. The vote on this proposition was not taken individually, lest the senators, through some sense of shame or fear, should vote contrary to their true opinions, but it was done by their taking their stand on this or on that side of the Senate chamber. No one voted that Pompey should give up his arms, since he had his troops in the suburbs, but all except one Marcus Caelius and Curio, who had brought his letter, voted that Caesar must do so. Of the tribunes I make no mention, since they did not consider it at all necessary to take part in the division, for they had the privilege of offering an opinion or not, as they saw fit. This then was the decision reached, but Antony and Longinus did not allow any part of it to be ratified either on that day or on the next. The rest, indignant at this, voted to change their apparel, but this measure also, through the opposition of the same men, failed to be ratified. The Senate's decision, however, was recorded and put into effect, for all straightway left the Senate house and changed their dress, then came in again and proceeded to deliberate about punishing the tribunes. The latter, observing this, at first resisted, but later became afraid, especially when Lentulus advised them to get out of the way before the vote should be taken. They offered many remarks and protestations, and then set out with Curio and with Caelius to go to Caesar, little concerned at being expelled from the Senate. This then was the decision reached at that time, and the care of the city was committed to the consuls and to the magistrates, as was the custom. Afterwards the senators went outside the Pomerium to Pompey himself, declared that there was a state of disorder, and delivered to him both the funds and the troops. And they voted that Caesar should surrender his office to his successors, and dismiss his legions by a given day, or else be considered an enemy, because acting contrary to the interests of the country. When Caesar was informed of this, he came to Arminium, then for the first time overstepping the confines of his own province, and after assembling his soldiers he ordered Curio and the others who had come with him to relate to them what had been done. After this was over he further aroused them by adding such words as the occasion demanded. Next he set out and marched straight upon Rome itself, winning over all the cities on the way, without any conflict, since the garrisons either abandoned them because they were powerless to resist, or preferred his cause, Pompey, perceiving this, became afraid, especially when he learned all his rival's intentions from Labienus. For this officer had abandoned Caesar and deserted to the other side, and he announced all Caesar's secrets to Pompey. One might feel surprised now that after having always been most highly honoured by Caesar, to the extent even of commanding all the legions beyond the Alps, whenever the proconsul was in Italy, he should have done this. The reason was that when he had acquired wealth and fame he began to conduct himself more haughtily than his rank warranted, and Caesar, seeing that he put himself on the same level with his superior, ceased to be so fond of him, and so Labienus could not endure the change, and was at the same time afraid of coming to some harm, so he transferred his allegiance. Pompey, because of what was told him about Caesar, and because he had not yet prepared a force sufficient to cope with him, changed his plans, for he saw that the people in the city, in fact the very members of his party, even more than the rest, shrank from the war through remembrance of the deeds of Marius and Sulla, and wished to be delivered from it. Therefore he sent to Caesar as envoys Lucius Caesar, a relative of his, and Lucius Roscius, a praetor, both of whom volunteered for the service, to see if he could avoid his attack in some way, and then reach an agreement with him on reasonable terms. The other replied to the same effect as in the letter which he had sent, and said that he too wished to have a conference with Pompey. But the multitude were not pleased to hear this, fearing that some measures might be concerted against them. When, however, the envoys said many things in praise of Caesar, and ended up promising that no one should suffer any harm at his hands, and that the legions should be immediately disbanded, they were pleased, and sent the same envoys to him again, and they kept shouting out everywhere and always their demand that both leaders should lay down their arms at the same time. Pompey was frightened at this, knowing well that he would be far inferior to Caesar if they should both put themselves in the power of the people, and accordingly set out for Campania before the envoys returned, with the idea that he could more easily carry on war there. He also commanded the whole Senate together with the magistrates to accompany him, granting them permission for their absence by a decree, and announcing to them that he would regard anyone who remained behind in exactly the same light as those who were working with Julius Caesar against him. Furthermore, he ordered them to decree that public money and the votive offerings in the city should all be seized, hoping that by using them he could get together a vast number of soldiers, for practically all the cities of Italy felt such friendliness for him that when a short time before they had heard he was dangerously ill, they had vowed to offer public sacrifices for his safety. That this was a great and brilliant honour which they bestowed upon him no one would deny, since there has been no one else in whose behalf such a vow was ever passed, except those who in after times received absolute power. Still, they inspired him with no sure confidence that they would not abandon him through fear of one stronger. The recommendation about the monies and the votive offerings was granted, but neither of them was touched, for having ascertained meanwhile that Caesar's answer to the envoys had not been at all conciliatory, and that he had furthermore reproached them with having made some false statements about him, also that his soldiers were many and bold and liable to do any kind of mischief, just the sort of reports exaggerating the danger as are usually made about such matters, The senators became frightened and hastily took their departure before they could lay hands on any of the treasures. Accordingly, their removal was equally tumultuous and confused in all other respects. For the departing citizens, practically all of whom were the foremost men of the Senate and of the knights, to say nothing of the populace, while nominally setting out for war, were in reality undergoing the experiences of captives, for they were compelled to abandon their country and their pursuits there, and to consider foreign walls more friendly than their own, and consequently they were terribly distressed. Such as were removing with their entire households said farewell to the temples and to their homes and to the soil of their ancestors, with the feeling that these would straightway become the property of their opponents. And as for themselves, not being ignorant of Pompey's purpose, they had the intention, if they really survived, of establishing themselves in Macedonia and Thrace. Those who were leaving behind on the spot their children and wives and all their other dearest treasures gave the impression indeed of having some little hope of their country, but in reality were in a much worse plight than the others, since they were being separated from all that was dearest to them, and were exposing themselves to a double and most contradictory fate. For in delivering their nearest interests to the power of their bitterest foes, they were destined, in case they played the coward, to be in danger themselves, and in case they showed zeal, to be deprived of those left behind. Moreover, they would find a friend in neither rival, but an enemy in both, in Caesar, because they themselves had not remained behind, and in Pompey, because they had not taken everything with them. Hence, they were divided in their minds, in their prayers, and in their hopes. In body, they were being sundered from those nearest to them, and their souls were cleft in twain. These were the feelings of the departing throng. The ones left behind were experiencing different but equally painful emotions. Those who were being surrendered from their relatives being thus deprived of their guardians and quite unable to defend themselves, exposed to the war, and about to be in the power of him who should make himself master of the city, not only were distressed themselves by the fear of outrages and of murders, as if these were already taking place, but they also either invoked the same fate against those departing through anger at being deserted, or condoning their actions because of their necessity feared that the same fate would befall them. All the rest of the populace, even if they did not have the least kinship with those departing, were nevertheless grieved at their fate, some expecting that their neighbours and others of their comrades would go far from them and do and suffer many dreadful things, but most of all they bewailed their own lot as they beheld the magistrates and the Senate and all the others who had any power. They were not sure indeed whether any of them would be left behind, quitting the country and quitting them. They reflected how those men would never have wished to flee. Had not many altogether dreadful calamities fastened themselves upon the state? And as for themselves, being now bereft of rulers, and bereft of allies, they seemed in all respects like orphaned children and widowed wives, expecting to be the first to experience the wrath and the lust of the approaching foes, and remembering their former sufferings, some by experience and others by hearing from the victims all the outrages that Marius and Sulla had committed. They did not look for any moderate treatment from Caesar either. On the contrary, insomuch as the larger part of his army consisted of Gallic barbarians, they expected that their misfortunes would be far greater in neighbour and more terrible than the former ones. Since then, all of them were in this state, and no one except those who thought they were good friends of Caesar made light of the situation, and even they, in view of the change of character which most men undergo according to their circumstances, had not the courage of confident assurance. It is not easy to conceive what confusion and what grief prevailed at the departure of the consuls and those who set out with them. All night they made an uproar with their packing and running to and fro, and towards dawn great sadness came upon them all at the various temples, as they went about offering prayers on every side. They invoked the gods, kissed the ground, and lamented as often as they enumerated the perils which they had survived, and recalled that they were leaving their country, a thing they had never brought themselves to do before. Around the gates, too, there was much lamenting. Some took fond leave at once of each other and of the city, as if they were beholding them for the last time. Others bewailed their own lot and joined their prayers to those of the departing, while the majority uttered curses on the grounds that they were being betrayed. For all who were to remain behind were there, too, with all the women and all the children. Then the one group set out on their way, and the others escorted them. Some interposed delays and were detained by their acquaintances. Others embraced and clung to each other for a long time. Those who were to remain accompanied those who set out, calling after them and expressing their sympathy, while with appeals to heaven they besought them to take them too, or to remain at home themselves. Meanwhile, there was much wailing over each other of the exiles, even from outsiders, and tears without restraint. For they were anything but hopeful in such circumstances of a change for the better. It was rather suffering that was expected, first by those who were left behind, and later by those who were departing. Anyone who saw them would have supposed that two people and two cities were being made from one, and that the one group was being driven out and was going into exile, while the other was being left to its fate and taken captive. Pompey thus left the city, taking many of the senators with him, although some remained behind, either being attached to Caesar's cause, or maintaining a neutral attitude towards the two. He hastily raised levies from the city, collected money, and sent garrisons to each point. Caesar, when he learned of these moves, did not hurry to Rome, for the capital he knew lay as a prize before the victors, and he claimed to be marching not against that place as hostile to him, but rather against his political opponents in its defence. And he sent letters throughout all Italy in which he challenged Pompey to some kind of trial, and encouraged the others to be of good cheer, bade them remain in their places, and made them many promises. He set out next against Corfinum, because this place, being occupied by Lucius Domitius, would not just join his cause, and after conquering in a battle a few who met him, he shut up the rest and besieged them. Now Pompey, insomuch as these followers were being besieged, and many of the others were falling away to Caesar, had no further hope of Italy, and resolved to cross over into Macedonia, Greece, and Asia. For he derived much encouragement from the remembrance of what he had achieved there, and from the friendship of the people and the kings. Spain, to be sure, was likewise wholly devoted to him, but he could not reach it safely, since Caesar held both the Gauls. Moreover, he calculated that if he should sail away, no one would pursue him on account of the lack of ships, and on account of the winter, as the autumn was now far advanced, and meanwhile he would be amassing at leisure both money and troops, partly from the Roman subjects and partly from their allies. With this purpose, therefore, he himself set out for Brundisium and bade Domitius to abandon Corfinum and accompany him. And Domitius, in spite of the large force that he had and the hopes he reposed in it, insomuch as he had courted the favour of the soldiers in every way, and had won them over by promises of land, as one of Sulla's veterans he had acquired a large amount under that regime, nevertheless obeyed orders from Pompey. He accordingly was making preparations to evacuate the town with some degree of safety, but his associates, when they learned of it, shrank from the journey abroad, and they attached themselves to Caesar. So these joined the invaders' army, and Domitius and the other senators, after being censured by Caesar for arraying themselves against him, were allowed to go and came to Pompey. Caesar accordingly was anxious to join issue with Pompey before he could sail away and to fight out the war in Italy, if he could but overtake his adversary while he was still in Brundisium. For since there was not sufficient ships for all, Pompey had sent ahead the consuls and others, fearing that they might begin some rebellion if they remained behind. Caesar, seeing the difficulty of capturing the place, urged his opponents to come to some agreement, assuring him that he should obtain both peace and friendship again, when Pompey replied merely that he would communicate to the consuls what Caesar had said. The latter, insomuch as those officials had decided to receive no citizen in arms for a conference, assaulted the city. Pompey repelled him for some days until the ships returned, and having meanwhile barricaded and obstructed the streets leading to the harbour, so that no one should attack him as he was sailing forth, he then put out by night. Thus he crossed over to Macedonia in safety, and Brundisium was captured along with 2 ships full of men. So Pompey in this way deserted his country and the rest of Italy, choosing and carrying out quite the opposite of his former course, when he had sailed back to it from Asia. Hence he gained the opposite fortune and reputation, for whereas formerly he had at once dismissed his legions at Brundisium, so as not to cause the citizens any anxiety, he was now leading away through that town other forces gathered from Italy to fight against them. And whereas he had brought the wealth of the barbarians to Rome, he now carried away from it all that he could to other places. Of all the citizens at home he despaired, but proposed to use against his country foreigners and the allies once enslaved by him. And he placed in them far more hope both of safety and of power than in those whom he had benefited. Instead of the brilliance therefore acquired in those wars, which had marked his arrival, he departed with humiliation as his portion because of his fear of Caesar, and instead of the fame which he had gained for exalting his country, he became most infamous for his desertion of her. Now at the very moment of coming to land at Dyrrachium, he learned that he should not obtain a prosperous outcome, for thunderbolts destroyed some soldiers even as the ships were approaching. Spiders occupied the army standards, and after he had left the vessel, serpents followed and obliterated his footprints. These were the portents which came to him personally, but for the whole capital others had occurred both that year and a short time previously, for there is no doubt that in civil wars the state is injured by both parties. Hence many wolves and owls were seen in the city itself, and continual earthquakes with bellowings took place. Fire darted across from the west to the east, and another fire consumed the temple of Quirinus as well as of the buildings. The sun too suffered a total eclipse, and thunderbolts damaged a sceptre of Jupiter and a shield and helmet of Mars that were votive offerings on the Capitol, and likewise the tablets which contained the laws. Many animals brought forth creatures outside of their own species. Some oracles purporting to be those of the Sibyl were made known, and some men became inspired and uttered numerous divinations. No prefect of the city was chosen for the ferie, as had been the custom, but the praetors, at least according to some accounts, performed all his duties. Others, however, say that they did this in the following year. That, to be sure, was an occurrence that happened again, but at this time Perperna, who had once been censor with Philippus, died, being at last, as I have stated, of all the senators who had been alive in his censorship. This event, too, seemed to portend some political change. Now the people were naturally disturbed at the portents, but as both sides thought and hoped that the calamities would all light on their opponents, they offered no expiatory sacrifices. Caesar did not even attempt to sail to Macedonia at this time because he was short of ships and was anxious about Italy, fearing that the lieutenants of Pompey might assail it from Spain and occupy it, but putting Brundisium under guard so that no one of those who had departed should sail back again, he then proceeded to Rome. There the Senate had been assembled for him outside the Pomerium by Antony and Longinus, for though they had once been expelled from that body, they now convened it. He accordingly delivered a speech of some length and of a temperate character, so that they might feel goodwill towards him for the time being, and also excellent hope for the future. For as soon as he saw that they were displeased at what was going on and suspicious of the multitude of soldiers, he wished to encourage and tame them, so to speak, in order that quiet might prevail at least in their quarter, until he should bring the war to an end. He therefore censured no one and made no threat against anyone, but delivered an attack, not without imprecations, upon those who chose to war upon citizens, and at last proposed that envoys be sent immediately to the consuls and to Pompey to treat for peace and harmony. He made these same statements also to the populace, when that body had likewise assembled outside the Pomerium, and he sent for grain from the islands, and promised to give each citizen 300 sesterces. He hoped to tempt them with this bait, but the men reflected that those who are pursuing certain ends, and those who have attained them, do not think or act alike, but at the beginning of their undertakings they offer every conceivable gratification to such as are in a position to work against them in any way, whereas when they have succeeded in what they wish, they remember none of their promises and use against those very persons the power which they have received from them, recalling also the behaviours of Marius and Sulla, how many benevolent phrases they had often addressed to them, and then what treatment they had accorded them in return for their services, and furthermore perceiving Caesar's needs, and seeing that his armed forces were many and were everywhere in the city, they were unable either to trust his words or to be cheered by them. On the contrary, as they had fresh in their memory the fear caused by former evils, they suspected him also, particularly since the envoys who were to effect the reconciliation, as he termed it, did not set out after being chosen. Indeed, Piso, his father-in-law, was once called to account for so much as referring to them. and far from receiving at that time the money which he had promised them, the people had to give him all the rest that remained in the treasury for the support of his soldiers, whom they feared. In honour of all these things, as if they were propitious events, the citizens changed back to the garb of peace, which up to this time they had not resumed. Now Lucius Metellus, a tribune, opposed the proposition about the money, and when his efforts proved unavailing, he went to the treasury and kept guard at the doors. But the soldiers, paying little heed to the guard he kept, or, I imagine, to his outspokenness either, cut the bolt in two, for the consuls had the key, just as if it were not possible for persons to use axes in place of keys, and carried off all the money. In the case of Caesar's other projects also, as I have often stated, he both brought them to vote and carried them out in the same fashion, under the name of democracy, insomuch as the majority of them were introduced by Antony, but with the substance of despotism. Both Caesar and Pompey called their opponents enemies of their country and declared that they themselves were fighting for the public interest, whereas each alike was really ruining those interests and advancing merely his own private needs. After taking these steps, Caesar occupied Sardinia and Sicily without a contest, as the governors who were there at the time withdrew. Aristobulus he sent home to Palestine to accomplish something against Pompey. He also allowed the sons of those who had been proscribed by Sulla to canvass for office, and arranged everything else both in the city and in the rest of Italy to his own best advantage, so far as circumstances permitted. Affairs at home he now committed to Antony's care, while he himself set out for Spain, which was strongly favouring the side of Pompey and causing Caesar some fear that it might induce the Gauls to also revolt. Meanwhile Cicero and other senators, without even appearing before Caesar, retired to join Pompey, since they believed he had more justice on his side and would conquer in the war. For not only the consuls before they had set sail, but Pompey also, under the authority he had as proconsul, had ordered them all to accompany him to Thessalonica, on the grounds that the capital was held by enemies, and that they themselves were the Senate, and would maintain the form of government wherever they should be. For this reason most of the senators and the knights joined them, some of them at once, and others later, and likewise all the cities that were not coerced by Caesar's armed forces. Now the Massaliots, alone of the people living in Gaul, did not cooperate with Caesar, and did not receive him into their city, but gave him a noteworthy answer. They said that they were allies of the Roman people and felt friendly towards both sides, and that they were not in a position to intermeddle in Roman affairs, or in a position to decide which of the two was in the wrong. Consequently, in case they were approached in a friendly manner, they would receive both of them without their arms. But if it were a question of making war, they would receive neither of them. On being subjected to a siege, they not only repulsed Caesar himself, but held out for a very long time against Trebonius and Decimus Brutus, who besieged them later. For Caesar had persisted in his attempt for some time, thinking to capture them easily, and regarding it as absurd that after vanquishing Rome without a battle, he was not received by the Massaliots. But when they continued to hold out, he left them to the care of others, and himself hastened into Spain. He had sent Gaius Fabius thither, but fearing the other would fail while contending by himself, he too made a campaign. Afranius and Petreius at this time had charge of affairs in the vicinity of the Iberus, and had even posted a guard over the pass in the mountains, but in the main they had gathered their forces at Ierda, and there awaited the invaders. Fabius overcame the garrisons upon the Pyrenees, but as he was crossing the river Sicoris, the enemy fell upon him suddenly and killed many of his men who were cut off, for the bridge collapsed before all had crossed, and thus proved of the greatest assistance to the foes. When Caesar came up not long afterwards, he crossed the river by another bridge and challenged them to battle, but for a great many days they did not dare to try conclusions with him, but remained quietly encamped opposite him. Encouraged thereby, he undertook to seize the ground between their encampments and the city, as it was a strong position, with the intention of shutting them off from the walls. Afranius and his followers, on perceiving this, occupied the place first, repulsed the assailants, and pursued them when they fled. Then, when others came out against them from the camp, they at first withstood them, then yielded purposely, and so lured them into positions which were favourable to themselves, where they slew many more of them. In consequence of this they took courage, attacked their opponents' foraging parties, and harassed those who were scattered. And on one occasion, when some soldiers had crossed to the other side of the river, and meanwhile a great storm had come up and destroyed the bridge which they had used, they crossed over after them by the other bridge, which was near the city, and destroyed them all, since no one was able to come to their assistance. Caesar, when things were taking this course, fell into desperate straits, for none of his allies rendered him assistance, since his opponents met and annihilated the separate forces as often as they heard that any were approaching, and it was with difficulty that he managed to obtain provisions, insomuch as he was in a hostile territory and unsuccessful in his operations. The Romans at home, when they learned of this, renounced all hope of him, believing that he could not hold out after a short time, and begun to fall away to Pompey, and some few senators and others set out to join the latter even then. But just at this time the Massaliots were defeated in a naval battle by Brutus, owing to the size of his ships and the strength of his marines, although they had Domitius as an ally and surpassed in their experience of naval affairs. And after this they were shut off completely. But for this nothing would have prevented Caesar's projects from being ruined. As it was, however, the victory was announced to the Spaniards with so much intentional exaggeration that it led some of them to change and take the side of Caesar. When he had obtained these adherents, he secured plenty of food, constructed bridges, harassed his opponents, and on one occasion intercepted suddenly a large number of them who were wandering about the country, and destroyed them. Afranius was disheartened at these reverses, and seeing that affairs in Ierda were not safe or satisfactory for a prolonged stay, he determined to retire to the Iberus and to the cities there. He set out on the journey by night, intending to elude the enemy's notice, or at least get the start of them. And though his departure did not remain undiscovered, yet he was not immediately pursued, for Caesar did not think it safe in the darkness and with men ignorant of the country to follow up an enemy that was well acquainted with it. When day dawned, however, he hastened forward, and overtaking them in the middle of their journey, he suddenly surrounded them on all sides at a distance, for he was much superior in numbers and found the bowl-shaped character of the region a help. For he did not wish to come to close quarters with the enemy, partly because he was afraid that they might become desperate and carry out some rash undertaking, and partly because he hoped to win them over anyway without a conflict. This actually happened. They first tried to break through at many points, but were unable to do so anywhere, and became exhausted from this attempt, as well as from loss of sleep, and from their march. Furthermore, they had no food, since expecting to finish their journey the same day they had brought none along, and they were also without sufficient water, insomuch as the region is terribly dry. They accordingly surrendered on condition that they should not be harshly treated, nor compelled to join his expedition against Pompey. Caesar kept each of his promises scrupulously. He did not put to death a single man captured in the war, in spite of the fact that his foes had once, during a truce, destroyed some of his own men who were caught off guard. And he did not force them to fight against Pompey, but released the most prominent and employed the rest as allies who were willing to serve for the gains and honours in prospect. By this course, both his reputation and the cause profited not a little, for he won over all the cities in Spain and all the soldiers there, a considerable number of whom were with Marcus Terentius Varro, the lieutenant, beside others in Baetica. So, taking charge of these and arranging their affairs, he advanced as far as Gades, injuring no one at all except in so far as the exacting of money was concerned. For of this he levied very large sums. Many of the natives he honoured both privately and publicly, and to all the people of Gades he granted citizenship, which the people of Rome later confirmed to them. This kindness he did them in return for the dream he had seen at the time he was questor there, wherein he had seemed to have intercourse with his own mother. It was this dream that had given him the hope of sole rulership, as I have stated. Having done this, he assigned that nation to Cassius Longinus, because the latter was familiar with the inhabitants from his questorship, which he had served under Pompey, and he himself proceeded by ship to Tarraco. Thence he advanced across the Pyrenees, but did not set up any trophy on the summits, because he understood that Pompey had gained no good name for doing so, but he erected a great altar constructed of polished stones, not far from his rival's trophies. When this was going on, the Massaliots hazarded another conflict after ships had again been sent them by Pompey. They were defeated on this occasion also, and yet held out, even though they learned that Caesar was already the master of Spain. They not only vigorously repulsed all attacks, but also, after arranging a kind of armistice on the plea that they were going over to Caesar, when he should come, sent Domitius out of the harbour secretly, and caused such injuries to the soldiers who had attacked them by night in the midst of the truce, that these ventured to make no further attempts. When Caesar himself, however, came, they made terms, and he at that time deprived them of their arms, ships, and money, and later of everything except the name of freedom. To offset this misfortune, Phocia, their mother city, was made free by Pompey. At Placentia, some soldiers mutinied and refused to accompany Caesar any longer on the pretext that they were exhausted, but really because he did not allow them to plunder the country, nor to do all of the other things on which their minds were set. For their hope was to obtain from him everything and anything, insomuch as he stood in so great a need of them. Yet he did not yield, but with a view to being safe from them, and in order that after listening to his words and seeing the guilty punished, they should feel no desire to transgress the established rules. He called together both the mutinous men and the others, and spoke as follows: "Soldiers, I desire to have your affection, and still I should not choose on that account to share in your errors. I am fond of you, and could wish as a father might for his children that you may be safe, prosperous, and have a good reputation. For do not suppose it is the duty of one who loves to acquiesce in things which ought not to be done, and for which it is quite inevitable that dangers and ill repute should fall to the lot of those who do them, but rather to teach them the better way and keep them from the worse, both by admonishing and by correcting them. You will recognise that I speak the truth, if you will not estimate advantage with reference to the pleasure of the moment, but rather with reference to what is permanently beneficial, and if you will avoid thinking that gratifying your desires is more noble than restraining them. For it is disgraceful to take a momentary gratification of which you must later repent, and it is absurd after conquering the enemy to be overcome yourselves by pleasure. Why now do I say this? Because although you have provisions in abundance, I am going to speak frankly and without disguise. You get your pay in full and in season, and you are always and everywhere supplied with food in plenty. And although you endure no inglorious toil nor useless danger, and furthermore reap many great rewards for your bravery, and are rebuked little, if at all, for your errors, yet you do not see fit to be satisfied with these things. I say this now, not to all of you, for you are not all like this, but only to those who by their own greed are casting reproach on the rest. Most of you obey my orders very scrupulously and satisfactorily, and abide by your ancestral customs, and in that way have acquired so much land as well as wealth and glory. But some few are bringing much disgrace and dishonour upon us. And yet, though I understood clearly before this that they were that sort of persons, for there is none of your concerns that I failed to notice, still I pretended not to know it, thinking that they would reform if they believed they would not be observed in some of their deeds, through the fear that if ever they presumed too far they might be punished also for the deeds which had been pardoned them. Since, however, they themselves, assuming that they may do whatever they wish because they were not brought to book at the very outset, wax overbold, and are trying to make the rest of you, who are guilty of no irregularity, mutinous likewise, it becomes necessary for me to devote some care to them and to give them my attention. For no society of men whatever can preserve its unity and continue to exist if the criminal element is not punished, since if the diseased member does not receive proper treatment, it causes all the rest, even as in our physical bodies, to share in its affliction. And lest of all in armies can discipline be relaxed, because when the wrongdoers have power they become more daring, and corrupt the excellent also by causing them to grow dejected and to believe that they will obtain no benefit from right behaviour. For whenever the insolent element has the advantage, there inevitably the decent element has the worst of it, and whenever wrongdoing is unpunished, their self-restraint also goes unrewarded. What merit indeed could you claim if these men are doing no wrong, and how could you reasonably desire to be honoured if these men do not meet with their just punishment? Or are you not aware that if the one class is freed from the fear of retribution and the other is deprived of the hope of reward, no good is accomplished, but only countless ills? Hence, if you are really cultivating excellence, you should detest these men as enemies. For it is not by any characteristic of birth that what is friendly is distinguished from what is hostile, but it is determined by men's habits and actions, which, if they are good, can make that which is alien like unto itself, but if bad, can alienate everything, even that which is akin. And you should speak in your own defence, because by the behaviour of these few we must all gain a bad name, even if we have done no wrong. For everyone who learns of our numbers and impetuosity refers the errors of the few to us all, and thus, though we do not share in their gains, we bear an equal share of the reproach. Who would not be indignant at hearing that while we have the name of Romans, we do the deeds of Germans? Who would not lament the sight of Italy ravaged like Britain? Is it not outrageous that we are no longer harrying the possessions of the Gauls whom we have subdued, but are devastating the lands south of the Alps, as if we were hordes of Epirots, or Carthaginians, or Cimbri? Is it not disgraceful for us to give ourselves airs and say that we were the first of the Romans to cross the Rhine and to sail the ocean, and then to plunder our native land, which is safe from harm at the hands of our foes, and to receive blame instead of praise, dishonour in place of honour, loss instead of gain, and punishment instead of prizes? Do not think now that because you are soldiers, that makes you better than the citizens at home. For you and they are like Romans, and they as well as you both have been and will be soldiers. Nor think again that because you have arms it is permitted for you to injure others, for the laws have more authority than you, and some day you will certainly lay down these weapons. Do not rely on your numbers either, for the injured are, if they but unite, far more numerous than you, and they will unite if you go on doing such deeds. Do not, because you have conquered the barbarians, despise the citizens also, over whom you have not the slightest superiority either in birth or in education, in training or in customs. Instead, as is proper and advantageous for you, do no violence or wrong to any of them, but receive your provisions from them of your own free will, and accept your rewards from their willing hands. In addition to what I have just said and other considerations that might be mentioned if one chooses to enlarge upon such matters, you must also bear in mind the fact that we have now come here to assist our outraged country, and to defend her against her oppressors. For of course if she were in no danger we should neither have come into Italy under arms, since this is unlawful, nor should we have left unfinished our business with the Germans and the Britons, when we might have subjugated those regions also. Would it not be absurd then, if we who are here for vengeance upon the wrongdoers should show ourselves no less greedy of gain than they? Would it not be outrageous if we who have arrived to aid our country should force her to require other allies against us? And yet I think my claims so much better justified than Pompey's, that I have often challenged him to a judicial trial, and since he by reason of his guilty conscience has refused to have the matter decided peaceably, I hope by this act of his to attach the whole people and all the allies to my cause. By now, if we are going to act in this manner, I shall not have any decent excuse to offer, nor be able to charge my opponents with any unbecoming conduct. We must also pay all heed to the justice of our cause, for with this the strength afforded by arms is full of hope, and without it that strength, even though for the moment it wins a success, has nothing enduring about it. That this is true in the nature of things most of you understand. At any rate you fulfil all your duties without urging. That is precisely why I have called you together, to make you witness as well as spectators of my words and deeds. But you are not the sort of men I have been mentioning, and it is for this very reason that you receive praise. Yet you observe how some few of you, in addition to having worked many injuries without suffering any penalty at all for them, are also threatening us. Now, I do not believe it a good thing in any case for a ruler to be overridden by his subjects, nor do I believe there could ever be any safety if those appointed to obey a person attempted to get the better of him. Consider what sort of order would exist in a household if the young should despise their elders? Or what order in schools, if the scholars should pay no heed to their instructors? What health would there be for the sick, if the afflicted should not obey the physicians in all points? Or what safety for voyagers, if sailors should turn a deaf ear to their captains? Indeed, it is in accordance with natural law, both necessary and salutary, that the principle of ruling and of being ruled have been placed among men, and without them it is impossible for anything at all to continue to exist for even the shortest time. Now it is the duty of the one stationed over another both to discover and to command what is requisite, and it is the duty of the one subject to authority to obey without questioning and to carry out his orders. It is for this reason in particular that prudence is everywhere honoured above folly, and understanding above ignorance. Since these things are so, I will never yield aught to these brawlers under compulsion, nor give them a free rein perforce. Why am I sprung from Aeneas and Ilias? Why have I been praetor? Why consul? For what end have I brought some of you out from home and levied others of you later? And what end have I received and held the proconsular power now for so long a time? If I am to be a slave to some of you, and to be worsted by some one of you here in Italy, close to Rome, I to whom you owe your subjugation of the Gauls and your conquest of Britain, in fear or dread of what should I do so, that some one of you will kill me? Nay, but if you were all of this mind, I would voluntarily choose to die rather than destroy the dignity of my position as commander or lose the self-respect befitting my leadership. For a far greater danger than the unjust death of one man confronts the city, if the soldiers are to become accustomed to issue orders to their generals and to take the prerogative of the law into their own hands. No one of them, however, has so much made this threat. If any had, I am sure he would have been slain forthwith by the rest of you. But they are for withdrawing from the campaign on the pretence of being wearied, and are for laying down their arms on the pretence of being worn out, and certainly if they do not obtain my consent to this wish of theirs, they will leave the ranks and go over to Pompey, a fact which some of them make perfectly evident. And yet who would not be glad to be rid of such men, and who would not pray that such soldiers might belong to Pompey, seeing that they are not content with what is given them, and are not obedient to orders, but simulating old age in the midst of youth, and in strength simulating weakness, they claim the right to lord it over their rulers and to tyrannize over their leaders. Why, I had 1,000 times rather be reconciled with Pompey on any terms whatsoever, or suffer any other conceivable fate, than do anything unworthy of the proud traditions of my fathers, or of my own people and principles. Or are you not aware that it is not sovereignty or gain that I desire, and that I am not so bent upon accomplishing anything by every means at whatever cost, and that I would lie and flatter and fawn upon people to this end? Give up your service, therefore, you. Oh, what can I call you? Ye, it shall be, not as you yourselves desire and say, but as is profitable for the Republic and for myself. After this speech he distributed lots among them for the infliction of the death penalty, and executed the most audacious. For these, as he had arranged should be the case, drew the lots, and the rest he dismissed, saying he had no further need of them. So they repented of what they had done, and were ready to renew the campaign. While he was still on the way, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, the man who later became a member of the Triumvirate, advised the people in his capacity of praetor to elect Caesar dictator and immediately named him, contrary to ancestral custom. The latter accepted the office as soon as he entered the city, but committed no act of terror while holding it. On the contrary, he granted a return to all the exiles except Milo, and filled the offices for the ensuing year, for up to that time they had chosen no one temporarily in place of the absentees, and since there was no aedile in the city, the tribunes were performing all the duties devolving upon the officials. Moreover, he appointed priests in place of those who had perished, though he did not observe all the ceremonies that were customary in the case at such a juncture. And to the Gauls living south of the Alps and beyond the Po he gave citizenship because he had once governed them. After accomplishing these things, he resigned the title of dictator, since he had quite all the authority and functions of the position constantly in his grasp. For he exercised the power afforded by arms, and also received in addition a quasi-legal authority from the Senate that was on the spot, in that he was granted permission to do with impunity whatever he might wish. Having obtained this, he at once instituted an important and necessary reform. Those who had lent money, it seems, being now in need of large sums because of the civil strife and the wars, were collecting their loans most relentlessly, and many of the debtors, for the same reasons, were unable to pay back anything, even if they wished to do so, since they did not find it easy to sell anything or to borrow more. Hence their dealing with each other was marked with much deceit and fraud, and there was fear that they might go on to the point of accomplishing some fatal mischief. To be sure, the rate of interest had been lowered even before this time by some of the tribunes, but since payment was not secured even thus, but instead the one class was ready to forfeit its securities, while the other demanded back its principal in cash, Caesar now came to the aid of both so far as he could. He ordered that the securities should have a fixed valuation according to their worth, and he provided that arbiters for this purpose should be allotted to persons involved in such a dispute. Since also many were said to possess much wealth, but to be concealing it all, he forbade anyone to possess more than 60,000 sesterces in silver or gold, and he claimed he was not enacting this law himself, but was simply renewing a measure introduced on some previous occasion. His object was either that those who were owing money should pay back a part of their debt to the lenders, and the latter should lend to such as needed, or else that the well-to-do might become known and none of them should keep his wealth altogether for fear of some rebellion, which might be set afoot during his absence. When the populace, elated at this, demanded also that rewards should be offered to slaves for information against their masters, he refused to add such a clause to the law, and furthermore invoked dire destruction upon himself if he should ever trust a slave when speaking against his master. After accomplishing this and removing all the offerings in the capital as well as the others, Caesar hastened to Brundisium towards the close of the year before entering upon the consulship to which he had been elected. And as he was attending to the details of his departure, a kite in the forum let fall a sprig of laurel upon one of his companions, Later, while he was sacrificing to fortune, the bull escaped before being wounded, rushed out of the city, and coming to a certain lake swam across it. Consequently, he took greater courage and hastened his preparations, especially as the soothsayers declared that destruction should be his portion if he remained at home, but safety and victory if he crossed the sea. After his departure, the boys in the city divided of their own accord into two groups, one side calling themselves Pompeians, and the others Caesarians, and fighting with each other in some fashion or other without arms, those conquered who used Caesar's name. While these events were occurring in Rome and in Spain, Marcus Octavius and Lucius Scribonius Libo, with the aid of Pompey's fleet, drove out of Dalmatia Publius Cornelius Dolabella, who was there attending to Caesar's interests. After this they shut up Gaius Antonius, who had been desirous of aiding him, on a small island, and there, after he had been abandoned by the natives and was oppressed by hunger, they captured him with all of his troops, save a few, for some had escaped in season to the mainland, and others who were sailing across on rafts and were overtaken, made away with themselves. Curio had meanwhile reduced Sicily without a battle, since Cato, the governor of the island, being no match for him, and not wishing to expose the cities to danger needlessly, had already withdrawn to join Pompey. Later, however, he crossed over to Africa and there perished. Upon Curio's approach, Lucius Caesar abandoned the city of Aspis, where he happened to be by mere chance, and Publius Attius Varus, then in charge of the affairs of that region, was defeated by him, and lost many troops and many ships. Juba, however, the son of Hympsal and king of the Numidians, preferred the cause of Pompey as that of the people and the Senate, and hated Curio both on this account and because the later, when tribune, had attempted to take away his kingdom from him, and to confiscate the land. Accordingly, he carried on a vigorous war against him, for he did not wait for him to invade his home country of Numidia, but went to meet him while he was besieging Utica. He did not attack him, however, with his whole army, since he feared that Curio might put out to sea if he learned in advance of his approach, for he was evidently not so eager to repulse him as to take vengeance on him. Instead, he sent forward a few men, and spread the report that he himself had gone far away in another direction. Then he followed after this force, and did not fail of the results he had hoped for. For, though Curio, under the impression that his enemy was approaching, had previously transferred his men to the camp near the sea, and had formed the plan in case he was hard-pressed of embarking on the ships and leaving Africa altogether, he now, when he ascertained that only a few men were coming, and these without Juba, took courage, and set out on the march that very night, as if to a victory lying ready to hand, fearing that they might otherwise escape him, and after destroying some of the enemy's vanguard who were sleeping on the road, he became much more emboldened. Then about dawn he encountered the rest who had gone on ahead from the camp, and without any delay, in spite of the fact that his soldiers were exhausted by the march and by want of sleep, he at once joined battle with them. Thereupon, when the others stood their ground and were holding their own, Juba suddenly appeared, and by the unexpectedness of his arrival, as well as by his numbers, overwhelmed them. Curio and most of the others he killed on the spot, and the rest he pursued up to their entrenchments, later conferring them to be confined to their ships. And in the midst of this rout he got possession of large numbers of treasure and destroyed many men. Indeed, many of them perished after escaping his grasp, some losing their footing while boarding their ships because of the crowding, and others going down with the vessels themselves when these became overloaded. While this was occurring, still others, out of fear that they might suffer the same fate, went over to Varus, expecting that their lives would be spared. but they received no considerate treatment, for Juba asserted that it was he who had conquered them, and so slew nearly all of these too. Thus Curio died after rendering most valuable assistance to Caesar and inspiring in him many hopes, and Juba received honours at the hands of Pompey and the senators who were in Macedonia, and he was saluted as king. But by Caesar and those in the city he was called to account and declared an enemy, while Bocchus and Bogud were named kings because they were hostile to him. The ensuing year the Romans had two sets of magistrates, contrary to custom, and a mighty battle was fought. The people of the city had chosen as consuls Caesar and Publius Servius, along with praetors and all the other officers required by law. Those in Thessalonica had made no such appointments, although they had by some account about 200 of the Senate, and also the consuls with them, and had appropriated a small piece of land for the auguries, in order that these might be seen to take place under some form of law, so that they regarded the people and the whole city as present there. They had not appointed new magistrates for the reason that the consuls had not proposed the lex curiata, but instead they employed the same officials as before, merely changing their names and calling some proconsuls, others propraetors, and others proquestors, for they were very careful about precedent, even though they had taken up arms against their country and abandoned it, and they were anxious that the acts rendered necessary by the exigencies of the situation should not all be put in violation of the strict requirements of the ordinances. Nevertheless, these men mentioned were the magistrates of the two parties in name only, while in reality it was Pompey and Caesar who were supreme. For the sake of good repute they bore the legal titles of proconsul and consul respectively, yet their acts were not those which these offices permitted, but whatever they themselves pleased. Under these conditions, with the government divided in twain, Pompey was wintering in Thessalonica and not keeping a very careful watch upon the coast, for he did not suppose that Caesar had yet arrived in Italy from Spain, and even if he were there he did not suspect that he would venture to cross the Ionian Gulf in the winter at any rate. But Caesar was in Brundisium waiting for spring, and when he ascertained that Pompey was some distance off and that the mainland opposite was rather carelessly guarded, he seized upon the chance of war and attacked him while his attention was relaxed. At any rate, when the winter was about half gone, he set out with a portion of his army, as there was not enough ships to carry them all across at once, and eluding Marcus Bibulus, to whom the guarding of the sea had been committed, he crossed to the headlands, as they are called, the outermost point of Epirus, near the mouth of the Ionian Gulf. Arriving there before it became noised abroad that he would sail at all, he sent the ships to Brundisium for the others, but Bibulus damaged them on the return voyage and actually took some in tow, so that Caesar learned by experience that the voyage he had made was more fortunate than prudent. During this delay then he won over Auriculum and Apollonia, and other points there which had been abandoned by Pompey's garrisons. The Corinthian Apollonia is well situated as regards the land and as regards the sea, and most excellently in respect to rivers. What I have marvelled at, however, above all else, is that a huge fire issues from the ground near the Aurus River, and neither spreads to any extent over the surrounding land, nor sets fire even to the place where it abides, nor makes it all dry, but has grass and trees flourishing very near it. In pouring rain it increases and towers aloft. For this reason it is called Nymphaeum, and in fact it furnishes an oracle of this kind. You take incense, and after making whatever prayer you wish, to cast it into the fire as the vehicle of the prayer. At this the fire, if your wish is to be fulfilled, receives it very readily, and even if the incense falls somewhere outside, darts forward, snatches it up and consumes it. But if the wish is not to be fulfilled, the fire not only does not go to it, but even if it falls into the very flames, recedes and flees before it. It acts in these two ways in all matters save those of death and marriage, for concerning these two one may not make any inquiry at all. Such is the nature of this marvel. Now as Antony, to whom had been assigned the duty of conveying across those who remained at Brundisium, continued to tarry, and no measures even came about them because the winter and because of Bibulus, Caesar suspected that they had adopted a neutral attitude and were watching the course of events, as often happens in civil strife. Wishing therefore to sail to Italy in person and unattended, he embarked on a small boat in disguise, saying that he had been sent by Caesar, and forced the captain to set sail, although there was a wind. When, however, they had got away from the land, and the gale swept violently down upon them, and the waves buffeted them terribly, so that the captain did not longer dare, even under compulsion, to sail further, but undertook to return even without his passengers' consent. Then Caesar revealed himself, and, as if by this act he could stop the storm, he said, "Be of good cheer, you carry Caesar." Such spirit and such hope had he, either naturally or as the result of some oracle, that he felt firmly confident in his safety, even contrary to the appearance of things. Nevertheless, he did not get across, but after struggling for a long time in vain, he sailed back. After this he encamped opposite Pompey near Apsus, for Pompey, as soon as he had learned of his arrival, had made no delay, but hoping to crush him easily before he should receive the others who were with Antony, hastily marched with a considerable force towards Apollonia. Caesar advanced to meet him as far as the river, thinking that even as he was, he would prove a match for the troops then approaching, but when he learned that he was inferior in numbers, he halted, and in order that it might not be thought either that he was halting through fear or that he wished he was making the first move in the war, he submitted some conciliatory proposals to the other side and delayed on this pretext. Pompey, perceiving his motive, wished to try conclusions with him as soon as possible, and for this reason undertook to cross the river. But the bridge broke down under the weight, and some of the advanced guard thus isolated perished. Then he desisted, discouraged because he had failed in the first action of the war. Meanwhile Antony also arrived, and Pompey in fear retired to Dyrrachium. As long as Bibulus was alive, Antony had not dared even to set out from Brundisium, so close guard did the other keep over it. But when Bibulus, succumbing to the hardships, died, and Libo succeeded him as admiral, Antony scorned him and set sail with the intention of forcing the passage. When driven back to land, he repelled the others' vigorous attacks upon him, and later, when Libo was anxious to disembark somewhere, he allowed him to find anchorage nowhere along that part of the mainland. So the admiral, being in need of anchorage and water, since the little island in front of the harbour, which was the only place he could approach, is destitute of water and harbour alike, sailed off to some distant point where he was likely to find both in abundance. In this way Antony was enabled to set sail, but later, although he met with no harm at Libo's hands, even when the other attempted to attack them on the high seas, for a violent storm came up which prevented the attack. Both he and Libo suffered injuries from the storm itself. When the soldiers had got safely across, Pompey, as I have said, retired to Dyrrachium, and Caesar followed him, encouraged by the fact that, with the reinforcements that had arrived, he was superior to the adversary in number of troops then at his disposal. Dyrrachium is situated in the land formerly regarded as belonging to the tribe of the Illyrians called the Partheni, but now and even at the time regarded as part of Macedonia, and it is very favourably placed, whether it be by the Epidamnus of the Corsirans or another city. Those who record this fact refer both to its founding and its name to be a hero Dyrrachius, but the other authorities have declared that the place was renamed by the Romans with reference to the difficulties of the rocky shore, because the term Epidamnus has in the Latin tongue the meaning of loss, and so seemed to be of ill omen for their voyages thither. Pompey, after taking refuge in this town of Dyrrachium, built a camp outside the city and surrounded it with deep moats and a stout palisade. Caesar encamped over against him and made assaults in the hope of quietly capturing the palisades by the superior number of his troops, and when he was repulsed he attempted to wall it in. When he was engaged in this task, Pompey was constructing palisades, crosswalks and ditches, and placing towers on the elevations and guards in them, so as to make the circuit of the encompassing wall complete and to make an attack impracticable for the foe, even if they were conquered. There was meanwhile many, though slight, encounters between them, in which now one party, now the other was victorious or beaten, so that a few were killed on both sides alike. Upon Dyrrachium itself, Caesar made an attempt by night between the marshes and the sea, in the expectation that it would be betrayed by its defenders. He got inside the narrows, but at that point was attacked both in front and in the rear by large forces which had been conveyed along the shore in boats, and very nearly perished himself. After this occurrence, Pompey took courage and planned a night assault upon the enclosing wall, and attacking it unexpectedly, he captured a portion of it by storm and caused great slaughter among the men encamped near it. Caesar, in view of this occurrence, and because his grain had failed, insomuch as the whole sea and land in the vicinity were hostile, and because for this reason some had actually deserted, feared that he might either be defeated while watching his adversary or be abandoned by his other followers. Therefore he levelled all the works that had been constructed, destroyed also all the parallel walls, and thereupon set out suddenly and hastened into Thessaly. During this same time, it seems, while Dyrrachium was being besieged, Lucius Cassius Longinus and Gnaeus Domitius Calvinus had been sent by him into Macedonia and Thessaly. Longinus had been disastrously defeated in Thessaly by Scipio and by Sadalus, a Thracian, and Calvinus had been repulsed from Macedonia by Faustus, but on receiving assertions from the Locrians and Aetolians, had invaded Thessaly with these troops, and after being ambushed had afterwards set ambuscades himself and conquered Scipio in battle, thereby winning over a few cities. Thither accordingly Caesar hastened, thinking that by uniting with these officers he could more easily secure an abundance of provisions and thus continue the war. When no one would receive him because of his reserves, he reluctantly held aloof from the larger settlements, but assaulted Gomphi, a little town in Thessaly, and upon taking it he put many to death and plundered everything, in order that by this act he might inspire the rest with terror. Metropolis, another town, for example, did not even contend with him, but forthwith capitulated without a struggle, and as he did no harm to the citizens, he more easily won over some other places by his course in these two instances. So he was once more becoming powerful. Pompey did not pursue him, for he had withdrawn suddenly by night and had hastily crossed the Genusus River. However, he was of the opinion that he had brought the war to an end. Consequently, he assumed the title of Imperator, though he uttered no boastful words about it and did not even wind laurel about his fasces, disliking to show such exultation over the downfall of citizens. From this same motive he neither sailed to Italy himself nor sent any other there, though he might easily have taken possession of all of Italy. For with his fleet he was far superior, and he had 500 swift ships and could land at all points at the same time. Moreover, the sentiment of that country was not opposed to him in any case, and, even if it had been hostile, the people were no match for him in war. But he wished to be far from giving the impression that Italy was the stake for which he was fighting, and did not think he ought to cause any fear to the people who were then in Rome. Hence he made no attempt on Italy, nor even sent to the government any dispatch about his successes. But after this he set out against Caesar, and came into Thessaly. As they lay opposite each other, the appearance of the camps bore indeed some semblance of war, but their arms were idle as in times of peace. As they considered the greatness of the danger and foresaw the obscurity and uncertainty of the issue, and still felt some regard for their common ancestry and their kinship, they continued to delay. Meanwhile, they exchanged propositions looking towards friendship, and appeared to some likely even to effect an empty reconciliation. The reason was that they were both reaching out after the supreme power, and were influenced greatly by native ambition and greatly also by acquired rivalry, since men can least endure to be outdone by their equals and intimates. Hence they were not willing to make any concessions to each other, since each felt that he might win, nor could they feel confident, if they did reach some agreement, that they would not be always striving to gain the upper hand, and would not fall to quarrelling again over the supreme issue. In temper they differed from each other to this extent, that Pompey desired to be second to no man, and Caesar to be first of all, and that the former was anxious to be honoured by a willing people, and to preside over and be loved by men who fully consented, whereas the latter did not care at all if he ruled over even an unwilling people, issued orders to men who hated him, and bestowed the honours with his hands upon himself. The deeds, however, through which they hoped to accomplish all that they wished, were perforce common to both alike, for it was impossible for anyone successfully to gain these ends without fighting against his countrymen, leading foreigners against kindred, obtaining vast sums by unjust pillage, and killing unlawfully men of his dearest associates. Hence, even though they differed in their desires, yet in their acts by which they hoped to realise these desires they were alike. Consequently, they would not yield to each other on any point, in spite of the many claims they put forward, and finally they came to blows. The struggle proved a mighty one, and unparalleled by any other. In the first place, the leaders themselves had the name of being the most skilled in all matters of warfare, and clearly the most distinguished not only of the Romans but also of all other men then living. They had been trained in arms from boyhood, and consequently had occupied themselves with arms constantly, had performed deeds worthy of note, and had been conspicuous for great valour and also for great fortune, and were therefore most worthy of commanding and most worthy of victory. As to their forces, Caesar had the largest and the most genuinely Roman portion of the state legions, and the most warlike men from the rest of Italy, from Spain, and the whole of Gaul, and the islands that he had conquered. Pompey had brought along many from the senatorial and the equestrian order, and from the regularly enrolled troops, and had gathered vast numbers from the subject and allied peoples and kings, with the exception of Pharnaces and Orodes, for he tried to win over even the latter, although an enemy since the time he had killed Crassi. All the rest who had ever been befriended at all by Pompey gave him money, and either sent or brought auxiliaries. Indeed, the Parthians had promised to be his allies if he should receive Syria, but as he did not get it, he lent him no help. While Pompey then greatly excelled in numbers, Caesar's followers were their equals in strength, and so, the advantages being even and with an equal match for each other, and the risks they incurred were equal. As a result of these circumstances, and of the very cause and purpose of the war, a most notable struggle took place, for the city of Rome and its empire, even then great and mighty, lay before them as the prize, since it was clear to all that it would be the slave of him who then conquered. When they reflected on this fact, and furthermore thought of their former deeds, Pompey of Africa, Sertorius, Mithridates, Tigranes and the sea, and Caesar of Gaul, Spain, the Rhine and Britain, they were wrought up to the highest pitch of excitement, believing that those conquests too were at stake, and each being eager to acquire the other's glory, for the renown of the vanquished far more than his other possessions became the property of the victor, since the greater and more powerful the antagonist that a man overthrows, the greater is the height to which he himself is raised. Therefore they delivered to their soldiers also many exhortations, but very much alike on both sides, saying all that is fitting to be said on such an occasion, with reference both to the immediate result of the struggle and to the subsequent results. As they both came from the same state and were talking about the same matters, and called each other tyrants and themselves liberators from tyranny of the men they addressed, they had nothing to differentiate themselves from the other in what they said, but stated that it would be the lot of one side to die and of the other to be saved, of the one side to be captives and the other to enjoy the master's lot, to possess everything or to be deprived of everything, to suffer or to inflict a most terrible fate. After addressing some such exhortations to the citizens, and furthermore trying to inspire the subject and allied contingents with hope of a better lot and fears of a worse, they hurled at each other, kinsmen, sharers of the same tent, of the same table, of the same libations. Yet why should any one then lament the fate of the others involved, when those very leaders, who were all these things to each other, and had moreover shed many secret plans and many exploits of like character, who had once been joined by domestic ties and had loved the same child, one as a father, the other as a grandfather, nevertheless fought, all the ties with which nature by mingling the blood had bound them together, they now, led by their insatiable lust of power, hastened to break, tear, and rend asunder. Because of them Rome was being compelled to fight both in her own defence and against herself, so that even if victorious she would be vanquished. Such was the struggle in which they joined, yet they did not immediately come to close quarters, sprung from the same country and from the same half, with almost identical weapons and similar formation. Each side shrank from beginning the battle, and shrank from slaying anyone. So there was great silence and dejection on both sides. No one went forward or moved at all, but with heads bowed they stood motionless as if devoid of life. Caesar and Pompey therefore, fearing that if they remained quiet any longer their animosity might become lessened, or they might even become reconciled, hurriedly commanded the trumpeters to give the signal and the men to raise the war cry in unison. Both orders were obeyed, but the combatants were so far from being imbued with courage that at the sound of the trumpeter's call uttering the same notes, and at their own shout, raised in the same language, they showed their sense of relationship and betrayed their kinship more than ever, and so fell to weeping and lamenting. But after a long time, when the allied troops began the battle, the rest also joined in, fairly beside themselves at what they were doing. Those who fought at long range were less sensible to the horrors, as they shot their arrows, hurled their javelins, discharged their slings without knowing whom they hit. But the heavy-armed troops and the cavalry had a very hard time of it, as they were close to each other and could even talk a little back and forth. At one and the same moment they would recognise those who confronted them and would wound them, would call them by name and would slaughter them, would recall the towns they had come from and would despoil them. Such were the deeds both done and suffered by the Romans, and by the others from Italy, who were with them on the campaign, wherever they met each other. Many sent messages home through their very slayers. But the subject force fought both zealously and relentlessly, showing great zeal, as once to win their own freedom, so now to secure the slavery of the Romans. They wanted, since they were reduced to inferiority to them in all things, to have them as fellow slaves. Thus it was a very great battle and full of diverse incidents, partly for the reasons mentioned, and partly on account of the numbers and the variety of the armaments. There were vast bodies of heavy-armed soldiers, vast bodies of cavalry, in another group archers, and still others that were slingers, so that they occupied the whole plain and scattered over it. They fought often with each other, since they belonged to the same arms, but often with men of the other arms indiscriminately. The Pompeians surpassed in cavalry and archers, hence they would surround troops at a distance, employ sudden assaults, and retire after throwing their opponents into confusion. Then they would attack them again and again, turning now to this side and now to that. The Caesarians therefore were on their guard against this, and by wheeling around always managed to face their assailants, and when they came to close quarters with them would seize hold of both men and horses in the eagerness of the struggle. For light-armed cavalry had been drawn up with the cavalry for this very purpose, and all this took place, as I said, not in one spot but in many places at once, scattered all about, so that with some contending at a distance and others fighting at close quarters, this body smiting its opponents and that group being struck, one detachment fleeing and another pursuing, many infantry battles and many cavalry battles as well were to be seen. Meanwhile, many incredible things were taking place. One man after routing another would himself be turned to flight, and another who had avoided an opponent would in turn attack him. One soldier who had struck another would be wounded himself, and a second who had fallen would kill the enemy who stood over him. Many died without being wounded, and many, when half dead, kept on slaying. Some were glad and sang paeans, while others were distressed and uttered lamentations, so that all places were filled with shouts and groans. The majority were thrown into confusion by this fact, for what was said was unintelligible to them because of the confusion of nations and languages, and alarmed them greatly, and those who could understand one another suffered a calamity many times worse, for in addition to their own misfortunes they could hear, and at the same time see, those of their neighbours. At last, after they had carried on an evenly balanced struggle for a very long time, and many on both sides alike had fallen or been wounded, Pompey, since the larger part of his army was Asiatic and untrained, was defeated, even as he had been made clear to him before the action. For thunderbolts had fallen upon his camp, a fire had appeared in the air over Caesar's camp and had then fallen upon his own. Bees had swarmed about his military standards, and many of the victims, after being led up close to the very altar, had run away. And so far did the effects of that contest extend to the rest of mankind that on the very day of the battle collisions of armies and the clash of arms occurred in many places. In Pergamum, a noise of drums and cymbals rose from the temple of Dionysus and spread throughout the city. In Tralles a palm tree grew up in the temple of Victory, and the goddess herself turned about towards an image of Caesar that stood beside her. In Syria 2 young men announced the result of the battle and vanished, and in Patavium, which now belongs to Italy but was then still a part of Gaul, some birds not only brought news of it but even acted it out to some extent. For one, Gaius Cornelius drew from their actions accurate information of all that had taken place and narrated it to the bystanders. These several things happened on that very same day, and though they were not unnaturally distrusted at that time, yet when news of the actual facts was brought, they were marvelled at. Of Pompey's followers who were not destroyed on the spot, some fled whithersoever they could, and others who were captured later on. Those of them who were soldiers of the line Caesar enrolled in his own legions, exhibiting no resentment. Of the senators and knights, however, he put to death all whom he had previously captured and spared, except some whom his friends begged off, for he allowed each friend on this occasion to save one man. The rest, who had then for the first time fought against him, he released, remarking, "Those have not wronged me who supported the case of Pompey, their friend, without having received any benefit from me." This same attitude he adopted towards the princes and the people who had assisted Pompey. He pardoned them all, bearing in mind that he himself, who acquainted with none or almost none of them, whereas from his rival they had previously obtained many favours. Indeed, he praised them far more than he did those who, after receiving favours from Pompey, had deserted him in the midst of danger. The former he could reasonably expect would be favourably disposed to him also, but as to the latter, no matter how anxious they seemed to please him in everything, he believed that inasmuch as they had betrayed their friend in this crisis, they would on occasion not spare him either. A proof of his feeling is that he spared Sagulus the Thracian and Diotarus the Galatian, who had been in the battle, and Tarchondimatus, who was the ruler of a portion of Cilicia and had been of the greatest assistance to Pompey in the matter of ships. But what need is there to enumerate the rest who had sent auxiliaries, to whom also he granted pardon, merely exacting some money from them? He did nothing else to them, and took from them nothing else, though many had received numerous large gifts from Pompey, some long ago, and some just at that time. He did give a certain portion of Armenia that had belonged to Diotarus to Ariobarzanes, the king of Cappadocia, yet in this he did not injure Diotarus at all, but rather conferred an additional favour upon him. For he did not curtail his territory, but after occupying all of Armenia previously occupied by Pharnaces, he bestowed one part of it upon Ariobarzanes and another part upon Diotarus. These men then he treated in this wise. Pharnaces on his side made a plea that he had not assisted Pompey, and therefore, in view of his behaviour, deserved to obtain pardon. But Caesar showed him no consideration, and furthermore reproached him for this very thing, that he had proved himself base and impious towards his benefactor. Such humanity and uprightness did he show throughout to all those who had fought against him. At any rate, all the letters that were found filed away in Pompey's chests were which convicted any persons of goodwill towards the latter or ill will towards himself, he neither read nor had copied, but burnt them immediately, in order not to be forced by what was in them to take several measures. And for this reason, if no other, one ought to hate the men who plotted against him. I make this statement with a particular purpose, since Marcus Brutus Capito, who afterwards killed him, was not only captured by him, but also spared. Such was the general character of the battle. As a result of it, Pompey straightway despaired of all his projects, and no longer took any account of his own valour, or of the multitude of troops remaining to him, or of the fact that fortune often restores the fallen in a moment of time. Yet previously he had always possessed the greatest cheerfulness and the greatest hopefulness on all occasions of failure. The reason for this was that on those occasions he had usually been evenly matched with his foe, and hence had not taken his victory for granted, but by reflecting beforehand on the two possible issues of events while he was still cool-headed, and was not yet involved in any alarm, he had not neglected to prepare for the worst. In this way he had not been compelled to yield to disasters, and had always been able easily to renew the conflict. But this time he had expected to prove greatly superior to Caesar, and had taken no precautions. For instance, he had not placed his camp in a suitable position, nor had he provided a refuge for himself in case of defeat. And whereas he might have delayed action and so have prevailed without a battle, since his army kept increasing every day, and he had abundant provisions, being in a country for the most part friendly, and being also master of the sea, nevertheless, whether of his own accord, because he expected to conquer in any event, or because his hand was forced by his associates, he joined issue. Consequently, as soon as he was defeated, he became greatly terrified, and had no opportune plan or sure hope to enable him to face the danger anew. Thus it is that whenever an event befalls a man unexpectedly and contrary to all calculations, it humbles his spirit, and strikes his reason with panic, so that he becomes the poorest and weakest judge of what must be done. For reason cannot dwell with fear. If it occupies the ground first, it boldly thrusts the other out, but if it be the last on the field, it gets the worst of the encounter. Hence, Pompey, also having considered none of the chances beforehand, was found naked and defenceless, whereas, if he had taken any precautions, he might perhaps, without trouble, have quietly recovered everything. For large numbers of the combatants on his side had survived, and he had other forces of no small importance. Above all, he possessed large sums of money, and was master of the whole sea, and the cities both there and in Asia were devoted to him, even in his misfortune. But, as it was, since he had fared ill where he felt most confident, through the fear that seized him at the moment, he made no use of any one of these resources, but left the camp at once and fled with a few companions towards Larissa. He did not enter the city because he feared that they might incur some blaming consequence, but bidding them go over to the victor, he himself took provisions, went down to the sea, and sailed away on a merchantman to Lesbos, to his wife Cornelia, and his son Sextus. After taking them on board, he did not enter Mytilene either, but departed for Egypt, hoping to secure an auxiliary force from Ptolemy, the king of that country. This was the son of that Ptolemy who had received back the kingdom at his hands, through the agency of Gabinius, and in return for that service, he had sent a fleet to Pompey's assistance. I have heard indeed that Pompey even thought of fleeing to the Parthians, but I cannot credit the report, for that race so hated the Romans as a people ever since Crassus had made his expedition against them, and Pompey especially because he was related to Crassus, that they had even imprisoned his envoy who came with a request for aid, even though he was a senator, and Pompey would never have endured in his misfortune to become a supplicant of his bitterest foe, for what he had failed to obtain while enjoying success. He set out then for Egypt for the reasons mentioned, and after coasting along the shore as far as Cilicia, crossed from there to Pelusium, where Ptolemy was encamped while making war upon his sister Cleopatra. Bringing the ships to anchor, he sent some men to remind the prince of the favour shown his father, and to ask that he be permitted to land under certain definite guarantees, for he did not venture to disembark before obtaining some guarantee of safety. Ptolemy gave him no answer, for he was still a mere boy, but some of the Egyptians and Lucius Septimius, a Roman who had once served with Pompey, and after becoming associated with Gabinius, had been left behind by him with some troops to guard Ptolemy, came in the guise of friends. But they impiously plotted against him, and by their act brought a curse upon themselves and all of Egypt. For not only did they themselves perish not long afterwards, but the Egyptians, for their part, were first delivered to be slaves of Cleopatra, which they particularly disliked, and later were enrolled among the subjects of Rome. At this time, then, Septimius and Achillas, the commander-in-chief, and others who were with them, declared that they would readily receive Pompey, their purpose being that he might be the more easily deceived and ensnared. So they sent his messengers on ahead, after some had bidden them be of good cheer, and afterwards the conspirators themselves embarked on some small boats, and sailed out to meet him. After many friendly greetings, they begged him to come over to their boats, declaring that by reason of its size and the shallow water, a ship could not come close to the land, and that Ptolemy was very eager to see him promptly. Accordingly, though his fellow voyagers urged him not to do so, he changed boats, trusting in his hosts, and saying merely, "Whatever man upon a tyrant takes his way, his slave he is, even though a free man when he goes." Now when they drew near the land, fearing that if he met Ptolemy he might be saved, either by the king himself, or by the Romans who were with him, or by the Egyptians who regarded him with very kindly feelings, they killed him before sailing into the harbour. He uttered not a word and made no complaint, but as soon as he perceived their plot and recognised that he would not be able to ward them off or escape, he veiled his face. Such was the end of Pompey the Great, whereby was proved once more the weakness and the strange fortune of the human race. For although he was not at all deficient in foresight, but had always been absolutely secure against any force able to do him harm, yet he was deceived, and although he had won many unexpected victories in Africa and many too in Asia and Europe, both by land and sea, ever since boyhood, yet now in his 58th year he was defeated without apparent reason. Although he had subdued the entire Roman sea, he perished on it, and although he had once been, as the saying is, master of 1,000 ships, he was destroyed in a tiny boat near Egypt, and in a sense by Ptolemy, whose father he had once restored from exile to the land and to his kingdom. The man whom Roman soldiers were then still guarding, soldiers left behind by Gabinius as a favour from Pompey and on account of the hatred felt by the Egyptians for the young prince's father, this very man seemed to have put him to death by the hands of both Egyptians and Romans. Thus Pompey, who previously had been considered the most powerful of the Romans, so that he even received the nickname of Agamemnon, was now butchered like one of the lowliest of the Egyptians themselves, not only near Mount Cassius, but on the anniversary of the day on which he had once celebrated a triumph over Mithridates and the pirates. So even in this respect the two parts of his career were utterly contradictory. On that day of yore he had gained the most brilliant success, whereas he now suffered the most grievous fate. Again, following a certain oracle, he had been suspicious of all the citizens named Cassius, but instead of being the object of a plot by any man named Cassius, he died and was buried beside the mountain which had this name. Of his fellow voyagers, some were captured at once, while others escaped, among them his wife and son. His wife later obtained pardon and came back safely to Rome, while Sextus proceeded to Africa to his brother Gnaeus. These are the names by which they were distinguished, since they both bore the name of Pompey. Caesar, when he had attended to pressing demands after the battle, and had assigned Greece and the rest of that region to certain others to win over and reduce, set out himself in pursuit of Pompey. He hurried forward as far as Asia, following information received about him, and there waited for a time, since no one knew which way he had sailed. Everything turned out favourably for him. For instance, while crossing the Hellespont in a kind of ferry boat, he met Pompey's fleet sailing with Lucius Cassius in command, but so far from suffering any harm at their hands, he terrified them and won them over to his side. Thereupon, meeting with no further resistance, he proceeded to take possession of the rest of that region, and to regulate its affairs, levying money as a contribution, as I have said, but otherwise doing no one any harm, and even conferring benefits on all, so far as was possible. In any case, he did away with the tax-gatherers, who had been abusing the people most cruelly, and he converted the amount accruing from the taxes into a joint payment of tribute. Meanwhile, he learned that Pompey was sailing to Egypt, and fearing that the other, by occupying that country first, might again become strong, he set out with all speed, and finding him no longer alive, with a few followers, he sailed far in advance of the others to Alexandria itself, before Ptolemy came from Pelusium. On discovering that the people of the city were in a tumult over Pompey's death, he did not at once venture to go ashore, but put out to sea and waited until he saw the head and fingering of the murdered man, sent him by Ptolemy. Thereupon he confidently put in to land. The multitude, however, showed irritation at the sight of his lictors, and he was glad to make his escape into the palace. Some of his soldiers had their weapons taken from them, and the rest accordingly put to sea again, until all the ships had reached port. Now Caesar at the sight of Pompey's head wept and lamented bitterly, calling him countryman and son-in-law, and enumerating all the kindnesses they had shown each other. As for the murderers, far from admitting that he owed them any reward, he actually heaped reproaches upon them, and he commanded that the head should be adorned, properly prepared, and buried. For this he received praise, but for his hypocrisy he incurred ridicule. He had, of course, from the outset been very eager for dominion. He had always hated Pompey as his antagonist and rival, and beside all his other measures against him, he had brought on this war with no other purpose than to secure this rival's ruin and his own supremacy. And he had but now been hurrying to Egypt with no other end in view than to overthrow him completely if he should still be alive. Yet he feigned to mourn his loss, and made a show of vexation over his murder. In the belief that now that Pompey was out of the way there was no longer any hostility left against him, he spent some time in Egypt, levying money, and deciding the differences between Ptolemy and Cleopatra. Meanwhile other wars were being prepared against him. Egypt revolted, and Pharnaces, just as soon as he had learned that Pompey and Caesar were at variance, had begun to lay claim to his ancestral domain, since he hoped that they would waste a lot of time in their quarrel and use up the Roman forces upon each other. And he now still went ahead with his plans, partly because he had once made a beginning, and partly because he learned that Caesar was far away, and he actually seized many points before the others' arrival. Meanwhile, Cato and Scipio and the others who were of the same mind with them set foot in Africa and started a struggle that was at once a civil and a foreign war. It came about in this way. Cato had been left behind at Dyrrhachium by Pompey to keep an eye out for any forces from Italy which might try to cross over, and to repress the Partheni in case they should begin any disturbances. At first he carried on war with the latter, but after Pompey's defeat he abandoned Epirus and proceeded to Corcyra, with those of the same mind as himself. He there received the men who had escaped from the battle and the rest who had the same sympathies. Cicero and a few other senators had set out for Rome at once, but the majority, including Labienus and Afranius, who had no hope in Caesar, the one because he had deserted him, and the other because, after having been pardoned by him, he had again made war on him, went to Cato, put him at their head, and continued the war. Later, Octavius also joined them. After sailing into the Ionian Sea and arresting Gaius Antonius, he had conquered several places, but could not take Salone, though he besieged it a very long time, for the inhabitants, having Gabinius to assist them, vigorously repulsed him and finally, along with the women, made a sortie and performed a remarkable deed. The women let down their hair and robed themselves in a black garment. Then, taking torches and otherwise making their appearance as terrifying as possible, they assaulted the camp of the besiegers at midnight. They threw the outposts, who thought they were spirits, into a panic, and then from all sides at once hurled the fire within the palisade, and the men following them slew many while they were in confusion, and many who were still asleep promptly gained possession of the camp, and captured without a blow the harbour in which Octavius was lying. They were not, however, left in peace, for he escaped them somehow, gathered a force again, and after defeating them in battle besieged them. Meanwhile, as Gabinius had died of some disease, he gained control of the whole sea in that vicinity, and by making descents upon the land ravaged many districts. This lasted until the battle at Pharsalus, after which his soldiers, as soon as a force sailed against them from Brundisium, changed sides, without even coming to blows with them. Then, destitute of allies, Octavius retired to Corcyra. Gaius Pompey first sailed about with the Egyptian fleet and overran the district called Epirus, almost capturing Oricum. The commander of the place, Marcus Acilius, had blocked up the entrance to the harbour by means of boats loaded with stones, and about the mouth of it he had raised towers on either side, both on the land and on the freight ships. Pompey, however, had divers scattered the stones that were in the vessels, and when the latter had been lightened, he dragged them out of the way, freed the passage, and then, after putting heavy armed troops ashore on each half of the breakwater, he sailed in. He burned all the boats and most of the city, and would have captured the rest of it, had he not been wounded and caused the Egyptians to fear that he might die. When now his wound had been cured, he did not continue to assail Oricum, but journeyed about pillaging various places, and once vainly made an attempt upon Brundisium itself, as did some others. He was thus occupied for a time, but when his father had been defeated and the Egyptians on receipt of the news sailed home, he betook himself to Cato, as his example was followed by Gaius Cassius, who had done very great mischief both in Italy and in Sicily, and had overcome a number of opponents in many battles both on sea and on land. Many indeed fled to Cato for refuge, since they saw that he excelled them in uprightness, and he, using them as helpers and counsellors in all matters, sailed to the Peloponnese with the intention of occupying it, for he had not yet heard that Pompey was dead. They seized Patrae, and there received among other accessions Petrius and Pompey's son-in-law, Faustus. Subsequently, Quintus Fufius Calenus marched against them, whereupon they set sail, and coming to Cyrene, learned there of the death of Pompey. Their views were now no longer harmonious. Cato, through hatred of Caesar's dominion, and some others in despair of receiving pardon from him, sailed to Africa with the army, added Scipio to their number, and were as active as possible against Caesar. But the majority scattered, some of them retiring and escaping wherever they could, while the rest, among them Gaius Cassius, went to Caesar and received pardon. Calenus had been sent by Caesar into Greece before the battle, and he captured among other places the Piraeus, owing to it being unwalled. Athens he had been unable to take, in spite of a great deal of damage he did to its territory, until the defeat of Pompey. The inhabitants then came over to him voluntarily, and Caesar, cherishing no resentment, let them go unharmed, merely remarking that in spite of their many offences they were saved by the dead. This remark signified that it was on account of their ancestors and on account of their glory and excellence that he spared them, Accordingly, Athens and most of the rest of Greece then at once made terms with him, but the Megarians, in spite of this, resisted and were captured only at a considerably later date, partly by force and partly by treachery. Therefore many of the inhabitants were slain and the survivors sold as slaves. Calenus took this course so that men might think that he had punished them according to their deserts, but since he feared that the city might perish utterly, he sold the captives in the first place to their relatives, and in the second place for a very small sum, so that they might regain their freedom. After these achievements he marched upon Patrae and occupied it easily, as he had already frightened Cato and his followers away. Now, while these various operations were being carried on, there was an uprising in Spain, although the country had been at peace, for the Spaniards were at that time being subjected to many abuses by Quintus Longinus, and at first some few banded together to kill him. He was wounded but escaped, and after that proceeded to injure them a great deal more. Then a number of Corduban's and a number of soldiers who had formerly belonged to the Pompeian party rose against him, putting at their head Marcus Marcellus Assaninus, the quaestor. The latter, however, did not accept their appointment with his whole heart, but seeing the uncertainty of events and looking for them to turn out either way, he played a double game, taking a neutral attitude in all that he said and did, so that whether Caesar or Pompey should prevail, he might seem to have fought for the victor in either case. He favoured Pompey on the one hand by receiving those who had transferred their allegiance to him, and by fighting against Longinus, who declared he was on Caesar's side. On the other hand, he did a kindness to Caesar in taking charge of the soldiers when, as he would say, Longinus was beginning a rebellion, and in keeping these men for him, and not allowing their commander to become hostile. And when the soldiers inscribed the name of Pompey on their shields, he erased it, so that he might thereby plead with the one man the deeds done by the arms, and with the other their apparent ownership, and by laying claim to the deeds that turned out to be in behalf of the victor, and by laying upon necessity or upon other persons the blame for the contrary events, he might be on the safe side. Consequently, although he had the opportunity of utterly defeating Longinus by his superior numbers, he refused, but by managing his affairs so as to create appearances and to carry out his designs, he put the responsibility for the questionable acts upon others. Thus both in his reverses and in his successes, he could make the plea that he was acting equally on behalf of the same person. In the one case he would urge that he had or had not done the thing himself, and in the other case that others had or had not been responsible. He went on in this way until Caesar actually conquered, and though at the moment he incurred his anger and was banished, yet later he was restored and honoured. Longinus, however, being denounced by the Spaniards through an embassy, was deprived of his office, and while on his way home perished near the mouth of the Iberus. These events were occurring abroad, in Rome. As long as the issue between Caesar and Pompey was doubtful and unsettled, the people all ostensibly favoured Caesar, because of his troops that were in their midst, and because of his colleague Servilius. Whenever a victory of his was reported, they rejoiced, and whenever a reverse, they grieved, some sincerely and some feignedly in each case. For there were many spies and eavesdroppers prowling about, observing all that was said and done on such occasions. But privately, the talk and actions of those who detested Caesar and preferred Pompey's side were the very opposite of their public expressions. Hence, as both sides received the various reports in the light of their own advantage, they were inspired sometimes with fear, and sometimes with boldness, and insomuch as many diverse rumours would often be going about on the same day and at the same hour, their position was most trying one, for they were pleased and distressed, bold and fearful, all within the briefest space of time. When the Battle of Pharsalus was announced, they were long incredulous, for Caesar sent no dispatch to the government, hesitating to appear to rejoice publicly over such a victory, for which reason also he celebrated no triumph. And furthermore, the event was clearly very improbable in view of the relative equipment of the two forces and the hopes entertained. But when at last they gave the story credence, they removed the images of Pompey and of Sulla that stood upon the rostra, but did nothing further at the time. Many indeed did not wish to even do this, and many also, fearing that Pompey might renew the strife, regarded this as quite enough for Caesar and expected that it would be fairly simple to placate Pompey on account of it. Even when he had died, they did not believe it for a long time, not in fact until they saw his seal ring that had been sent. It had 3 trophies carved into it, as had that of Sulla. So when he was really dead, at last, they openly praised the victor, and abused the vanquished, and proposed that everything in the world which they could devise should be given to Caesar. And not only in this respect was there great rivalry among practically all the foremost men, who were eager to outdo one another in fawning upon him, but also in voting such measures. By their shouts and by their gestures they all, as if Caesar was present and looking on, showed the very greatest zeal, and thought that in return for it they would get immediately, as if they were doing it to please him, and not from necessity, one an office, another a priesthood, and a third some pecuniary reward. I shall omit those honours which had either been voted to some others previously, images, crowns, front seats, and things of that kind, or which, while novel and proposed now for the first time, were not confirmed by Caesar, for fear that I might become wearisome, were I to enumerate them all. The same plan I shall follow in my subsequent account, adhering the more strictly to it, as the honours proposed continually grew more numerous and more absurd. Only such as had some special or extraordinary importance and were confirmed will be related. They granted him, then, permission to do whatever he wished to those who had favoured Pompey's cause. Not that he had not already received this right from himself, but in order that he might seem to be acting with some show of legal authority. They appointed him arbiter of war and peace with all mankind, using the conspirators in Africa as a pretext, without the obligation even of making any communication on the subject to the people or the Senate. This, of course, also lay in his power before, insomuch as he had so large an armed force. At any rate, the wars he had fought he had undertaken on his own authority in nearly every case. Nevertheless, because they wished still to appear to be free and independent citizens, they voted him these rights, and everything else which it was in his power to have, even against their will. Thus he received the privilege of being consul for 5 consecutive years and of being chosen dictator not for 6 months but for an entire year, and he assumed the tribunician authority practically for life, for he secured the right of sitting with the tribunes upon the same bench and of being reckoned with them for other purposes, a privilege which was permitted to no one else. All the elections except those of the plebs now passed into his hands, and for this reason they were delayed until after his arrival, and were held towards the close of the year. In the case of the governorships in subject territories, the citizens pretended to allot themselves those which fell to the consuls, but voted that Caesar should give the others to the praetors, without the casting of lots, for they had gone back to consuls and praetors again contrary to their decree. And they also granted another privilege, which was customary to be sure, but in the corruption of the times might cause hatred and resentment. They decreed that Caesar should hold a triumph for the war against Juba and the Romans who fought with him, just as if he had been the victor, although, as a matter of fact, he had not then so much as even heard that there was to be such a war. In this way, then, measures were voted and ratified. Caesar entered upon the dictatorship at once, although he was outside of Italy, and chose Antony, although he had not yet been praetor, as his master of horse. And the consuls proposed the latter's name also, although the augurs very strongly opposed him, declaring that no one might be master of the horse for more than 6 months. But for this course they brought upon themselves a great deal of ridicule, because after having decided that the dictator himself should be chosen for a year, contrary to all precedents, they were now splitting hairs about the master of the horse. Marcus Caelius actually lost his life because he dared to set aside the laws established by Caesar regarding loans, assuming that their author had been defeated and had perished, and because as a result he stirred up Rome and Campania. He had been among the foremost in carrying out Caesar's wishes, for which reason he had been appointed praetor, but he became angry because he had not been made praetor urbanus, and because his colleague Trebonius had been preferred before him for this office, not by lot, as had been the custom, but by Caesar's choice. Hence he opposed his colleague in everything, and would not let him perform any of the duties devolving upon him. He not only would not consent to his pronouncing judgments according to Caesar's laws, but he also gave notice to such as owed anything that he would assist them against their creditors, and to all who dwelt in other people's houses that he would release them from payment of the rent. Having by this course gained a considerable following, he set upon Trebonius with their aid, and would have slain him, had the other not managed to change his dress and escape in the crowd. After this failure, Caelius privately issued a law in which he granted everybody the use of houses free of rent and annulled all debts. Servilius consequently sent for some soldiers who chanced to be going by on the way to Gaul, and after convening the Senate under their protection, he proposed a measure in regard to the situation. No action was taken since the tribune prevented it, but the sense of the meeting was recorded, and Servilius then ordered the court officers to take down the offending tablets. When Caelius drove these men away and even involved the consul himself in a tumult, they convened again, still protected by the soldiers, and entrusted to Servilius the guarding of the city, a procedure concerning which I have often spoken before. After this he would not permit Caelius to do anything in his capacity as praetor, but assigned the duties pertaining to his office to another praetor, debarred him from the Senate, dragged him from the rostra while he was delivering some tirade or other, and broke his chair in pieces. Caelius was very angry with him for each of these acts, but since Servilius had a body of troops in town that matched his own, he was afraid that he might be punished, and so decided to set out for Campania to join Milo, who was beginning a rebellion. For Milo, when he alone of the exiles was not restored by Caesar, had come to Italy, where he gathered a large crowd of men, some in want of a livelihood, and others who feared some punishment, and proceeded to ravage the country, assailing Capua and other cities. To him, then, Caelius wished to betake himself, in order that with his aid he might do Caesar all possible harm. He was watched, however, and could not leave the city openly, and he did not venture to escape secretly because, among other reasons, he expected to accomplish a great deal more by using the dress and the title of his praetorship. At last, therefore, he approached the consul and asked him for leave of absence, even saying that he wished to proceed to Caesar. The other, although he suspected his intention, still allowed him to do this, particularly because he was very insistent, invoking Caesar's name and pretending that he was eager to submit his defence. But he sent a tribune with him, so that if he should attempt any rebellious act, he might be held in check. When they reached Campania, and found that Milo, after a defeat near Capua, had taken refuge on Mount Tifata, and Caelius gave up his plan of going further, the tribune was alarmed and wished to bring him back home. Servilius, learning of this in time, declared war upon Milo in the Senate and gave orders that Caelius should remain in the suburbs, so that he might not stir up any trouble. Nevertheless, he did not keep him under strict surveillance because the man was a praetor. Thus Caelius made his escape and hastened to Milo, and he would certainly have created some disturbance had he found him alive, but as it was, Milo had been driven from Campania and had died in Apulia. Caelius therefore went to Bruttium, hoping to form some league in that district at any rate, but there he perished before accomplishing anything of importance, for those who favoured Caesar banded together and killed him. So these men died, but that did not bring quiet to Rome. On the contrary, many dreadful events took place, as indeed omens had indicated beforehand. Among other things that happened towards the end of that year, bees settled on the Capitol beside the statue of Hercules. Sacrifices to Isis chanced to be going on there at the time, and the soothsayers gave their opinion to the effect that all precincts of that goddess and of Serapis should be razed to the ground once more. In the course of their demolition, a shrine of Bellona was unwittingly destroyed, and in it were found jars full of human flesh. The following year a violent earthquake occurred, an owl was seen, thunderbolts descended upon the Capitol and upon the Temple of the Public Fortune, as it was called, and into the gardens of Caesar, where a horse of no small value was destroyed by them, and the Temple of Fortune opened of its own accord. In addition to this, blood issued from a bake shop and flowed to another Temple of Fortune, that Fortune whose statue, on account of the fact that a man must needs observe and consider everything that lies before his eyes as well as behind him, and must not forget from what beginning he has become what he is, they had set up and named in a way not easy to describe to Greeks, as Janus. Also, some infants were born holding their left hand to their heads, so that while no good was looked for from the other signs, from this especially an uprising of inferiors against superiors was both foretold by the soothsayers and expected by the people. These portents thus revealed by heaven disturbed them, and their fear was augmented by the very appearance of the city, which had become strange and unfamiliar at the beginning of the year and continued so for a long time. For there was as yet no consul or praetor, and while Antony, in so far as his costume went, which was the purple-bordered toga, and his lictors, of whom he had only the usual 6, and his convening of the Senate, furnished some semblance of the Republic, yet the sword with which he was girded, and the throng of soldiers that accompanied him, and his very actions in particular, indicated the existence of a monarchy. In fact, many robberies, outrages, and murders took place. And not only was the existing situation most distressing to the Romans, but they suspected Caesar of intending far more and greater deeds of violence. For when the master of the horse never laid aside his sword even at the festivals, who would not have been suspicious of the dictator himself? Most of these festivals, by the way, Antony gave at Caesar's expense, although the tribune also gave a few. Even if any one stopped to think of Caesar's goodness, which had led him to spare many enemies, even such as had opposed him in battle, nevertheless, seeing that men who have gained an office do not stick to the principles that guided them when striving for it, they expected that he too would change his course. They were distressed, therefore, and discussed the matter with one another at length, at least those who were safe in doing so, for they could not be intimate with any and every one with impunity. For those who seemed to be one's very good friends and others who were relatives would slander one, perverting some statements and telling downright lies on other points, and so it was that the rest found herein the chief cause of their distress, that, Since they were unable either to lament or share their views with others, they could not so much as give their feelings vent. For while it is true that intercourse with those similarly afflicted lightened their burdens somewhat, and the man who could safely utter and hear in return something of what the citizens were undergoing felt easier, yet their distrust of such as were not of like habits with themselves confined their vexations within their own hearts and inflamed them the more, as they could obtain neither escape nor relief. Indeed, in addition to having to keep their sufferings shut up within their own breasts, they were compelled to praise and admire their treatment, as also to celebrate festivals, perform sacrifices, and appear happy over it all. This was the condition of the Romans in the city at that time, and as if it was not sufficient for them to be abused by Antony, one Lucius Trebellius and Publius Cornelius Dolabella, tribunes, fell to quarrelling. The latter championed the cause of the debtors, to which class he belonged, and had therefore changed from the ranks of the patricians to the plebeians in order to secure the tribuneship. The former claimed to represent the nobles, but issued edicts and had recourse to murders no less than the other. This too naturally resulted in great turmoil, and many weapons were everywhere to be seen, although the senators had commanded that no changes should be made before Caesar's arrival, and Antony that no private individual in the city should carry arms. As the tribunes, however, paid no attention to these orders, but restored to absolutely every sort of measure against each other, and against the men just mentioned, a third party arose, consisting of Antony and the Senate. For in order to let it be thought that his weapons and the authority that resulted from their possession, an authority which he had already usurped, had been granted by that body, he got the privilege of keeping soldiers within the walls and of helping the other tribunes to guard the city. After this Antony did whatever he desired with a kind of legal right, while Dolabella and Trebellius were nominally guilty of violence, but their effrontery and resources led them to resist both each other and him, as if they too had received some position of command from the Senate. Meanwhile, Antony learned that the legions which Caesar after the battle had sent ahead into Italy with the intention of following them later were engaged in questionable proceedings, and fearing that they might begin some rebellion, he turned over the charge of the city to Lucius Caesar, appointing him city prefect, an office never before conferred by a master of the horse, and then set out himself to join the soldiers. The tribunes, who were at variance with each other, despised Lucius because of his advanced age, and inflicted many outrages upon one another and upon the rest, until they learned that Caesar, having settled affairs in Egypt, had set out for Rome. For they were carrying on their quarrel upon the assumption that he would never return again, but would of course perish there at the hands of the Egyptians, as, indeed, they kept hearing was the case. When, however, his coming was reported, they moderated their conduct for a time, but as soon as he set out against Pharnaces first, they fell to quarrelling once more. Accordingly, Antony, seeing that he was unable to restrain them, and that his opposition to Dolabella was obnoxious to the populace, at first joined himself to that tribune and brought various charges against Trebellius, among them one to the effect that he was appropriating the soldiers to his own use. Later, when he perceived that he himself was not held in any esteem by the multitude, while they were attached only to Dolabella, he became vexed and changed sides, the more so because, while not sharing with the plebeian leader the favour of the people, he nevertheless received the greatest share of blame from the senators. So nominally he adopted a neutral attitude towards the two, but in fact secretly preferred the cause of Trebellius, and cooperated with him in various ways, particularly by allowing him to obtain soldiers. Thenceforward he became merely a spectator and director of their contest. while they fought, seized in turn the most advantageous points in the city, and entered upon a career of murder and arson, to such an extent that on one occasion the holy vessels were carried by the Vestal Virgins out of the temple of Vesta. So the senators once more voted that the master of the horse should keep the city under stricter guard, and practically the whole city was filled with soldiers. Yet there was no respite, for Dolabella, in despair of obtaining any pardon from Caesar, desired to accomplish some terrible deeds before perishing, hoping thus to gain lasting renown. Thus, there are actually some men who became infatuated with the basest deeds for the sake of fame. From this motive he, too, caused confusion generally, even promising that on a certain specified day he would enact his laws in regard to debts and house rents. On receipt of these announcements, the crowd erected barricades around the forum, setting up wooden towers at some points, and put itself in readiness to cope with any force that might oppose it. At that, Antony led down from the Capitol at dawn a large body of soldiers, cut down the tablets containing Dolabella's laws, and afterwards hurled some of the disturbers from the very cliffs of the Capitoline Hill. However, even this did not stop their quarrelling. Instead, the greater the number of those who perished, the greater disturbance did the survivors make, thinking that Caesar had become involved in a very great and difficult war. And they did not cease until he himself suddenly appeared before them, and they reluctantly quieted down. They were expecting to suffer every conceivable ill fate, and there was talk about them all through the city, some judging one way and others another, but Caesar even at this juncture followed his usual practice. Accepting their attitude of the moment as satisfactory, and not concerning himself with their past conduct, he spared them all, and even honoured some of them, including Dolabella, for he owed the latter some kindness, which he did not see fit to forget. In other words, in place of overlooking their favour because he had been wronged, he pardoned him in consideration of the benefit he had received, and beside honouring him in other ways, he not long afterwards appointed him consul, though he had not even served as praetor. These were the events which occurred in Rome during Caesar's absence. Now the reasons why he was so long in coming there and did not arrive immediately after Pompey's death were as follows. The Egyptians were discontented at the levies of money and indignant because not even their temples were left untouched, for they are the most religious people on earth in many respects, and wage wars even against one another on account of their beliefs, since they are not all agreed in their worship, but are diametrically opposed to each other in some matters. As a result, then, of their vexation at this, and further of their fear that they might be surrendered to Cleopatra, who had great influence with Caesar, they began a disturbance. Cleopatra, it seems, had at first urged with Caesar her claim against her brother by means of agents, but as soon as she discovered his disposition, which was very susceptible, to such an extent that he had his intrigues with ever so many other women, with all doubtless who chanced to come in his way, she sent word to him that she was being betrayed by her friends, and asked that she be allowed to plead her case in person, for she was a woman of surpassing beauty, and at that time, when she was in the prime of her youth, she was most striking. She also possessed a most charming voice and a knowledge of how to make herself agreeable to everyone, being brilliant to look upon and to listen to, and with the power to subjugate everyone, even a love-sated man already past his prime. She thought that it would be in keeping with her role to meet Caesar, and she reposed in her beauty all her claims to the throne. She asked therefore for admission to his presence, and on obtaining permission adorned and beautified herself so as to appear before him in the most majestic and at the same time pity-inspiring guise. When she had perfected her schemes, she entered the city, for she had been living outside of it, and by night, without Ptolemy's knowledge, went into the palace. Caesar, upon seeing her and hearing her speak a few words, was forthwith so completely captivated that he at once, before dawn, sent for Ptolemy, and tried to reconcile them, thus acting as advocate for the very woman whose judge he had previously assumed to be. For this reason, and because the sight of his sister within the palace was so unexpected, the boy was filled with wrath and rushed out among the people, crying out that he was being betrayed, and at last he tore the diadem from his head and cast it away. In the great tumult which thereupon arose, Caesar's troops seized the person of the prince, and the Egyptian populace continued to be in an uproar. They assaulted the palace by land and sea at the same time, and might have taken it without a blow, since the Romans had no adequate force present, owing to the apparent friendship of the natives. But Caesar in alarm came out before them, and standing in a safe place promised to do for them whatever they wished. Afterwards he entered an assembly of theirs, and producing Ptolemy and Cleopatra, read their father's will, in which it was directed that they should live together according to the custom of the Egyptians and rule in common, and that the Roman people should exercise a guardianship over them. When he had done this, and had added that it belonged to him as dictator, holding all the power of the people, to have an oversight of the children and to fulfill their father's wishes, he bestowed the kingdom upon them both, and granted Cyprus to Arsinoe and Ptolemy the younger, a sister and a brother of theirs. For so great fear possessed him, it would seem, that he not only laid hold on none of the Egyptian domain, but actually gave them some of his own besides. By this action they were temporarily calmed, but not long afterwards were roused even to the point of making war. For Pothinus, a eunuch who was charged with the management of Ptolemy's funds, and who had taken a leading part in stirring up the Egyptians, became afraid that he might some time have to pay the penalty for his conduct, and he accordingly sent secretly to Achillas, who was still at this time near Pelusium, and by frightening him and at the same time inspiring him with the hopes, he made him his associate, and next won over all the rest who bore arms. To all of them alike it seemed a shame to be ruled by a woman, for they suspected that Caesar on the occasion mentioned had given the kingdom ostensibly to both the children merely to quiet the people, and that in the course of time he would offer it to Cleopatra alone, and they thought themselves a match for the army he then had present. So they set out at once and proceeded towards Alexandria. Caesar, learning of this and feeling afraid of their numbers and daring, sent some men to Achillas, not his own, but in Ptolemy's name, bidding him keep the peace. Achillas, however, realized that this was not the boy's command but Caesar's, so far from giving it any attention, was filled with contempt for the sender, believing him afraid. So he called his soldiers together, and by haranguing them at length in favour of Ptolemy and against Caesar and Cleopatra, he finally roused their anger against the messengers, though these were Egyptians, so that they should defile themselves with their murder and thus be forced into a relentless war. Caesar, apprised of this, summoned his soldiers from Syria and fortified the palace and the other buildings near to it by a moat and a wall reaching to the sea. Meanwhile, Achillas arrived with the Romans and the others who had been left behind with Septimius by Gabinius to keep guard over Ptolemy. For these troops, as a result of their stay there, had changed their habits and had adopted those of the natives, and he immediately won over the larger part of the Alexandrians and made himself master of the most advantageous positions. After this, many battles occurred between the two forces, both by day and by night, and many places were set on fire, with the result that the docks and the storehouses of grain, among other buildings, were burned, and also the library, whose volumes, it is said, were of the greatest number and excellence. Achillas was in possession of the mainland with the exception of what Caesar had walled off, and the later of the sea except the harbour. Caesar indeed was victorious in a sea fight, and when the Egyptians, consequently fearing that he would sail into their harbour, had blocked up the entrance with the exception of a narrow passage, he cut off that outlet also by sinking freight ships loaded with stones, so they were unable to stir no matter how much they might desire to sail out. After this achievement, provisions and water in particular were brought in more easily, for Achillas had deprived them of the local water supply by cutting the pipes. While these events were taking place, only Ganymedes, a eunuch, secretly brought Arsinoe to the Egyptians, as she was not very well guarded. They declared her queen and proceeded to prosecute the war more vigorously, insomuch as now they had a leader, a representative of the family of the Ptolemies. Caesar, therefore, in fear that Parthenius might kidnap Ptolemy, put the former to death and guarded the latter strictly without any further dissimulation. This served still more to incense the Egyptians, to whose party numbers were being added continually, whereas the Roman soldiers from Syria were still not yet present. Caesar was therefore anxious to win the people's friendship, and so he let Ptolemy up to a place from which they could hear his voice, and then bade him say to them that he was unharmed and did not desire war, and he urged them towards peace, and moreover promised to arrange it for them. Now, if he had talked to them thus of his own accord, he might have persuaded them to become reconciled, but as it was, they suspected that it was all prearranged by Caesar, and so they did not yield. As time went on, a dispute arose among the followers of Arsinoe, and Ganymede prevailed upon her to put Achillas to death, on the ground that he was going to betray the fleet. When this had been done, he assumed command of the soldiers and gathered all the boats that were in the river and lake, beside constructing others, and he conveyed them all through the canals to the sea, where he attacked the Romans while off their guard, burned some of their freight ships to the water's edge, and towed others away. Then he cleared out the entrance of the harbour, and by lying in wait for vessels there, he caused the Romans great annoyance. So Caesar, having waited for a time when they were acting carelessly by reason of their success, suddenly sailed into the harbour, burning a large number of vessels and disembarking on Pharos, slew the inhabitants of this island. When the Egyptians on the mainland saw this, they rushed over the bridges to aid their friends, and after killing many of the Romans in turn drove the remainder back to their ships. While the fugitives were forcing their way into these crowds anywhere they could, Caesar and many others fell into the sea. He would have perished miserably, being weighted down by his robes and pelted by the Egyptians, for his garments being of purple offered a good mark, had he not thrown off his clothing and then succeeded in swimming out to where a skiff lay, which he boarded. In this way he saved, and that too without wetting one of the documents, of which he held up a large number in his left hand as he swam. The Egyptians took his clothing and hung it upon the trophy which they set up to commemorate this rout, just as if they had captured him himself. They also kept a close watch upon the landings, since the legions which had been sent for from Syria were already drawing near, and were donning the Romans much injury. For while Caesar could defend in a fashion those of them who came ashore on the Libyan side, yet near the mouth of the Nile the Egyptians deceived many of his men by means of signal fires, as if they too were Romans, and thus captured them, so that the rest no longer ventured to come to land until Tiberius Claudius Nero at this time sailed up the river itself, conquered the foe in battle, and made it safer for his fellows to come to land. Thereupon Mithridates, called the Pergamanian, undertook to go up with his ships into the mouth of the Nile opposite Pelusium. But when the Egyptians barred his entrance with their vessels, he betook himself by night to the canal, hauled their ships over into it, since it does not empty into the sea, and through it sailed up into the Nile. After that he suddenly attacked both from sea and river at once those who were guarding the mouth of the river, and thus breaking up their blockade, he assaulted Pelusium with his infantry and his fleet simultaneously and captured it. Advancing then towards Alexandria and learning that a certain Dioscorides was coming to confront him, he ambushed and destroyed him. But the Egyptians, on receiving the news, would not end the war even then. Yet they were irritated at the rule of the eunuch and of the woman, and thought that if they could put Ptolemy at their head, they would be superior to the Romans. So then, finding themselves unable to seize him in any way, insomuch as he was skilfully guarded, they pretended that they were worn out by their disasters and desired peace. And they sent to Caesar, making overtures and asking for Ptolemy, in order, as they claimed, that they might consult with him about the terms on which a truce could be effected. Now Caesar believed that they had in very truth changed their minds, since he heard that they were cowardly and fickle in general, and perceived that at this time they were terrified in the face of their defeats. But even in case they should be planning some trick in order that he might not be regarded as hindering peace, he said that he approved their request and sent them Ptolemy, for he saw no source of strength in the lad in view of his youth and lack of education, and hoped that the Egyptians would either become reconciled with him on the terms he wished, or else would more justly deserve to be warred upon and subjugated, so that there might be some reasonable excuse for delivering them over to Cleopatra, for of course he had no idea that he would be defeated by them, particularly now that his troops had joined him. But the Egyptians, when they secured the lad, took not a thought for peace, but straightway set out against Mithridates, as if they were sure to accomplish some great achievement by the name and by the family of Ptolemy. And they surrounded Mithridates near the lake, between the river and the marshes, and routed his forces. Now Caesar did not pursue them through fear of being ambushed, but at night he set sail as if he were hurrying to some outlet of the Nile, and kindled an enormous fire on each vessel, so that it might be widely believed that he was going thither. He started at first then to sail away, but afterwards extinguished the fires, returned, passed alongside the city to the peninsula on the Libyan side, where he came to land, and there he disembarked the soldiers, went around the lake, and fell upon the Egyptians unexpectedly about dawn. They were immediately so dismayed that they made overtures for peace, but since he would not listen to their entreaty, a fierce battle later took place, in which he was victorious and slew great numbers of the enemy. Ptolemy and some others tried in their haste to escape across the river, and perished in it. In this way Caesar overcame Egypt. He did not, however, make it a subject to the Romans, but bestowed it upon Cleopatra, for whose sake he had waged the conflict, yet being afraid that the Egyptians might rebel again because they were delivered over to a woman to rule, and that the Romans might be angry both on this account and because he was living with the woman, he commanded her to marry her other brother, and gave the kingdom to both of them, at least nominally. For in reality Cleopatra was to hold all of the power alone, since her husband was still a child, and in the view of Caesar's favour there was nothing that she could not do. Hence her living with her brother and sharing the rule with him was a mere pretence, which she accepted, whereas in truth she ruled alone and spent her time in Caesar's company. She would have detained him even longer in Egypt, or else would have set out with him at once for Rome, had not Pharnaces not only drawn Caesar away from Egypt very much against his will, but also hindered him from hurrying to Italy. This king was a son of Mithridates and ruled the Cimmerian Bosphorus, as has been stated. He conceived the desire to win back again the entire kingdom of his ancestors, and so he revolted just at the time of the quarrel between Caesar and Pompey, and as the Romans were at that time occupied with one another and afterwards were detained in Egypt, he got possession of Coclis without any difficulty, and in the absence of Diotarus subjugated all Armenia and part of Cappadocia, and some cities of Pontus that had been assigned to the district of Bithynia. While he was thus engaged, Caesar himself did not stir, insomuch as Egypt was not yet in a settled state, and he had some hope of overcoming Pharnaces through others. But he sent Gnaeus Domitius Calvinus, assigning him charge of Asia and of some legions. This officer added to his forces Diotarus and Ariobarzanes, and marched straight against Pharnaces, who was at Nicopolis, which he had already seized, and feeling contempt for his enemy because the latter, in dread of his arrival, was ready through an embassy to agree to an armistice, he did not conclude a truce with him, but attacked him and was defeated. After that he retired to Asia, since he was no match for his conqueror and winter was approaching. Pharnaces was greatly elated, and after acquiring all the rest of Pontus, captured Amissus also, though it long held out against him, and he plundered the city and put to the sword all the men of military age there. He then hastened into Bithynia and Asia with the same hope as his father had cherished. Meanwhile, learning that Assander, whom he had left as governor of Bosphorus, had revolted, he gave up advancing any further, for Assander, as soon as word was brought that Pharnaces was moving far away from him, and it seemed likely that however prosperous he might be temporarily, he would not fare well later on, rose against him, thinking thus to do a favour to the Romans and to receive the sovereignty of the Bosphorus from them. It was at the news of this that Pharnaces set out against him, but all in vain, for on ascertaining that Caesar was on the way and was hurrying into Armenia, he turned back and met him there near Zela. For now that Ptolemy was dead and Domitius vanquished, Caesar had decided that his delay in Egypt was neither creditable nor profitable to him, and had set out from there and had come with great speed into Armenia. And so the barbarian, alarmed and fearing Caesar's rapidity much more than his army, sent messengers to him before he drew near, making frequent proposals to see if he might on some terms or other escape the present danger. One of the principal pleas he presented was that he had not cooperated with Pompey, and he hoped to induce Caesar to grant a truce, particularly since the latter was anxious to hasten to Italy and Africa, and once Caesar was gone he hoped to wage war again at his ease. Caesar suspected this, and so treated the first and second embassies with great kindness, in order that he might fall upon his foes unexpectedly, if possible, because of his hopes of peace. But when the third deputation came, he uttered various reproaches against him, one being that he had deserted Pompey, his benefactor. Then he no longer delayed, but immediately that very day, and just as he came from the march, joined battle. For a little while some confusion was caused him by the enemy's cavalry and scythe-bearing chariots, but after that he conquered with his heavy-armed troops. Pharnaces escaped into the sea and later tried to force his way into Bosphorus, but Assander repulsed and killed him. Caesar took great pride in this victory, more in fact than in any other, even though it had not been very brilliant, because on the same day and in the same hour he had come to the enemy, had seen him, and had conquered him. All the spoils, though of great magnitude, he bestowed upon the soldiers, and he set up a trophy to offset one which Mithridates had raised some time in that region to commemorate the defeat of Triatius. He did not dare take down that of the barbarians because it had been dedicated to the god of war, but by the erection of his own near it he overshadowed and in a sense overthrew the other. Next he recovered all the territory belonging to the Romans and those under treaty with them which Pharnaces had taken, and restored it all to the persons who had been dispossessed, except a portion of Armenia which he granted to Ariobarzanes. The people of Amissus he rewarded with freedom, and to Mithridates the Pergamanian he gave a tetrarchy in Galatia and the title of king, and allowed him to wage war against Assander, so that by conquering him he might get Bosphorus also, since Assander had proved base towards his friend. After accomplishing this and ordering Domitius to arrange other matters, he came into Bithynia and from there to Greece, whence he sailed for Italy, collecting along the way great sums of money from everybody and upon every pretext, just as before. In the first place he exacted all that any had previously promised to Pompey, and again he asked for still more from other sources, bringing various accusations to justify his action. He removed all the votive offerings of Hercules at Tyre because the inhabitants had received the wife and son of Pompey when they had fled. He also got many golden crowns for potentates and kings in honour of his victories. All this he did not out of malice, but because his expenditures were on a vast scale, and because he was intending to lay out still more upon his legions, his triumph, and everything else that gratified his pride. In short, he showed himself a money-getter, declaring that there were two things which created, protected, and increased sovereignties, soldiers and money, and that these two were dependent on each other. For it was by proper maintenance, he said, that armies were kept together, and this maintenance was secured by arms, and in case either one of them were lacking, the other also would be overthrown at the same time. About these matters he ever thought and spoke thus. Now it was to Italy that he hurried, and not to Africa, although the latter region had become hostile to him because he learned of the disturbances in the capital and feared that they might be carried to dangerous heights. Nevertheless, as I have said, he did no harm to anyone, except that thereto he collected large amounts, partly in the shape of crowns and statues and the like which he received as gifts, and partly by borrowing, as he styled it, not only from individual citizens but also from cities. This term borrowing he applied to those levies of money for which there was no other reasonable excuse, for he exacted these sums also in a high-handed way, and no less by force than he collected money actually due to him, and it was his intention never to repay them. He claimed indeed that he had spent his private possessions for the public good, and that indeed it was for that reason he was borrowing. Accordingly, when the multitude demanded an annulment of debts, he would not grant this, saying, I too owe large amounts. It was easy to see that he was wresting away others' property also by his position of supremacy, and for this his associates as well as others disliked him, for these men who had bought a great deal of the confiscated property, in some cases for more than its real value, in hope of retaining it without paying for it, now found themselves compelled to pay the full price. But to such persons he paid no attention. Nevertheless, to a certain extent he did court them too, as individuals, for he made a present to the multitude of all the interest that were owing from the time he had gone to war with Pompey, and he released them from all rent for 1 year, up to the sum of 2,000 sesterces. Furthermore, he raised the valuation on the goods in terms of which it was required by law for loans to be paid to their worth, at the time the loan had been made, in view of the fact that everything had become much cheaper as a result of the great amount of confiscated property. By these acts he attached the people to himself, and he attached the members of his party and those who had fought for him in the following manner. Upon the senators he bestowed priesthoods and offices, some of them for the rest of the year and some for the next. Indeed, in order to reward a large number, he appointed 10 praetors for the next year, and more than the customary number of priests, for he added 1 member each to the pontifices and to the auguries, of whom he was one, and also to the quindeciviri, as they were called, although he had desired to take all the priesthoods himself, as had been decreed. The knights in the army and the centurions and subordinate officers he conciliated in various ways, especially by appointing some of them to the Senate to fill the place of those who had perished. The legions, however, caused him no slight trouble, for they had expected to receive a great deal, and when they found their rewards inferior to their expectations, though not less, to be sure, than their deserts, they made a disturbance. The most of them were in Campania, being destined to sail on ahead to Africa. These nearly killed Sallust, who had been appointed praetor in order to recover his senatorial rank, and when after escaping them he set out for Rome to inform Caesar of what was going on, many followed him, sparing no one on their way, but killing, among others whom they met, 2 senators. Caesar, as soon as he heard of their approach, wished to send his bodyguard against them, but fearing that it too might join in the mutiny, he remained quiet until they reached the suburbs. While they waited there, he sent to them and inquired what wish or what need had brought them. Upon their replying that they would tell him personally, he allowed them to enter the city unarmed, except for their swords, for they were regularly accustomed to wearing these in the city, and they would not have submitted to laying them aside at that time. They had much to say about the toils and dangers they had undergone, and much about what they had hoped for, and what they declared they deserved to obtain. Next they asked to be relieved from any service, and were very insistent with him upon this point. Not that they wished to return to private life. Indeed, they were far from anxious for this, since they had long been accustomed to the gains of war, but because they thought they would scare Caesar in this way and accomplish anything they pleased, since his projected invasion of Africa was close at hand. He, however, made no reply to the first statements, but said merely, "Why, of course, Quirites. What you say is right. You are naturally weary and worn out with your wounds," and then at once disbanded them all as if he had no further need of them, promising that he would give the rewards in full to such as had served the appointed time. At these words they were struck with alarm, both at his intention in general and particularly because he had called them Quirites instead of soldiers, and so humiliated and fearing they should meet with some severe penalty, they changed front and addressed him with many entreaties and offers, promising that they would join his expedition as volunteers and would carry the war through for him by themselves. When they had reached this stage, and one of their leaders also, either on his own impulse or as a favour to Caesar, had said a few words and presented a few petitions in their behalf, he replied, "I discharge both you who are present here and all the rest whose years of service have expired, for I really have no further need of you. Yet even so I will pay you the rewards, that no one may say that after using you in danger I later showed myself ungrateful, even though you were unwilling to join my campaign while perfectly strong in body and able to carry through all the wars that remain." This he said for effect, for they were quite indispensable to him. He then assigned them all land from the public holdings and from his own, settling them in different places, and separating them far from one another, so that they should not by living somewhere together either be a source of terror to the neighbours, or again be ready for rebellion. As to the money that he owed them, and on the eve of practically every action he had promised to give them large amounts, he offered to pay part immediately, and to settle for the remainder with interest in the near future. When he had said this and had so enthralled them that they showed no sign of boldness, but even went so far as to express their gratitude, he added, "You have all that is due to you from me, and I will compel no one of you to make campaigns any longer. If, however, any one wishes of his own accord to help me accomplish what remains, I will gladly receive him." Hearing this, they were overjoyed, and all alike volunteered to serve again. Caesar put aside the turbulent spirits among them, and not all to be sure, but as many as were moderately well acquainted with farming and so could make a living, and the others he used. He did the same also in the case of the rest of his soldiers. Those who were overbold and able to cause serious trouble he took away from Italy in order that they might not be left behind there and begin an insurrection, and he took great satisfaction in using them up in Africa on various pretexts, since at the same time he was destroying his foes through their efforts, he was also ridding himself of these men. For although he was the kindliest of men, and showed many favours not only to the citizens in general, but particularly to his soldiers, he bitterly hated those of them who were mutinous, and punished them with extreme severity. These were the things he did in that year in which he really ruled alone as dictator for the second time, although Calenus and Vatinius, appointed near the close of the year, were said to be the consuls. He also crossed over to Africa, although winter had set in, and he met with no little success from this very circumstance by attacking his opponents unexpectedly. On all occasions, indeed, he accomplished a great deal by his rapidity and by the unexpectedness of his movements, so that if any one should try to find out what it was that made him so superior in the art of war to his contemporaries, he would find by careful comparison that there was nothing more striking than this very characteristic. Now Africa had not been friendly to Caesar in the first place, and after Curio's death it became thoroughly hostile, for Varus and Juba were in charge of affairs, and furthermore Cato, Scipio, and their followers had all taken refuge there, as I have stated. After this they made common cause in the war, carried on their preparations by land, and also made descents by sea upon Sicily and Sardinia, harrying their cities and taking back their ships, from which they obtained a plentiful supply of arms and iron in other forms, which alone they lacked. Finally they reached a state of preparedness and courage that, when no army opposed them and Caesar delayed in Egypt and the capital, they sent Pompey to Spain. For on learning that the country was in revolt, they thought that the people would readily receive him as the son of Pompey the Great, and while he was making preparations to occupy Spain for a short time, and to set out from there to the capital, the others were getting ready to make the voyage to Italy. At first, they experienced a slight delay, due to a dispute between Varus and Scipio about the leadership, inasmuch as the former had held sway for a longer time in these regions, and Juba also, elated by his victory, demanded that he should have first place because of it. But Scipio and Cato, who far excelled them all in rank and in shrewdness respectively, reached an agreement and won the rest over to it, persuading them to entrust everything to Scipio. For Cato, who might have commanded an equal term with him, or even alone, refused, first because he thought it a most injurious course in such circumstances, and second because he was inferior to the other in official rank. He saw that in military matters even more than elsewhere it was very important that the commander should have some legal precedence over the other, and therefore he willingly yielded him the command and furthermore delivered to him the armies that he had brought there. After this, Cato interceded on behalf of Utica, which was suspected of favouring Caesar's cause and had come near being destroyed by the others on that account, and thus he received it to guard, and the whole country and sea in the vicinity were entrusted to his protection. The other districts were governed by Scipio as commander-in-chief. His very name was a source of strength to all of those who sided with him, since by some strange unreasonable hope they believed that no Scipio could meet with misfortune in Africa. When Caesar learned of this and saw that his own soldiers also were persuaded that it was so, and were consequently afraid, he added to his retinue a man of the family of the Scipios who bore that name. He was otherwise known as Salutio, and then made the voyage to Hadrianometum, since the neighbourhood of Utica was strictly guarded, and since his crossing in the winter was unexpected, he escaped the enemy's notice. When he had left his ship, an accident happened to him which, even if some disaster was portended to his expedition by heaven, he nevertheless turned to a good omen. Just as he was setting foot on land, he slipped, and the soldiers, seeing him fall on his face, were disheartened, and in their chagrin raised an outcry. Caesar, however, did not lose his presence of mind, but stretching out his hands as if he had fallen on purpose, he embraced and kissed the ground, crying out, "I have thee, Africa." Thereupon he made an assault of Hadrianometum, but was repulsed and actually driven out of his camp by a main force. Then he transferred his position to another city called Ruspina, and being received by the inhabitants established his winter quarters there and proceeded to carry on the war from that base. Such were Caesar's experiences at that time. The following year he became both dictator and consul at once, holding each of the offices for the third time, and with Lepidus as his colleague in both instances. For when he had been named dictator by Lepidus for the first time, he had sent him immediately after his praetorship into hither Spain, and upon his return he had honoured him with a triumph, although Lepidus had conquered no foes, nor so much as fought with any, the pretext being that he had been present at the exploits of Longinus and of Marcellus. Accordingly, he sent home nothing, as a matter of fact, except the money he had plundered from the allies. Caesar, beside exalting Lepidus with these honours, chose him later as his colleague in both the positions mentioned. When now they were in office, the people of Rome were disturbed by prodigies, for a wolf was seen in the city and a pig was born resembling an elephant, save its feet. In Africa, Petreius and Labienus, after waiting until Caesar had gone out to villages after grain, drove his cavalry, which had not yet thoroughly recovered its strength after the sea voyage, back upon the infantry, with the aid of the Numidians. And while the latter as a result was in great confusion, they killed many of the soldiers in hand-to-hand fighting. Indeed, they would also have cut down all the others, who had crowded together on some high ground, had they not received grievous wounds themselves. Even so, they alarmed Caesar not a little by this deed, for considering how he had been checked by a few, and expecting too that Scipio and Juba would arrive directly with all their forces, as it was reported they would, he was greatly embarrassed, and did not know what course to adopt, for he was not yet able to carry through the war to a satisfactory conclusion, and he saw that to stay in the same place was difficult because of the lack of substance, even if the foe should leave his troops alone, and that to retire was impossible, with the enemy pressing upon him both by land and by sea. Consequently, he was dispirited. He was still in this position when one Publius Sittius, if indeed we ought to say it was he and not rather Providence, brought to him at one stroke salvation and victory. This man had been exiled from Italy, and taking with him some fellow exiles and crossing over into Mauritania, he had collected a force and served as general under Bocchus. And although he had previously received no benefit from Caesar, and was not known to him at all, in fact he undertook to assist him in the war and help him overcome his present difficulties. In pursuance of this plan he did not go to the aid of Caesar himself, for he heard that he was at a distance, and thought that his own assistance would prove of small value, since he had as yet no large body of troops, but waited instead until Juba set out on his expedition, and then he invaded Numidia, harrying it, and Gaetulia, a part of Juba's domain, so completely that the king gave up the matter in hand and turned back in the midst of his march with most of his army. For he also sent a part of it to Scipio at the same time. This fact made it very clear that if Juba had also come up, Caesar could never have withstood the two. Indeed, he did not so much as venture to join issue with Scipio alone at first, because he stood in great dread of the elephants, among other things, partly on account of their fighting abilities, but still more, because they kept throwing his cavalry into confusion. Therefore, while keeping as strict a guard over the camp as he could, he sent to Italy for soldiers and elephants. He did not count on the latter, to be sure, for any considerable military achievement, but desired that the horses, by becoming accustomed to the sight and sound of them, should learn to have no further fear of those belonging to the enemy. Meanwhile, the Gaetulians came over to his side, and also some of their neighbours, partly on account of the Gaetulians, since they heard these had been highly honoured, and partly through remembrance of Marius, since Caesar was a relative of his. When this had occurred, and his reinforcements from Italy, in spite of delay and danger due to the winter and the enemy, had at length crossed over, he no longer remained quiet, but on the contrary harassed forward to battle, in order to overpower Scipio before Juba's arrival. He moved forward against him in the direction of a city called Uzita, where he took up his quarters on a crest overlooking both the city and the enemy's camp, having first dislodged those who were holding it. Later, when Scipio attacked him, he drove him away also from the higher ground, and by charging down after him with his cavalry did him some injury. So he held this position and fortified it, and he also took another hill on the other side of the city by defeating Labienus on it, after which he was walled off the entire palace. For Scipio, fearing his own power might be spent too soon, would no longer risk a battle with Caesar, but kept sending for Juba, and when the latter would not obey his summons, Scipio promised to make him a present of all the territory that the Romans had in Africa. Juba then appointed others to take charge of the operation against Sittius, and in person once more set out against Caesar. While this was going on, Caesar tried in every way to draw Scipio into conflict. Baffled in this, he made friendly overtures to the latter's soldiers and distributed among them pamphlets in which he promised to the natives that he would preserve his possessions unharmed, and to the Romans that he would grant them pardon, and the same prizes that he had offered to his followers. In this way he gained over a goodly number. Scipio in like manner undertook to circulate both pamphlets and verbal offers among his opponents, with a view to winning some to himself, but he was unable to induce them to change sides. This was not because some of them would not have chosen his cause by preference, if any offers similar to Caesar's had been made. It was due rather to the fact that he did not promise them any prizes, but merely urged them to liberate the Roman people and the Senate. and so insomuch as he chose the course that was more becoming to acknowledge rather than the one that was more expedient for the situation in which he found himself, he failed to gain over any of them. So long then as Scipio alone was in his camp, matters went on thus, but when Juba also came up, the situation was changed, for they both tried to provoke their opponents to battle and harassed them when they were unwilling to contend. Moreover, with their cavalry they inflicted serious injuries upon any of them who were scattered to a distance, but Caesar was not disposed to come to close quarters with them if he could help it. He prevented their walling him in, secured a base of bare subsistence for his troops, and kept sending for other forces from home. These reached him only after much delay and difficulty, for they had not all been together, but were collected gradually and lacked boats in which to cross in a body. When at length they did reach him, and he had added them to his army, he took courage once more, and leading out his forces against his foe, arrayed them in front of the entrenchments. Seeing this, his opponents marshalled themselves in turn, but did not join issue with him. This continued for several days, for apart from brief cavalry skirmishes, after which they would retire, neither side risked any movement worth speaking of. Accordingly, when Caesar perceived that because of the nature of the land he could not force them to engage in conflict unless they chose to, he set out for Thapsus in order that he might either engage them if they chose to help the city, or might at least capture the city if they left it to its fate. Now Thapsus is situated on a kind of peninsula with the sea stretching along one side and a lake on the other. The isthmus between them is so narrow and marshy that one reaches the town by two roads, only a little way apart, running along either side of the marsh close to the shore. On his way towards this city, Caesar, who had got inside the narrowest point, proceeded to dig a ditch and to erect a palisade. The townspeople caused him no trouble, as they were no match for him, but Scipio and Juba undertook in their turn to wall off the neck of the isthmus, when it comes to an end at the mainland, by running palisades and ditches across from both sides. They were engaged in this work and were making great progress every day, for in order that they might build the walls across more quickly and quietly, they had stationed the elephants along the portion not yet protected by a ditch and hence easy for the enemy to attack, while on the remaining portions all were working. When Caesar suddenly attacked the men who were with Scipio, and by using slings and arrows from a distance threw the elephants into great confusion. Then, as they retreated, he not only followed them up, but fell upon the workers unexpectedly and routed them too, and when they fled into the camp he dashed in with them and captured it without a blow. Juba, upon seeing this, was so startled and terrified that he ventured neither to come to close quarters with anyone, nor even to keep the camp under guard. So he fled and hastened homeward, and then, when no one received him, especially since Sitius had already overpowered all opposition, Juba, despairing of safety, fought in single combat with Patraius, who likewise had no hope of pardon, and together they died. Caesar immediately after Juba's flight captured the palisade and caused great slaughter among all who came in the way of his troops, sparing not even those who came over to his side. Next he brought the rest of the cities to terms, meeting with no opposition and taking over the Numidians. He reduced them to the status of subjects and delivered them to Sallust, nominally to rule, but really to harry and plunder. At all events, this officer took many bribes and confiscated much property, so that he was not only accused, but incurred the deepest disgrace, insomuch as after writing such treatises as he had, and making many bitter remarks about those who fleeced others, he did not practise what he preached. Therefore, even if he was completely exonerated by Caesar, yet in his history, as upon a tablet, the man himself has chiselled his own condemnation all too well. This affair then turned out thus. As for these districts in Libya, the region surrounding Carthage, which we also call Africa, was called the Old Province because it had long ago been subjected to Roman rule, whereas the region the Numidians ruled was called the New Province because it had newly been captured. Scipio, who had fled from the battle, chanced upon a ship and set sail for Spain to go to Pompey, but he was cast ashore in Mauritania, and through fear of Sitius made away with himself. Cato, since many had sought refuge with him, was at first preparing to take a hand in affairs and to resist Caesar as best he might. But the people of Utica had not been hostile to Caesar in the first place, and now, seeing him victorious, would not listen to Cato. And the members of the Senate and the knights who were present were afraid of being arrested by them, and so meditated flight. Cato himself decided neither to war against Caesar, being unable to do so anyhow, nor yet to go over to his side. This was not because of any fear, since he understood well enough that Caesar would be very eager to spare him for the sake of his reputation for humanity, but it was because he passionately loved freedom, and would not brook defeat at the hands of anybody, and regarded Caesar's pity as far more hateful than death. So he called together the citizens who were present, inquired where each of them was intending to go, sent them forth with supplies for their journey, and bade his son go to Caesar. To the youth's inquiry, "Why then do you also not do so?" he replied, "I, who have been brought up in freedom, with the right of free speech, cannot in my old age change and learn slavery instead. But for you, who were born and brought up amid such a condition, it is proper to serve the divinity that presides over your fortunes." When he had done this, and had given to the people of Utica an account of his administration, and returned to them the surplus funds, as well as whatever else of theirs he had, he wished to be rid of life before Caesar's arrival. He did not undertake to do this by day, insomuch as his son and others surrounding him kept him under surveillance. But when evening was come, he secretly slipped a dagger under his pillow, and asked for Plato's Book of the Soul. This was either in the endeavour to divert those present from the suspicion that he had any such purpose in mind, in order to be observed as little as possible, or else in the desire to obtain some consolation in respect to death from the reading of it. When he had read the work through, and it was now near midnight, he drew forth the dagger, and smote himself upon the belly. He would have died immediately from loss of blood, had he not in falling from the low couch made a noise, and roused those who were keeping guard before his door. Thereupon his son and some others who rushed in put his bowels back into his belly again, and brought medical attendance for him. Then they took away the dagger and locked the doors, that he might obtain sleep, for they had no idea of his perishing in any other way. But he thrust his hands into the wound, and broke the stitches of it, and so expired. Thus, Cato, who had proved himself at once the most democratic and the strongest-minded of all the men of his time, acquired great glory even from his very death, and obtained the title of Uticensis, both because he had died in Utica, as described, and because he was publicly buried by the inhabitants. Caesar declared that he was angry with him because Cato had begrudged him the distinction of saving such a man, and he released his son and most of the others, as was his custom, for they came over to him of their own accord, some at once, and others later, so as to approach him after time should have blunted his anger. So these were spared, but Afranius and Faustus would not come to him of their own free will, feeling sure of being put to death, but fled to Mauritania, where they were captured by Citus. Caesar put them to death as captives without a trial. But in the case of Lucius Caesar, though the man was related to him and came as a voluntary supplicant, nevertheless, since he had fought against him throughout, he at first bade him stand trial, so that he might seem to have condemned him with some show of legality, and then, as he shrank from putting him to death by his own vote, he postponed the trial for the time being, but afterwards killed him secretly. Indeed, even in the case of those of his own followers who did not suit him, he willingly lost some at the hands of the enemy, and deliberately caused others to perish in the midst of the fighting at the hands of their own comrades. For, as I have said, he did not attack openly all who had injured him, but any whom he could not prosecute on a plausible charge, he quietly put out of the way in some obscure fashion, and yet on this occasion he burned unread all the papers that were found in the private chests of Scipio, while of the men who had fought against him he spared many for their own sake, and many also for the sake of their friends. For, as I have stated, he always allowed each of his soldiers and companions to ask for the life of one man. In fact, he would have spared Cato too, for he had conceived such an admiration for him that when Cicero subsequently wrote an encomium of Cato, he was not at all vexed, although Cicero had likewise warred against him, but merely wrote a short treatise, which he entitled Anti-Cato. Immediately after these events, before he crossed into Italy, Caesar got rid of the older men amongst his soldiers for fear that they might mutiny against him. He arranged other matters in Africa just as rapidly as was feasible, and sailed as far as Sardinia with his whole fleet. From that point he sent the dismissed troops along with Gaius Didius into Spain against Pompey, and he himself returned to Rome, priding himself particularly upon the brilliance of his achievements, but also upon the decrees of the Senate as well, for they had voted the sacrifices should be offered for his victory during 40 days, and had granted him permission to ride in the triumph already voted him in a chariot drawn by white horses, and to be accompanied by all the lictors who were then with him, and by as many others as he had employed in his first dictatorship, together with as many more as he had in his second. Furthermore, they elected him overseer of every man's conduct, for some such name was given him as if the title of censor were not worthy of him, for 3 years, and dictator for 10 in succession. They moreover voted that he should sit in the Senate upon the curule chair with the successive consuls, and should always state his opinion first, that he should give the signal at all the games in the circus, and that he should have the appointment of the magistrates and whatever honours the people were previously accustomed to assign. And they decreed that a chariot of his should be placed on the Capitol facing the statue of Jupiter, that his statue in bronze should be mounted upon a likeness of the inhabited world, with an inscription to the effect that he was a demigod, and that his name should be inscribed upon the Capitol in place of that of Catullus, on the grounds that he had completed the temple after undertaking to call Catullus to account for the building of it. These are the only measures I have recorded, not because they were the only ones voted, for a great many measures were proposed and of course passed, but because he declined the rest, whereas he accepted these. When these decrees had now been passed, he entered Rome, and perceiving that the people were afraid of his power and suspicious of his proud bearing, and consequently expected to suffer many terrible evils such as had taken place before, and realizing that it was on this account that they had voted him extravagant honours, through flattery and not through goodwill, he endeavoured to encourage them and to inspire them with hope by the following speech delivered in the Senate. Let none of you conscript fathers suppose that I shall make any harsh proclamation or do any cruel deed, merely because I have conquered and am able to say whatever I please without being called to account, and to do with full liberty whatever I choose. It is true that Marius and Cinna and Sulla and practically all the others who ever triumphed over the factions opposed to them said and did many benevolent things at the beginning of their undertakings, largely as the result of which they attracted men to their side, thus securing, if not their active support, at least their abstention from opposition, and then after conquering and becoming masters of the ends they sought, adopted a course diametrically opposed to their former stand both in words and in deeds. Let no one, however, assume that I shall act in this same way, for I have not associated with you in former times under a disguise, while possessing in reality some different nature, only to become emboldened in security now that it is possible. Nor have I become so elated or puffed up by my great good fortune as to desire to play the tyrant over you, both of which experiences, or at least one of them, seem to me to have come to those men whom I mentioned. No, I am in nature the same sort of man as you have always found me, but why go into details and become offensive as praising myself? And I would not think of insulting fortune, but the more I have enjoyed her favour, the more moderately will I use her in every way, for I have had no other motive in striving to secure so great power and to raise to such a height that I might punish all active foes and admonish all those of the other faction, than that I might be able to play a man's part without danger, and to obtain prosperity with honour. For in general, it is neither noble nor just for a man to be convicted of doing the things which he has rebuked in those who have differed from him in opinion, nor will I ever think it proper to be likened to such men through my imitation of their deeds, and to differ merely by the reputation of my complete victory. For who ought to confer more and greater benefits upon people than he who has the greatest power? Who ought to err less than he who is the strongest? Who should use the gifts of heaven more sensibly than he who has received the greatest ones from that source? Who ought to use present blessings more uprightly than he who has the most of them and is most afraid of losing them? For good fortune, if joined to self-control, is enduring, and authority, if it maintains moderation, preserves all that has been acquired, and greatest of all, and also rarest with those who gain success without virtue, these things make it possible for their possessors to be loved unfeignedly while living, and to receive genuine praise when dead. But the man who recklessly abuses his power on absolutely all occasions finds for himself neither genuine goodwill nor certain safety, but, though accorded a false flattery in public, is secretly plotted against. For the whole world, including his nearest associates, both suspects and fears a ruler who is not master of his own power. These statements that I have made are no mere sophistries, but are intended to convince you that what I think and say is not for effect, nor yet thoughts that have just chanced to occur to me on the spur of the moment, but rather are convictions regarding what at the outset I decided was both suitable and advantageous for me. Consequently, you may not only be of good courage with reference to the present, but also hopeful as regards the future, when you reflect that, if I had really been using any pretence, I should not now be deferring my projects, but would have made them known this very day. However, I was never otherwise minded in times past, as, indeed, my acts themselves prove, and now I shall be far more eager than ever with all reasonableness to be, not your master, Jupiter forbid, but your champion, not your tyrant, but your leader. When it comes to accomplishing everything else that must be done on your behalf, I will be both consul and dictator, but when it comes to injuring any one of you, a private citizen, that in fact is the one thing which I think should not even be mentioned. For why should I put any one of you to death, who have done me no harm, when I have destroyed none of those who are not arrayed against me, no matter how zealously in general they had joined with some of my enemies against me, and when I have taken pity on all those who withstood me but once, and in many cases have spared even those who fought against me a second time? Why should I bear malice towards any, seeing that I immediately burned all the documents that were found among the private papers both in Pompey's and in Scipio's tents, and that without reading or copying them? Let us therefore, conscript fathers, confidently unite our interests, forgetting all past events as if they had been brought to pass by some supernatural force, and beginning to love each other without suspicion, as if we were in some sort of new citizen. In this way you will conduct yourselves towards me as towards a father, enjoying the forethought and solicitude which I shall give you, and fearing nothing unpleasant, and I will take thought for you as for my children, praying that only the noblest deeds may ever be accomplished by your exertions, and yet enduring perforce the limitations of human nature, exalting the good citizens by fitting honours and correcting the rest so far as that is possible. And do not fear the soldiers either, or regard them in any other light than as guardians of my empire, which is at the same time yours. That they should be supported is necessary for many reasons, but they will be supported for your benefit, not against you, and they will be content with what is given to them and will think well of the givers. This is the reason why the taxes now levied are higher than usual, in order that the seditious element may be made submissive, and the victorious element, by receiving sufficient support, may not become seditious. Of course, I have received no private gains from these funds, seeing that I have expended for you all that I possessed, and also much that was borrowed. No, you can see a part of the taxes that has been expended on the wars, and that the rest has been kept safe for you. It will serve to adorn the city and carry on the government in general. I have then taken upon my own shoulders the odium of the levy, whereas you will enjoy its advantages in common, in the campaigns as well as elsewhere. For we are always in need of arms, since without them it is impossible for us, who live in so great a city and hold so extensive an empire, to live in safety. And an abundance of money is a great help in this matter as well as elsewhere. However, let none of you suspect that I shall harass any man who is rich or establish new taxes. I shall be satisfied with the present revenues, and shall be more anxious to help make some contribution to your prosperity than to wrong anyone by taking his money. By such statements in the Senate and afterwards before the people, Caesar relieved them to some extent of their fears, but was not able to persuade them altogether to be of good courage until he confirmed his promises by deeds. After this he conducted the whole festival in a brilliant manner, as was fitting in honour of victories so many and so decisive. He celebrated triumphs for the Gauls, for Egypt, for Pharnaces, and for Juba, in 4 sections, on 4 separate days. Most of it, of course, delighted the spectators, but the sight of Arsinoe of Egypt, whom he led among the captives, and the host of lictors, and the symbols of triumph taken from the citizens who had fallen in Africa, displeased them exceedingly. The lictors, on account of their numbers, appeared to them a most offensive multitude, since never before had they beheld so many at one time, and the sight of Arsinoe, a woman and one considered a queen in chains, a spectacle which had never yet been seen, at least in Rome, aroused very great pity, and with this as an excuse they lamented their private misfortunes. She, to be sure, was released out of consideration for her brothers, but others, including Vercingetorix, were put to death. The people accordingly were disagreeably affected by those sights that I have mentioned, and yet they considered them of very slight importance in view of the multitude of captives and the magnitude of Caesar's accomplishments. This led them to admire him extremely, as did likewise the good nature with which he bore the army's outspoken comments, for the soldiers jeered at those of their own number who had been appointed by him to the Senate, and at all the other failings of which he was accused, and in particular jested about his love for Cleopatra and his sojourn at the court of Nicomedes, the ruler of Bithynia, insomuch as he had once been at his court when a lad. Indeed, they even declared that the Gauls had been enslaved by Caesar, but Caesar by Nicomedes. Finally, on top of all this, they all shouted together that if you do right you will be punished, but if wrong you will be king. This was meant by them to signify that if Caesar should restore self-government to the people, which they of course regarded as just, he would have to stand trial for the deeds he had committed in violation of the laws, and would suffer punishment, whereas if he should hold on to his power, which was naturally the course of an unjust person, he would continue to be sole ruler. As for him, however, he was not displeased at their sayings, but was quite delighted that by such frankness towards him they showed their confidence that he would never be angry at all, except in so far as their abuse concerned his intercourse with Nicomedes. At this he was greatly vexed and manifestly pained. He attempted to defend himself, denying the affair upon oath, whereupon he incurred all the more ridicule. Now, on the first day of the triumph, a portent far from good fell to his lot. The axle of the triumphal car broke down directly opposite the Temple of Fortune built by Lucullus, so that he had to complete the rest of the course in another. On this occasion, too, he climbed up the stairs of the Capitol on his knees, without noticing at all either the chariot which had been dedicated to Jupiter in his honour, or the image of the inhabited world lying beneath his feet, or the inscription upon it, but later he erased from the inscription the term demigod. After the triumph he entertained the populace splendidly, giving them grain beyond the regular amount and olive oil. Also to the multitude which received doles of corn, he assigned the 300 sesterces which he had already promised, and 100 more, but to the soldiers 20,000 in one sum. Yet he was not uniformly munificent, but in most respects was very strict. For instance, since the multitude receiving doles of corn had increased enormously, not by lawful methods, but in such ways as are common in times of strife, he caused the matter to be investigated, and struck out half of their names at one time before the distribution. The first days of the triumph he passed as customary, but on the last day, after they had finished dinner, he entered his own forum, wearing slippers and garlanded with all kinds of flowers. Thence he proceeded homeward, with practically the entire populace escorting him, while many elephants carried torches, for he had himself constructed the forum called after him, and it is distinctly more beautiful than the Roman forum. Yet it had increased the reputation of the other, so that that was called the Great Forum. So after completing this new forum and the temple to Venus as the founder of his family, he dedicated them at this very time, and in their honour instituted many contests of all kinds. He built a kind of hunting theatre of wood, which was called an amphitheatre from the fact that it had seats all around without any stage. In honour of this and of his daughter, he exhibited combats of wild beasts and gladiators, but anyone who cared to record their number would find his task a burden without being able, in all probability, to present the truth, for all such matters are regularly exaggerated in a spirit of boastfulness. I shall accordingly pass over this and other like events that took place later, except, of course, where it may seem to me quite essential to mention some particular point, but I will give an account of the so-called cameo leopard, because it was then introduced into Rome by Caesar for the first time and exhibited to all. This animal is like a camel in all respects except that its legs are not all of the same length, the hind legs bearing the shorter. Beginning from the rump, it grows gradually higher, which gives it the appearance of mounting some elevation, and towering high aloft, it supports the rest of its body on its front legs and lifts its neck in turn to an unusual height. Its skin is spotted like a leopard, and for this reason it bears the joint name of both animals. Such is the appearance of this beast. As for the men, he not only pitted them one against another singly in the forum, as was customary, but he also made them fight together in companies in the circus, horsemen against horsemen, men on foot against others on foot, and sometimes both kinds together in equal numbers. There was even a fight between men seated on elephants 40 in number. Finally he produced a naval battle, not on the sea nor on a lake, but on land, for he hollowed out a certain tract on the Campus Martius, and after flooding it introduced ships into it. In all the contests the captives and the condemned to death took part, yet some of the knights, and not to mention others, the sons of one who had been praetor, fought in single combat. Indeed, a senator named Fulvius Sepinus desired to contend in full armour, but was prevented, for Caesar deprecated that spectacle at any time, though he did permit the knights to contend. The patrician boys went through the equestrian exercise called Troy, according to ancient custom, and the young men of the same rank contended in chariots. He was blamed indeed for the great number of those slain, on the ground that he himself had not become sated with bloodshed, and was further exhibiting to the populace symbols of their own miseries. But much more fault was found because he had expended countless sums on all that array. In consequence, a clamour was raised against him for two reasons. First, that he had collected most of the funds unjustly, and again, that he had squandered them for such purposes. If I mention one feature of his extravagance at that time, I shall thereby give an idea of all the rest. In order that the sun might not annoy any of the spectators, he had curtains stretched over them made of silk, according to some accounts. Now this fabric is a device of barbarian luxury, and has come down from them even to us to gratify the fastidious taste of fine ladies. The citizens perforce held their peace at such acts, but the soldiers raised a disturbance, not because they cared about the reckless squandering of the money, but because they themselves did not receive the citizens' wealth too. In fact, they did not cease their rioting until Caesar suddenly came upon them, and seizing one man with his own hands, delivered him up to punishment. So this man was executed for the reason given, and 2 others were slain as a sort of ritual observance. The true cause I am unable to state, insomuch as the Sibyl made no utterance, and there was no other similar oracle, but at any rate they were sacrificed in the Campus Martius by the pontifices and the priests of Mars, and their heads were set up near the Regia. While Caesar was thus engaged, he was also enacting many laws, most of which I shall omit, mentioning only those most worthy of record. The courts he entrusted to the senators and the knights alone, in order that the purest elements of the population, so far as was possible, might always preside, for formerly some of the common people had also joined with them in rendering decisions. The expenditures, moreover, of men of means, which had grown to an enormous extent by reason of their prodigality, he not only regulated by law but also practically checked by stern measures. Moreover, since on account of the multitude of those who had perished there was a serious falling off in population, he was shown both by the census, which he attended to, among other things, as if he was censor, and indeed by mere observation. He offered prizes for large families of children. Again, since it was by ruling of the Gauls for many years in succession that he himself had conceived a greater desire for dominion, and had increased the equipment of his forces, he limited by law the term of propraetors to 1 year, and that of proconsuls to 2 consecutive years, and enacted that no one whatever should be allowed to hold any command for a longer time. After the passage of these laws, he also established in their present fashion the days of the year, which had gone somewhat out of order, since they still at that time measured their months by the moon's revolutions. He did this by adding 67 days, the number necessary to bring the year out even. Some indeed have declared that even more were intercalated, but the truth is as I have stated it. He got this improvement from his stay in Alexandria, save in so far as the people there reckon their months as of 30 days each, and afterwards add the 5 days to the year as a whole, whereas Caesar distributed among 7 months these 5, along with 2 other days that he took away from 1 month. The 1 day, however, which results from the 4ths he introduced into every 4th year, so as to make the annual seasons no longer different at all except in the slightest degree. At any rate, in 1461 years, there is need of only 1 additional intercalary day. All these and the other undertakings which he was planning for the common weal, he accomplished not on his own authority, nor by his own counsel, but communicated everything in every instance to the leaders of the Senate, and sometimes even to that entire body, and to this practice most of all was due the fact that even after he passed some rather harsh measures, he still succeeded in pleasing them. For these acts then he received praise, but when he induced some of the tribunes to restore many of those who had been exiled after due trial, and allowed those who had been convicted of bribery in canvassing for office to live in Italy, and furthermore enrolled once more in the Senate some who were unworthy of it, many murmurings of all sorts arose against him. But he incurred the greatest censure from all because of his passion for Cleopatra, not now the passion he had displayed in Egypt, for that was a matter of hearsay, but that which was displayed in Rome itself, for she had come to the city with her husband, and settled in Caesar's own house, so that he too derived an ill repute on account of both of them. He was not at all concerned, however, about this, but actually enrolled them among the friends and allies of the Roman people. Meanwhile, he was learning in detail all that Pompey was doing in Spain, but thinking him easy to vanquish, he at first dispatched the fleet from Sardinia against him, and later sent on also the armies that had been enrolled, intending to conduct the whole war through others. But when he ascertained that Pompey was gaining great headway, and that the men he had sent were not sufficient to fight against him, he finally set out himself to join the expedition, after entrusting the city to Lepidus and a number of prefects, 8 as some think, or 6 as is more commonly believed. The legions in Spain under Longinus and Marcellus had repelled, and some of the cities had revolted. When Longinus had been removed and Trebonius had become his successor, they kept quiet for a few days. Then, through fear of vengeance on Caesar's part, they secretly sent ambassadors to Scipio, expressing a desire to transfer their allegiance, and he sent them Gnaeus Pompey among others. Pompey put in at the Balearic Isles and took these islands without a battle, except Ebusus, which he gained with difficulty. Then, falling sick, he tarried them with his troops. As a result of his delay, the soldiers in Spain, who had learned that Scipio was dead and that Didius was setting sail against them, feared that they would be annihilated before Pompey could arrive, and so failed to wait for him, but putting at their head Titus Quintius Scapula and Quintus Aponius, both knights, they drove out Trebonius and led the whole Baetic nation to revolt at the same time. They had gone thus far when Pompey, recovering from his illness, sailed across to the mainland opposite. He immediately won over several cities without resistance, for being vexed at the commands of their rulers, and also reposing no little hope in him because of the memory of his father. They readily received him, and Carthage, which was unwilling to come to terms, he besieged. The followers of Scapula, on learning of this, went there and chose him general with full powers, after which they were most devoted to him and showed the greatest zeal, regarding his successes as the successes of each one of them, and his disasters as their own. Consequently, their resolution was confirmed by their double purpose of obtaining the successes and avoiding the disasters, for Pompey too did what all are accustomed to do in the midst of such turbulent conditions, especially after the desertion of some of the Allobroges whom Juba had taken alive in the war against Curio, and had given to him. That is, he granted to the rest every possible favour both in word and in deed. Not only these men therefore became more zealous in his behalf, but a number of the opposing side also, particularly all who had once served under Afranius, came over to him. Then there were those who came to him from Africa, among others his brother Sextus, and Varus, and Labienus with his fleet. Elated therefore by the multitude of his army and by its zeal, he proceeded fearlessly through the country, gaining some cities of their own accord, and others against their will, and seemed to surpass even his father in power. For though Caesar also had generals in Spain, namely Quintus Fabius Maximus and Quintus Pedius, yet they did not regard themselves as a match for Pompey, but remained quiet themselves and kept sending urgently for Caesar. For a time matters went on thus, but when a few of the men sent in advance from Rome had reached there, and Caesar's arrival was also expected, Pompey became frightened, and thinking that he was not strong enough to gain the mastery of all Spain, he did not wait for a reverse before changing his mind, but immediately before making trial of his adversaries, retired into Baetica. The sea, moreover, straightway became hostile to him, and Varus was defeated in a naval battle near Sirtia by Didius. Indeed, had he not escaped to the land and sunk a row of anchors upon which the foremost pursuers were wrecked as upon a reef, he would have lost his whole fleet. All that region of the mainland except the city of Iulia was in alliance with Pompey, and this town, which had refused to submit to him, he proceeded to besiege. Meanwhile, Caesar too, with a few men, suddenly came up unexpectedly, not only on Pompey's followers, but even to his own soldiers, for he had employed such speed in crossing over that he appeared to both his adherents and his opponents before they had even heard that he was in Spain at all. He hoped by this very circumstance and by his mere presence to alarm Pompey, and in particular to lure him from the siege, for most of his army had been left behind on the road. But Pompey, thinking that one man was not much superior to another, and feeling full confidence in his own strength, was not seriously alarmed at the other's arrival, but continued to besiege the city and kept making assaults upon it just as before. Hence Caesar left there a few troops from among those who had arrived first, and set out himself for Cordoba, partly to be sure in the hope of taking it by betrayal, but chiefly in the expectation of drawing Pompey away from Iulia through fear for this place. And so it turned out in the end. At first Pompey left a part of his army in position, and going to Cordoba strengthened it, and then, as Caesar did not resist his troops, put his brother Sextus in charge there. After this he failed to accomplish anything at Iulia. On the contrary, when a certain tower had fallen, and then not shaken down by his own men either, but broken down by the crowd that was making a defence from it, a few who rushed in fared badly, and Caesar, approaching, lent assistance secretly by night to the citizens, and marched against Cordoba himself, putting it under siege in turn. Then at last Pompey withdrew entirely from Iulia and hastened to the other town with his entire army, accomplishing the desired result. For Caesar, learning of it in time, retired, as he happened to be ill. Afterwards, when he had recovered and had taken charge of the additional troops who had followed on after him, he was compelled to carry on warfare even in the winter, for being housed in miserable little huts, they were suffering distress and running short of food. Caesar was at that time dictator, and at length, near the close of the year, he was appointed consul, after Lepidus, who was the master of the horse, had convoked the people for this purpose, for Lepidus had become master of the horse at that time also, having given himself while still in the consulship that additional title contrary to precedent. Caesar, accordingly, being compelled, as I have said, to carry on warfare even in the winter, did not attack Cordoba, which was strongly guarded, but turned his attention to Atagua, a city in which he had learned there was an abundance of grain. Although it was a strong place, he had hoped by the size of his army and the sudden terror of his appearance to alarm the inhabitants and capture it, and in a short time he had cut it off by a palisade and surrounded it by a ditch. For Pompey, encouraged by the nature of the place and thinking that Caesar, because of the winter, would not besiege it very long, paid no heed and did not try first to repel the assailants, since he was unwilling to distress his own soldiers by the cold. Later, to be sure, when the town had been walled off and Caesar was encamped before it, he grew afraid and came with assistance, failing in with pickets suddenly on a misty night. He killed a number of them, and since the inhabitants were without a general, he sent into them Mutinous Flaccus, for this man contrived in the following way to get inside. He went alone by night to some of the guards, as if appointed by Caesar to visit the sentries, and asked and learned the watchword, for he was not known, and insomuch as he was alone would never have been suspected of being anything but a friend, when he acted in this manner. Then he left these men and went around to the other side of the circumvallation, where he met some other gods and gave them the watchword. After this he pretended that he was there to betray the city, and so went inside through the midst of the soldiers with their consent and actually under their escort. He could not, however, save the place. In addition to other setbacks, there was one occasion when the citizens hurled fire upon the engines and ramparts of the Romans, although without doing them any damage worth mentioning, while they themselves fared ill by reason of a violent wind which just then began to blow towards them from the opposite direction. For their houses were set on fire, and many persons perished from the stones and missiles, not being able to see any distance ahead of them for the smoke. After this disaster, as their land was being ravaged, and portions of their wall were collapsing as the result of mines, they began to riot. Flaccus first made overtures to Caesar on the basis of pardon for himself and his followers, but afterwards, when he failed of this owing to his refusal to surrender his arms, the natives sent envoys and submitted to the terms imposed upon them. Upon the capture of this city, the other tribes also no longer held back, but many of their own accord sent envoys and espoused Caesar's cause, and many received him or his lieutenants on their approach. Pompey, in consequence, being at a loss as to what to do, at first moved about and wandered from place to place through the country. Later on he became afraid that as a result of this very course the rest of his adherents would also leave him in the lurch, and he chose to risk a decisive battle, although heaven had beforehand indicated his defeat very clearly. To be sure, the drops of sweat that fell from the sacred statues, and the rumbling noise of the legions, and the many creatures that were born outside of their own species, and the torches darting from the east to the west, all of which sights occurred in Spain at this one time, did not make it clear to which of the two leaders they were revealing the future, but the eagles of Pompey's legions shook their wings and let fall the thunderbolts which they held in their talons, in some cases of gold. Thus they seemed to be hurling the threatened disaster directly at Pompey, and to be flying off of their own accord to Caesar. But he made light of it, for destiny was leading him on. Thus he established himself in the city of Munda in order to give battle. Both leaders had, in addition to their citizens and mercenary troops, many of the natives and many Moors, for Bocchus had sent his sons to Pompey, and Bogud in person made the campaign with Caesar. Still, the contest turned out to be like one between the Romans themselves, not between them and other nations. Caesar's soldiers derived courage from their numbers and experience, and above all from their leaders' presence, and so were anxious to be done with the war and its attendant miseries. Pompey's men were inferior in these respects, but becoming stronger through their despair of safety should they fail to conquer, they were full of eagerness. For insomuch as the majority of them had been captured with Afranius and Varro, had been spared and afterwards delivered to Longinus, and had revolted from him, they had no hope of safety if they were beaten, and hence they were reduced to desperation, feeling that they must now win or else perish utterly. So the armies came together and began the battle, for they no longer felt any compunction at killing each other, since they had been so many times opposed in arms, and hence required no urging. Thereupon the allies on both sides were quietly routed and fled, but the legions themselves struggled in close combat to the utmost in their resistance of each other. Not a man of them would yield. They remained in their places, slaying and perishing, as if each individual were to be responsible to all the rest as well for the issue of victory or defeat. Consequently, they were not concerned to see how their allies were battling, but fought as eagerly as if they alone were struggling. Neither sound of paean nor groan was to be heard from any of them, but both sides merely shouted, "Strike, kill," while their deeds easily outran their words. Caesar and Pompey, who witnessed these struggles from horseback from certain elevated positions, had no ground for either hope or despair, but, with their minds torn by doubt, were equally distressed by confidence and by fear. The battle was so evenly balanced that they suffered tortures at the sight as they strained to spy out some advantage, and shrank from discovering some setback. In mind, too, they suffered tortures as they prayed for success and against misfortune, alternating between strength and fear. Therefore, they were unable to endure it long, but leapt from their horses and joined in the conflict. Thus, they preferred to share in it by personal exertion and danger rather than by tension of spirit, and each hoped by his participation in the fight to turn the scale somehow in favour of his own troops, or failing that, they wished to die with them. The leaders, then, took part in the battle themselves, yet no advantage came of this to either army. On the contrary, when the men saw their chiefs sharing their danger, a far greater disregard for their own death and eagerness for the destruction of their opponents seized both alike. Accordingly, neither side for the moment turned to flight, but matched in determination, they proved also to be matched in physical strength. All would have perished, or at nightfall they would have parted with honours, even had not Bogard, who was somewhere outside the conflict, set out for Pompey's camp, whereupon Labienus, observing this, left his station and proceeded against him. Pompey's men then, supposing him to be in flight, lost heart, and though later, of course, they learned the truth, they could no longer recover themselves. Some fled to the city, some to the rampart. The latter body vigorously fought off their assailants and fell only when attacked from all sides, while the former long held the walls safe, so that it was not captured until all had perished in sallies. So great was the total loss of Romans on both sides that the visitors who won this war, at a loss how to wall in the city to prevent any from running away in the night, actually heaped up the bodies of the dead around it. Caesar, having thus conquered, straightway took Cordoba also, for Sextus had retired out of his way, and the natives came over to his side, although their slaves, since they had been made free, resisted them. He slew the slaves under arms and sold the rest, and he adopted the same course also with those who held Hispalis, for they had at first pretended to accept a garrison from him willingly, but afterwards destroyed the soldiers who came there and entered upon war. So he made a campaign against them, and by appearing to conduct the siege in a rather careless fashion, he gave them some hope of being able to escape. After this he would allow them to come outside the wall, where he would ambush and destroy them in this way, and captured the town, which had been gradually stripped of its men. Later he acquired Munda and the other places, some against their will and others of their own accord. He levied tribute so rigorously that he did not even spare the offerings consecrated to Hercules in Gades, and he took also land from some cities and laid an added tribute upon others. This was his course towards those who had opposed him, but to those who had displayed any goodwill towards him he granted lands and exemptions from taxation, to some also citizenship, and to others the status of Roman colonists. He did not, however, grant these favours for nothing. While Caesar was thus occupied, Pompey, who had escaped in the rout, reached the sea, intending to use the fleet that lay at anchor at Sirtia, but found that the men had gone over to the victor's side. He then embarked on a vessel, expecting to escape in this manner, but being wounded in the course of the attempt, he lost heart and put back to land, and then, taking with him some men who had assembled, set out for the interior. He met Cassius Lento, and was defeated, and taking refuge in a wood, perished there. Didius, ignorant of his fate, while wandering about in the hope of meeting him somewhere, met some other troops and perished. Caesar, too, would doubtless have chosen to fall there, at the hands of those who were still resisting, and amid the glory of war, in preference to the fate he met not long afterwards of being murdered in his own land, and in the Senate, at the hands of his dearest friends. For this was the last war that he carried through successfully, and this the last victory that he won, in spite of the fact that there was no other project so great that he did not hope to accomplish it. In this hope he was confirmed especially by the circumstance that from a palm that stood on the site of the battle a shoot grew out immediately after the victory. Now I do not assert that this had no bearing in some direction, yet it was no longer for him, but for his sister's grandson Octavius, for the latter was making the campaign with him, and was destined to gain great lustre from his toils and dangers. As Caesar did not know this, and hoped that many successes would still fall to his own lot, he showed no moderation, but was filled with arrogance, as if immortal. For although he had conquered no foreign nation, but had destroyed a vast number of citizens, he not only celebrated the triumph himself, incidentally feasting the entire populace once more, as if in honour of some common blessing, but also allowed Quintus Fabius and Quintus Pedius to hold a celebration, although they had merely been his lieutenants and had achieved no individual success. Naturally, this occasioned ridicule, as did also the fact that they used wooden instead of ivory representations of certain achievements together with other similar triumphal apparatus. Nevertheless, most brilliant triple triumphs and triple processions of the Romans were held in honour of those very events, and furthermore a thanksgiving of 50 days was observed. The Perilla was honoured by permanent annual games in the circus, yet not at all because the city had been founded on that very day, but because the news of Caesar's victory had arrived the day before, toward evening. Such was his gift to Rome. For himself, he wore the triumphal garb by decree at all the games, and was adorned with the laurel crown always and everywhere alike. The excuse that he gave for it was that his forehead was bald, yet he gave occasion for talk by this very circumstance that at that time, though well past youth, he still bestowed attention upon his appearance, He used to show among all men his pride in rather loose clothing, and the footwear which he used later on was sometimes high and of a reddish colour, after the style of the kings who had once reigned in Alba, for he claimed that he was related to them through Julius. In general, he was absolutely devoted to Venus, and was anxious to persuade everybody that he had received from her a kind of bloom of youth. Accordingly, he used also to wear a carven image of her in full armour on his ring, and he made her name his watchword in almost all the great dangers. Sulla had looked askance at the looseness of his girdle, so much so that he had wished to kill him, and declared to those who begged him off, "Well, I will grant him to you, but be thoroughly on your guard against this ill-girt fellow." And Cicero could not comprehend it, but even in the moment of defeat said, "I should never have expected one so ill-girt to have conquered Pompey." This I have written by way of digression from my history, so that no one might be ignorant of any of the stories told about Caesar. In honour of his victory, the Senate passed all those decrees that I have mentioned, and further called him Liberator, entering it also in the records, and voted for a public temple of liberty. Moreover, they now applied to him first and for the first time, as a kind of proper name, the title of Imperator, no longer merely following the ancient custom by which others as well as Caesar had often been saluted as a result of their wars, nor even as those who received some independent command or other authority were called by this name, but giving him once and for all the same title that is now granted to those who hold successively the supreme power. And such excessive flattery did they employ as even to vote that his sons and grandsons should be given the same title, though he had no child and was already an old man. From him this title has come down to all subsequent emperors, as one peculiar to their office, just like the title Caesar. The ancient custom has not, however, been thereby overthrown, but both usages exist side by side. Consequently, the emperors are invested with it a second time when they gain some such victory as has been mentioned. For those who are imperators in the special sense use this title once, as they do the other titles, and place it before the others. But those of them who also accomplish it in war, some deed worthy of it, acquire also the title handed down by ancient custom, so that a man is termed Imperator a second or a third time, or as many more times as the occasions may arise. These privileges they granted then to Caesar, as well as a house, so that he might live in state property, and a special thanksgiving whenever any victory should occur and sacrifices should be offered for it, even if he had not been out on the campaign, or had any hand at all in the achievements. Nevertheless, these measures, even though they seemed to some immoderate and contrary to precedent, were not thus far undemocratic, but the Senate passed the following decrees besides, by which they declared him a monarch out and out, for they offered him the magistracies, even those belonging to the plebeians, and elected him consul for 10 years, as they previously made him dictator. They offered that he alone should have soldiers, and alone administer the public funds, so that no one else should be allowed to employ either of them, save whom he permitted, and they decreed at this time that an ivory statue of him, and later that a whole chariot should appear in the procession at the gate frames in the circus, together with the statues of the gods. Another likeness they set up in the temple of Quirinus, with the inscription "To the Invincible God," and another on the Capitol beside the former kings of Rome. Now it occurs to me to marvel at the coincidence. There were 8 such statues, 7 to the kings, and an 8th to the Brutus who overthrew the Tarquins, and they set up the statue of Caesar beside the last of these, and it was from this cause chiefly that the other Brutus, Marcus, was roused to plot against him. These were the measures that were passed in honour of his victory. I do not mention all, but as many as have seemed to me notable. Not in one day, to be sure, but just as it happened at different times. Caesar began to avail himself of some, and was intending to use others in the future, however emphatically he declined some of them. Thus he took the office of consul immediately, even before entering the city, but did not hold it throughout the whole year. Instead, when he got to Rome, he renounced it, turning it over to Quintus Fabius and Gaius Trebonius. When Fabius died on the last day of his consulship, he straightway named another man, Gaius Caninius Rebulis, in his place for the remaining hours. This was the first violation of precedent at this time. That one and the same man did not hold that office for a year or even for all the rest of the same year, but while living withdrew from it without compulsion from either ancestral custom or any accusation, and another took his place. Again, there was the fact that Caninius was appointed consul, served, and ceased to serve all at the same time. Hence Cicero jestingly remarked that the consul had displayed such great bravery and prudence in office as never to fall asleep in it for the briefest moment. So after that period, the same persons no longer, except a few in the beginning, acted as consuls through the whole year, but according to circumstances, some for a longer time, some for a shorter, some for months, others for mere days. Indeed, at the present time no one serves with anyone else, as a rule, for a whole year, or for a longer period than 2 months. In general, we consuls today do not differ from one another, but the naming of the years is the privilege of those who are consuls at the beginning. Accordingly, in the case of the other consuls, I shall name only those who were closely connected with the events mentioned, but in order to secure perfect clearness with regard to the succession of events, I shall mention also those who first held office in each year, even if they make no contribution to its events. While the consuls were appointed in this manner, the remaining magistrates were nominally elected by the plebeians, and by the whole people, in accordance with ancestral custom, since Caesar would not accept the appointment of them. Yet really they were appointed by him, and were sent out to the provinces without casting lots. As for their number, all were the same as before, except that 14 praetors and 40 quaestors were appointed, for, since he had made many promises to many people, he had no other way to reward them, and hence took this method. Furthermore, he enrolled a vast number in the Senate, making no distinction whether a man was a soldier or the son of a freedman, so that the sum of them grew to 900, and he enrolled many also among the patricians and also among the ex-consuls, and such as had held some other office. He released some who were on trial for bribery and were being proved guilty, so that he was charged with bribe-taking himself. The report was strengthened by the fact that he also put up at auction all the public lands, not only the profane but also the consecrated lots, and sold most of them. Nevertheless, he granted ample gifts to some persons in the form of money or the sale of lands, and in the case of a certain Lucius Bacillus, who was praetor, instead of assigning him a province, he bestowed a large amount of money upon him, so that Bacillus became notorious both on this account as well as because, when insulted during his praetorship by Caesar, he had held out against him. All this suited those citizens who were receiving or even expecting to receive something, since they had no regard for the public weal in comparison with the chance of the moment for their own advancement by such means. But all the rest took it greatly to heart and had much to say about it to each other, and also, as many as felt safe in doing so, in outspoken utterances and the publication of anonymous pamphlets. In addition to these measures carried out that year, 2 of the city prefects took charge of the finances, since no quaestor had been elected. For just as on former occasions, so now in the absence of Caesar the prefects managed all the affairs of the city, in conjunction with Lepidus as the master of the horse. And although they were censured for employing lictors and the magisterial garb and chair precisely like the master of the horse, they got off by citing a certain law which allowed all those with receiving any office from a dictator to make use of such trappings. The administration of the finances, after being diverted at this time for the reasons I have mentioned, was no longer invariably assigned to the quaestors, but was finally assigned to ex-praetors. 2 of the city prefects then managed the public treasuries, and one of them celebrated the Ludi Apollinaries at Caesar's cost. The plebeian aediles conducted the Ludi Magellensis in accordance with a decree. A certain prefect appointed during the feriae, himself chosen a successor on the following day, and the latter a third. This had never happened before, nor did it happen again. These were the events at this time. The next year, during which Caesar was at once dictator for the 5th time, with Lepidus as his master of the horse, and consul for the 5th time, choosing Antony as his colleague. 16 praetors were in power, a custom indeed that was continued for many years, and the rostra, which was formerly in the centre of the forum, was moved back to its present position. Also the statues of Sulla and of Pompey were restored to it. For this Caesar received praise, and also because he yielded to Antony both the glory of the work and the inscription on it. Being anxious to build a theatre, as Pompey had done, he laid the foundations, but did not finish it. It was Augustus who later completed it, and named it for his nephew, Marcus Marcellus. But Caesar was blamed for tearing down the dwellings and the temples on the site, and likewise because he burned up the statues, which were almost all of wood, and because on finding large hoards of money, he appropriated them all. Beside this, he introduced laws and extended the pomerium. In these and other matters, his course was thought to resemble that of Sulla. Caesar, however, removed the ban from the survivors of those who had warred against him, granting them immunity on fair and uniform terms. He promoted them to office. To the wives of the slain he restored their dowries, and to their children he granted a share of the property, thus putting Sulla's cruelty mightily to shame, and gaining for himself a great reputation not alone for bravery but also for goodness, although it is generally a difficult thing for the same man to excel both in war and in peace. This was a source of pride to him, as was also the fact that he had restored again Carthage and Corinth. To be sure, there were many other cities in and outside of Italy which he had either rebuilt or founded anew. Still other men had done as much, but in the case of Corinth and Carthage, those ancient, brilliant, and distinguished cities, which had been laid in ruins, he not only colonized them, in that he regarded them as colonies of the Romans, but also restored them in memory of their former inhabitants, in that he honoured them with their ancient names, for he bore no grudge on account of the hostility of those peoples towards places that had never harmed the Romans. So these cities, even as they had once been demolished together, now began to revive together, and bade fair to flourish once more. But while Caesar was thus engaged, a longing came over all the Romans alike to avenge Crassus and those who had perished with him, and they felt some hope of subjugating the Parthians then, if ever. They unanimously voted the command of the war to Caesar, and made ample provision for it. Among other details, they decided that he should have a generous number of assistants, and also in order that the city should neither be without officials in his absence, nor again, by attempting to choose some on its own responsibility, fall into strife. That the magistrates should be appointed in advance for 3 years, this being the length of time they thought necessary for the campaign. Nevertheless, they did not designate them all beforehand. Nominally, Caesar chose half of them, having a certain legal right to do this, but in reality he chose the whole number. For the first year, as previously, 40 quaestors were elected, and now for the first time 2 patrician aediles as well as 4 from the plebs. Of the latter, 2 have their titles from series, a custom which, then introduced, has remained to the present day, and praetors were appointed to the number of 16. It is not of this, however, that I would write, since there had formerly been just as many, but of the fact that among those chosen was Publius Ventidius. He was originally from Picenum, as has been remarked, and fought against Rome when her allies were at war with her. He was captured by Pompeius Strabo, and marched in chains in the general's triumph. Later he was released and subsequently was enrolled in the Senate, and now was appointed praetor by Caesar, and he went on advancing until he finally conquered the Parthians and held a triumph over them. All were thus appointed in advance who were to hold office the first year after that, but for the second year only the consuls and tribunes. So far were they from appointing anybody for the 3rd year. Caesar himself intended to be dictator both years, and designated as master of the horse another man, and Octavius, though the latter was at that time a mere lad. For the time being, while this was going on, Caesar appointed Dolabella consul in his own stead, leaving Antony to finish out his year in office. To Lepidus he assigned Gallia Narbonensis and hither Spain, and appointed 2 men masters of horse in his place, each to act separately. For owing favours as he did to many persons, he repaid them by such appointments as these, and by priesthoods, adding 1 man to the quindecemviri, and 3 others to the septemviri, as they were called. All this Caesar did as a preliminary step to his campaign against the Parthians, but a baleful frenzy, which fell upon certain men through jealousy of his advancement, and hatred of his preferment to themselves, caused his death unlawfully, and while it added a new name to the annals of infamy, it scattered the decrees to the winds, and brought upon the Romans seditions and civil wars once more, after a state of harmony. His slayers, to be sure, declared that they had shown themselves at once destroyers of Caesar and liberators of the people, but in reality they impiously plotted against him, and they threw the city into disorder, when at last it possessed a stable government. Democracy, indeed, has a fair-appearing name, and conveys the impression of bringing equal rights to all through equal laws, but its results are seen not to agree at all with its title. Monarchy, on the contrary, has an unpleasant sound, but is a most practical form of government to live under, for it is easier to find a single excellent man than many of them, and if even this seems to some a difficult feat, it is quite inevitable that the other alternatives should be acknowledged to be impossible, for it does not belong to the majority of men to acquire virtue, and again, even though a base man should obtain supreme power, yet he is preferable to the masses of like character, as the history of the Greeks and barbarians and of the Romans themselves proves. For successes have always been greater and more frequent in the case both of cities and of individuals under kings than under popular rule, and disasters do not happen so frequently under monarchies as under mob rule. Indeed, if ever there has been a prosperous democracy, it has in any case been at its best for only a brief period. So long, that is, as the people had neither the numbers nor the strength sufficient to cause insolence to spring up among them, as the result of good fortune, or jealousy, as the result of ambition. But for a city not only so large in itself, but also ruling the finest and the greatest part of the known world, holding sway over men of many and diverse natures, possessing many men of great wealth, occupied with every imaginable pursuit, enjoying every imaginable fortune, both individually and collectively, for such a city, I say, to practice moderation under a democracy is impossible, and still more is it impossible for the people, unless moderation prevails, to be harmonious. Therefore, if Marcus Brutus and Gaius Cassius had only reflected upon these things, they would never have killed the city's head and protector, nor have made themselves the cause of countless ills to both themselves and all the rest of mankind then living. It happened as follows, and his death was due to the cause now to be given. He had aroused dislike that was not altogether unjustified, except in so far as it was the senators themselves who had by their novel and excessive honours encouraged him, and puffed him up, only to find fault with him on this very account, and to spread slanderous reports how glad he was to accept them, and how he behaved more haughtily as a result of them. It is true that Caesar did now and then err by accepting some of the honours voted him and believing that he really deserved them. Yet those were most blameworthy who, after beginning to honour him as he deserved, led him on and brought blame upon him for the measures they had passed. He neither dared, of course, to thrust them all aside for fear of being thought contemptuous, nor again could he be safe in accepting them. For excessive honours and praises render even the most modest man conceited, especially if they seem to be bestowed with sincerity. The privileges that were granted him in addition to all those mentioned were as follows in number and nature, for I shall name them all together, even if they were not all proposed or passed at one time. First, then, they voted that he should always ride even in the city wearing the triumphal dress and should sit in his chair of state everywhere except at the games. For at those he received the privilege of watching the contests from the tribunes' benches in company with those who were tribunes at the time. And they gave him the right to offer spolia optima, as they are called at the temple of Jupiter Ferretius, as if he had slain some hostile general with his own hand, and to have lictors who always carried laurel, and after the Feriae Latinae to ride from the Alban Mount into the city on horseback. In addition to these remarkable privileges, they named him Father of the Country, stamped this title on the coinage, voted to celebrate his birthday by public sacrifice, ordered that he should have a statue in the cities and in all the temples of Rome, and they set up two also on the rostra, one representing him as the saviour of the citizens and the other as the deliverer of the city from siege, and wearing the crowns customary for such achievements. They also resolved to build a temple of Concordia Nova, on the ground that it was through his efforts that they enjoyed peace, and to celebrate an annual festival in her honour. When he had accepted these, they assigned to him the charge of filling the Pontine marshes, cutting a canal through the Peloponnesian Isthmus, and constructing a new Senate house, since that of Hostilius, although repaired, had been demolished. The reason assigned for its destruction was that a temple of Felicitas was to be built there, which Lepidus indeed brought to completion while master of the horse, but the real purpose was that the name of Sulla should not be preserved on it, and that another Senate house newly constructed might be named the Julian, even as they had called the month in which he was born July, and one of the tribes selected by lot, the Julian. And they voted that Caesar should be sole censor for life and should enjoy the immunities granted to the tribunes, so that if anyone insulted him by deed or word, that man should be an outlaw and accursed, and further that Caesar's son, should he beget or even adopt one, should be appointed the Pontifex Maximus. As he seemed to like all this, a gilded chair was granted him, and a garb that the kings had once used, and bodyguard of knights and senators. Furthermore, they decided that prayers should be offered for him publicly every year, that they should swear by Caesar's fortune, and should regard as valid all his future acts. Next they bestowed upon him a quadrennial festival, as to a hero, and a third priestly college, which they called the Julian, as overseers of the Lupercalia, and one special day of his own each time in connection with all gladiatorial combats both in Rome and the rest of Italy. When he showed himself pleased with these honours also, they accordingly voted that his golden chair and his crown set with precious gems and overlaid with gold should be carried into the theatres in the same manner as those of the gods, and that on the occasion of the games in the circus his chariot should be brought in. And finally they addressed him outright as Jupiter Julius, and ordered a temple to be consecrated to him and to his clemency, electing Antony as their priest, like some Flamen Dialis. At the same time with these measures they passed another, which most clearly indicated their disposition. It gave him the right to place his tomb within the pomerium, and the decrees regarding this matter they inscribed in golden letters on silver tablets, and deposited beneath the feet of Jupiter Capitolinus, thus pointing out to him very clearly that he was a mortal. When they had begun to honour him, it was with the idea, of course, that he would be reasonable, but as they went on and saw that he was delighted with what they voted, indeed, he accepted all but a very few of their decrees. Different men at different times kept proposing various extravagant honours, some in a spirit of exaggerated flattery, and others by way of ridicule. At any rate, some actually ventured to suggest permitting him to have intercourse with as many women as he pleased, because even at this time, though 50 years old, he still had numerous mistresses. Others, and they were the majority, followed this course because they wished to make him envied and hated as quickly as possible, that he might the sooner perish. And this is precisely what happened, though Caesar was encouraged by these very measures to believe that he should never be plotted against by the men who had voted him such honours, nor through fear of them by anyone else, and consequently he even dispensed henceforth with a bodyguard, for nominally he accepted the privilege of being watched over by the senators and knights, and so dismissed the guards he had previously used. Indeed, when once they had voted to him on a single day an unusually large number of these honours of especial importance, which had been granted unanimously by all except Cassius and a few others, who became famous for this action, yet suffered no harm, whereby Caesar's clemency was conspicuously revealed. They then approached him as he was sitting in the vestibule of the Temple of Venus, in order to announce to him in a body their decisions, for they transacted such business in his absence, in order to have the appearance of doing it, not under compulsion, but voluntarily, and either by some heaven-sent fatuity, or even through excess of joy, he received them sitting, which aroused so great indignation among them all, not only the senators but all the rest, that it afforded his slayers one of their chief excuses for their plot against him. Some who subsequently tried to defend him claimed, it is true, that owing to an attack of diarrhea he could not control the movement of his bowels, and so had remained where he was in order to avoid a flux. They were not able, however, to convince the majority, since not long afterwards he rose up and went home on foot. Hence most men suspected him of being inflated with pride, and hated him for his haughtiness, when it was they themselves who had made him disdainful by the exaggerated character of their honours. After this occurrence, striking as it was, he increased the suspicion by permitting himself somewhat later to be chosen dictator for life. When he had reached this point, the men who were plotting against him hesitated no longer, but in order to embitter even his best friends against him, they did their best to traduce him, finally saluting him as king, a name which they often used also among themselves. When he kept refusing the title and rebuking in a way those who thus accosted him, yet did nothing by which it would be thought that he was really displeased at it, they secretly adorned his statue, which stood on the rostra, with a diadem, and when the tribunes Gaius, Epidius, Marallus, and Lucius Caestius Flavius took it down, he became violently angry, although they uttered no words of abuse, and moreover actually praised him before the populace as not wanting anything of the sort. For the time being, though vexed, he held his peace. Subsequently, however, when he was riding in from the Alban Mount, and some men again called him king, he said that his name was not King but Caesar. But when the same tribunes brought suit against the first man who had termed him king, he no longer restrained his wrath but showed great irritation, as if these very officials were really stirring up sedition against him. And though for the moment he did them no harm, yet later, when they issued a proclamation declaring that they were unable to speak their minds freely and safely on behalf of the public good, he became exceedingly angry and brought them into the Senate House, where he accused them and put their conduct to the vote. He did not put them to death, though some declared them worthy even of that penalty, but he first removed them from the tribuneship, on the motion of Helvius Cinna, their colleague, and then erased their names from the Senate. Some were pleased at this, or pretended to be, thinking they would have no need to incur danger by speaking out freely, and since they were not themselves involved in the business, they could view events as from a watchtower. Caesar, however, received an ill name from this fact also, that where he should have hated those who applied to him the name of king, he let them go and found fault with the tribunes instead. Another thing that happened not long after these events proved still more clearly that, although he pretended to shun the title, in reality he desired to assume it. For when he had entered the forum at the festival of the Lupercalia, and was sitting on the rostra in his gilded chair, adorned with the royal apparel, and resplendent in his crown overlaid with gold, Antony and his fellow priests saluted him as king, and binding a diadem upon his head, said, "The people offer this to you through me." And Caesar answered, "Jupiter alone is king of the Romans," and sent the diadem to Jupiter on the Capitol. Yet he was not angry, but caused it to be inscribed in the records that he had refused to accept the kingship when offered to him by the people through the consul. It was accordingly suspected that this thing had been deliberately arranged, and that he was anxious for the name, but wished to be somehow compelled to take it. Consequently, the hatred against him was intense. After this, certain men at the elections proposed for consuls the tribunes previously mentioned, and they not only privately approached Marcus Brutus and other such persons as were proud-spirited and attempted to persuade them, but also tried to incite them to action publicly. Making the most of his having the same name as the great Brutus who overthrew the Tarquins, they scattered broadcast many pamphlets, declaring that he was not truly the man's descendant, for the older Brutus had put to death both his sons, the only ones he had, when they were mere lads, and left no offspring whatever. Nevertheless, the majority pretended to accept such a relationship, in order that Brutus, as a kinsman of that famous man, might be induced to perform deeds as great. They kept continually calling upon him, shouting out, "Brutus, Brutus," and adding further, "We need a Brutus." Finally, on the statue of the early Brutus, they wrote, "Would that thou wert living," and upon the tribunal of the living Brutus, for he was praetor at the time, and this is the name given to the seat on which the praetor sits in judgment. "Brutus, thou sleepest, and thou art not Brutus." Now these were the influences that persuaded Brutus to attack Caesar, whom he had opposed from the beginning in any case, although he had later accepted benefits from him. He was also influenced by the fact that he was both nephew and son-in-law of Cato, who was called Uticensis, as I have stated, and his wife Portia was the only woman, as they say, who was privy to the plot, for she came upon him while he was pondering over these very matters and asked him why he was so thoughtful. When he made no answer, she suspected that she was distrusted on account of her physical weakness, for fear she might reveal something, however unwillingly, under torture. Hence she ventured to do a noteworthy deed. She secretly inflicted a wound upon her own thigh to test herself and see if she could endure torture, and as soon as the first intense pain was past, she despised the wound, and coming to him said, "You, my husband, though you trusted my spirit that it would not betray you, nevertheless were distrustful of my body, and your feeling was but human. But I found that my body can keep silence also." With these words she disclosed her thigh, and making known the reason for what she had done, she said, "Therefore fear not, but tell me all you are concealing from me, for neither fire nor lashes nor goads will force me to divulge a word. I was not born to that extent a woman. Hence, if you still distrust me, it is better for me to die than to live. Otherwise, let no one think me longer the daughter of Cato or your wife." Hearing this, Brutus marvelled, and he no longer hid anything from her, but felt strengthened himself, and related to her the whole plot. After this he obtained as an associate Gaius Cassius, who had also been spared by Caesar, and moreover had been honoured with the praetorship, and he was the husband of Brutus's sister. Next they proceeded to get together all the others who were of the same mind as themselves, and these proved to be not a few in number. There is no need to give a full list of the names, for I might thus become wearisome, but I cannot omit to mention Trebonius and Decimus Brutus, who was also called Junius and Albinus, for these joined in the plot against Caesar, notwithstanding that they had received many benefits at his hands. Decimus, in fact, had been appointed consul for the next year, and had been assigned to Hither Gaul. They came very near being detected for two reasons. One was the number of those who were privy to the plot, although Caesar would not receive any information about anything of the sort, and punished very severely those who brought him any news of the kind. The second reason was their delay, for they stood in awe of him, for all they hated of him, and kept putting the matter off, fearing in spite of the fact that he no longer had any guard, that they might be killed by some of the men who were always with him, and thus they ran the risk of being discovered and put to death. Indeed, they would have suffered this fate had they not been forced even against their will to hasten the plot, for a report, whether true or false, got abroad, as reports will spread, that the priests known as the Quindecemviri were spreading the report that the Sibyl had said the Parthians would never be defeated in any way other than by a king, and were consequently going to propose that this title be granted to Caesar. The conspirators believed this to be true, and because a vote would be demanded of the magistrates, among whom were Brutus and Cassius, owing to the importance of the measure, and they neither dared to oppose it nor would submit to remain silent, they hastened forward their plot before any business connected with the measure should come up. It had been decided by them to make the attempt in the Senate, for they thought that there Caesar would least expect to be harmed in any way, and would thus fall an easier victim, while they would find a safe opportunity by having swords instead of documents brought into the chamber in boxes, and the rest, being unarmed, would not be able to offer any resistance. But in case anyone should be so rash, they hoped at least that the gladiators, many of whom they had previously stationed in Pompey's theatre under the pretext that they were to contend there, would come to their aid, for these were to lie in wait somewhere there in a certain room of the peristyle. So the conspirators, when the appointed day was come, gathered in the Senate house at dawn and called for Caesar. As for him, he was warned of the plot in advance by soothsayers, and was warned also by dreams. For the night before he was slain, his wife dreamed that their house had fallen in ruins and that her husband had been wounded by some men and had taken refuge in her bosom. And Caesar dreamed he was raised aloft upon the clouds and grasped the hand of Jupiter. Moreover, omens not a few and not without significance came to him. The arms of Mars, at that time deposited in his house, according to ancient custom, by virtue of his position as Pontifex Maximus, made a great noise at night, and the doors of the chamber where he slept opened of their own accord. Moreover, the sacrifices which he offered because of these occurrences were not at all favourable, and the birds he used in divination forbid him to leave his house. Indeed, to some the incident of his golden chair seemed ominous, at least after his murder, for the attendant, when Caesar delayed his coming, had carried it out of the Senate, thinking that there now would be no need of it. Caesar accordingly was so long in coming that the conspirators feared there might be a postponement. Indeed, a rumour got abroad that he would remain at home that day, and that their plot would thus fail through, and they themselves would be detected. Therefore they sent Decimus Brutus, as one supposed to be his devoted friend, to secure his attendance. This man made light of Caesar's scruples, and by stating that the Senate desired exceedingly to see him, persuaded him to proceed. At this an image of him, which he had set up in the vestibule, fell of its own accord and was shattered in pieces, but since it was fated that he should die at that time, he not only paid no attention to this, but would not even listen to someone who was offering him information of the plot. He received from him a little roll in which all the preparations made for the attack were accurately recorded, but did not read it, thinking it contained some indifferent matter of no pressing importance. In brief, he was so confident that to the soothsayer who had warned him to beware that day, he jestingly remarked, "Where are your prophecies now? Do you not see that the day which you feared is come, and that I am alive?" And the other, they say, answered merely, "Aye, it is come, but is not yet past." Now, when he finally reached the Senate, Trebonius kept Antony employed somewhere at a distance outside, for though they had planned to kill both him and Lepidus, they feared they might be maligned as a result of the number they destroyed, on the grounds that they had slain Caesar to gain supreme power, and not to set the city free, as they pretended, and therefore they did not wish Antony even to be present at the slaying. As for Lepidus, he had set out on a campaign, and was in the suburbs. When Trebonius then talked with Antony, the rest in a body surrounded Caesar, who was as easy of access and as affable as any one could be, and some conversed with him, while others made as if to present petitions to him, so that suspicion might be as far from his mind as possible. And when the right moment came, one of them approached him, as if to express his thanks for some favour or other, and pulled his toga from his shoulder, thus giving the signal that had been agreed upon by the conspirators. Thereupon they attacked him from many sides at once, and wounded him to death, so that by reason of their numbers Caesar was unable to say or do anything, but veiling his face was slain with many wounds. This is the truest account, though some have added that to Brutus, when he struck him a powerful blow, he said, "Thou too, my son?" A great outcry naturally arose from all the rest who were inside, and also from those who were standing nearby outside, both at the suddenness of the calamity and because they did not know who the assassins were, their numbers, or their purpose, and all were excited, believing themselves in danger. So they not only turned to flight themselves, every man as best he could, but they also alarmed those who met them by saying nothing intelligible, but merely shouting out the words, "Run! Bolt the doors! Bolt the doors!" Then all the rest, severally taking up the cry one from another, kept shouting these words, filled the city with lamentations, and burst into the workshops and houses to hide themselves, even though the assassins hurried just as they were to the forum, urging them both by their gestures and their shouts not to be afraid. Indeed, while they were telling them this, they kept calling for Cicero, but the crowd did not believe in any case that they were sincere, and was not easily calmed. At length, however, and with difficulty, they took courage and became quiet, as no one was killed or arrested. And when they met in the assembly, the assassins had much to say against Caesar and much in favour of democracy, and they bade the people take courage and not expect any harm. For they had killed him, they declared, not to secure power or any other advantage, but in order that they might be free and independent, and be governed rightly. By speaking such words they calmed the majority, especially since they injured no one, but fearing for all that somebody might plot against them in turn, they themselves went up to the Capitol in order, as they claimed, to pray to the gods, and there they spent the day and night, and at evening they were joined by some of the other prominent men, who had not indeed shared in the plot, but were minded, when they saw the perpetrators praised, to lay claim to the glory of it, as well as to the prizes which they expected. But for them the event proved most justly the very opposite of their expectations, for they did not secure any reputation for the deed, because they had not had a hand in it in any way, but they did share the danger which came to those who committed it just as much as if they themselves had been in on the plot. Seeing this, Dolabella likewise thought it incumbent on him not to keep quiet, but entered upon the office of consul, even though it did not yet belong to him, and after making a short speech to the people on the situation, ascended to the Capitol. While affairs were in this state, Lepidus, learning what had taken place, occupied the forum by night with his soldiers, and at dawn delivered a speech against the assassins. As to Antony, although he had fled immediately after Caesar's death, casting away his robes of office in order to escape notice and concealing himself throughout the night, yet when he ascertained that the assassins were on the Capitol and Lepidus in the forum, he assembled the Senate in the precinct of Tellius, and brought forward the business of the hour for deliberation. When some had said one thing and some another, according to what was in their thoughts, Cicero, whose advice they actually followed, spoke to this effect: "No one ought ever, I think, to say anything either out of favour or out of spite, but every one ought to declare what he believes to be the best. We demand that those serving as praetors or consuls should do everything from upright motives, and if they make any errors we demand an accounting from them even for their misfortunes. How absurd, then, if in discussion where we are complete masters of our own opinion, we shall sacrifice the general welfare to our private interests. For this reason, conscript fathers, I have always thought that we ought to advise you with sincerity and justice on all matters, but especially in the present circumstances when, if without being over-inquisitive we come to an agreement, we shall both be preserved ourselves and enable all the rest to survive. Whereas if we wish to inquire into everything minutely, I fear that ill, but at very opening of my remarks, I do not wish to say anything that might offend. Formerly, not very long ago, those who had the arms usually got control of the government and consequently issued orders to you as to the subjects on which you were to deliberate, instead of your determining what it was their business to do. But now particularly everything is at such an opportune point that matters are in your hands and depend upon you, and from yourselves you may obtain either harmony and with it liberty, or sedition and civil war once more and a master at the close of them. For whatever you decide on today, all the rest of the citizens will follow. This being the state of the case, as I am convinced, I declare that we ought to give up our mutual enmities, or jealousies, or whatever name we should apply to them, and return to that old-time state of peace and friendship and harmony. For you should remember this, if nothing else, that so long as we have conducted our government in this way, we acquired lands, riches, glory, and allies, and ever since we were led into injuring one another, so far from being better off, we have become decidedly worse off. Now, I am so firmly convinced that nothing else at present can save the city, that if we do not today at once, with all possible speed, adopt some policy, I believe that we shall never be able to regain our position at all. That you may see now that I am speaking the truth. Look at present conditions, and then consider our position in olden times. Do you not see what is taking place, that the people are again being divided and torn asunder, and that, with some choosing this side and some that, they have already fallen into two parties and two camps, and that the one side seized the capital, as if they feared the Gauls or somebody, while the others, with headquarters in the Forum, are preparing as if they were so many Carthaginians and not Romans to besiege them? Have you not heard now, though formerly citizens often quarrelled, even to the extent of occupying the Aventine once, and the Capitol, and some of them the Sacred Mount, yet as often as they were reconciled on fair terms, or by yielding a little one to the other, they at last stopped hating one another, and lived the rest of their lives in such peace and harmony that together they carried through successfully many great wars. And how, on the other hand, as often as they had recourse to murder and bloodshed, the one side deluded by the plea of defending themselves against aggression, and the other side by ambition to appear to be inferior to none, no good ever came of it. Why need I waste time by reciting to you, who know them equally well, the names of Valerius, Horatius, Saturninus, Glaucia, the Gracchi? With such examples before you, examples chosen not from foreign countries but from your own, do not hesitate to imitate the right course and to guard against the wrong, but in the conviction that you have already had in the events themselves a proof of the outcome of the plans you are now making. Do not any longer look upon what I say as mere words, but consider that the interest of the state is already involved, for thus you will not be led by any vague notion to put the hazard of your hopes, doubtful at best, but will foresee with justifiable confidence that the certainty of your calculations. It is in your power, then, if you will receive this evidence that I mentioned from your own land and your own ancestors, to decide rightly. And that is why I did not wish to cite examples from abroad, though I might have mentioned countless such. One example, however, will offer from the best and most ancient city, from which even our fathers did not disdain to introduce certain laws, for it would be disgraceful for us, who so far surpass the Athenians in might and intelligence, to deliberate less wisely than they. Now they were once at variance among themselves, as you all know, and as a result were overcome in war by the Lacedaemonians and were subjected to a tyranny of the most powerful citizens. And they did not obtain a respite from their ills until they made a compact and agreement to forget their past injuries, though they were many and severe, and never to bring any accusations whatever, or bear any malice against any one because of them. Accordingly, when they had thus come to their senses, they not only ceased being subject to tyrannies and seditions, but flourished in every way, regaining their city, laying claim to the sovereignty of the Greeks, and finally gaining the authority, as often happened, to save or destroy the Lacedaemonians themselves, and also the Thebans. And yet if the men who seized Pyle and returned from the Piraeus had chosen to take vengeance on the city party for their wrongdoings they had suffered, while they would, to be sure, have been thought to have performed a justifiable action, yet they would have suffered as well as caused many evils, for just as they exceeded their hopes by defeating their foes, they might perhaps in turn have been unexpectedly worsted. Indeed, in such matters there is no certainty with regard to victory, even as a result of one's power, but vast numbers who are confident fail, and vast numbers who seek to take vengeance upon others perish at the same time themselves. For the one who is overreached in any transaction is not bound to be fortunate just because he is wronged, nor is the one who has the greater power bound to be successful just because he surpasses, but both are equally subject to the perversity of human affairs and to the insatiability of fortune, and the turn of the scale often corresponds not to their own hopefulness but to the unexpected play of these other factors. As a result of this and of rivalry, for man is very prone when wronged or believing himself wronged to be bold beyond his power. Many are frequently encouraged to incur dangers even beyond their strength, with the idea that they will conquer or at least will not perish unavenged. So it is that, now conquering and now defeated, sometimes triumphing in turn and in turn succumbing, some perish utterly while others gain a Cadmean victory, as the saying goes, and at a time when the knowledge can avail them nothing, they perceive that they planned unwisely. That this is true, you also have learned by experience. Consider a moment. Marius for a time was strong amidst civil strife, and he was driven out, collected a force, and accomplished you know what. Likewise Sulla, not to speak of Cinna or Strabo, or the rest who came between. Powerful at first, later defeated, finally making himself master, was guilty of every possible cruelty. And why name the second Marius, or even the same Cinna or Carbo? After that, Lepidus, ostensibly with the purpose of punishing these men, got together a faction of his own and stirred up almost all of Italy. When we at last got rid of him too, remember what we suffered from Sertorius and from his fellow exiles. When did Pompey? What did this Caesar himself do? To make no mention here of Catiline or Clodius. Did they not afterwards fight against each other, and that in spite of their relationship, and then fill with countless evils to our own city, or even the rest of Italy, but practically the entire world? Well then, after Pompey's death and that great slaughter of the citizens, did any quiet appear? By no means. How could it? Africa knows, Spain knows, the multitudes who perished in each of these lands. What then? Did we have peace after this? Peace when Caesar himself lies slain in this fashion, when the capital is occupied, when the forum is filled with arms, and the whole city with fear? In this way, when men begin sedition, and seek ever to repay violence with violence, and inflict vengeance without regard to decency or humanity, but according to their desires and the power that arms give them, there necessarily occurs each time a kind of cycle of ills, and alternate requitals of outrages take place. For the fortunate side abounds in insolence and sets no limit to its greed, and the defeated side, if it does not perish immediately, rages in its misfortune and is eager to take vengeance on the oppressor until it sates its wrath. And the remaining multitude also, even though it has not taken sides, now through pity for the vanquished and envy of the victorious side, cooperates with the oppressed, fearing that it may itself suffer the same evils as the one party, and hoping also that it may cause the same ills as the other. Thus the citizens who have remained neutral are brought into the dispute, and one class after another, on the pretext of avenging the side which is for the moment at a disadvantage, takes up the sorry business of reprisals as if it were a legitimate everyday affair, and while individually they escape, they ruin the state in every way. Or do you not see how much time we have wasted in fighting one another, how many great evils we have meanwhile endured, and, what is worse than this, inflicted? And who could count the vast amount of money of which we have stripped our allies and robbed the gods, and moreover have even contributed ourselves from what we did not possess, only to expend it against one another? Or who could number the multitude of men who have been lost, not only of ordinary persons, for that is beyond computation, but of knights and senators, each one of whom was able in foreign wars to preserve the whole city by his life or by his death? How many Curti, how many Decii, Fabii, Gracchi, Marcelli, and Scipios have been killed, and not by Jupiter to repel Samnites or Latins or Spaniards or Carthaginians, but to kill citizens and to perish also themselves. As for those who have died under arms, no matter how much we may mourn their loss, yet there is less reason to lament their case, for they entered into their battles as volunteers, if it is proper to call by the name of volunteers men compelled by fear, and they met a death which, even if uncalled for, was at least a brave one, in an even struggle, and in hope that they might really survive and conquer, they fell without suffering. But how can one mourn as they deserve those who have perished miserably in their homes, in the streets, in the forum, and in the very Senate chamber, on the very Capitol, all by violence, not only men but women too, not only those in their prime but also old men and children, and yet while subjecting one another to so many and so terrible reprisals, as all our enemies put together never inflicted upon us, nor we upon them, so far from loathing such acts and manfully wishing to have done with them, we even rejoice and hold festivals and term those who are guilty of them benefactors. Verily, I do not regard this life that we have been leading as human. It is rather that of wild beasts, which are destroyed by one another. Yet why should we lament further what is already past? We cannot now prevent it having happened. Let us rather provide for the future. This indeed is the reason why I have been recalling former events, not for the purpose of giving a list of our public calamities. Would to heaven they had never occurred, but that by means of them I might persuade you to save at least what is left. For this is the only benefit one can derive from evils, to guard against having ever again to suffer their like, and this is within your power, especially at the present moment, while the danger is just beginning, while not many have yet united, and while those who have been stirred to action have gained no advantage over one another, nor suffered any setback, that they should be led by hope of their superiority, or anger at their inferiority, to incur danger heedlessly, and contrary to their own interest. Great as this task is, however, you will deal with it successfully without incurring any hardship or danger, without spending money or causing bloodshed, but simply by voting the one thing to bear no malice against one another. Even if mistakes have been made by certain persons, this is no time to inquire minutely into them, to convict or to punish, for you are not at the present moment sitting in judgment upon anyone, that you should need to search out with absolute accuracy what is just, but you are deliberating about the situation that has arisen, and as to how it may in the safest way be righted. But this is something we cannot accomplish unless we overlook some things, as we are wont to do in the case of children. When dealing with them now, we do not take careful account of everything, but of necessity overlook many things, since for moderate errors it is not right to punish one of them remorselessly, but rather to admonish them gently. And now, since we are in common the fathers of all the people, not in name only but in reality, let us not enter into a discussion of all the fine points, lest we all perish. For that matter, everybody could find much to blame in Caesar himself. so that he would seem to have been justly slain, or again might bring numerous charges against those who killed him, so that they would be thought to deserve punishment. But such a course is for men who are eager to stir up strife again, whereas it is necessary for those who deliberate wisely not to cause their own hurt by meting out strict justice, but to secure their own safety by employing clemency with justice. Regard this, then, that has happened as if it were some hailstorm or deluge that had taken place, and consign it to oblivion, and learn at last to know one another, since you are countrymen and fellow citizens, and relatives, and so live in harmony. In order now that none of you may suspect me of wishing to grant any indulgences to Caesar's slayer to prevent their paying the penalty, in view of the fact that I was once a member of Pompey's party, I will make one statement to you. For I think that all you are firmly convinced that I have never adopted an attitude of friendship or hostility towards anyone for purely personal reasons, but that it was always for your sake and for the public freedom and harmony that I hated the one side and loved the other. For this reason I will pass over everything else and make merely one brief statement to you. So far indeed am I from acting in the way I have mentioned, instead of looking out for the public safety, that I affirm the others too should not only be granted immunity for their high-handed acts, contrary to established law in Caesar's lifetime, but that they also should keep the honours, offices, and gifts which they received from him, though I am not pleased with some of these. I should not indeed advise you to do or to grant anything further of this kind, but since it has been done, I think you ought not to be troubled over much about any of these matters either. For what loss could you sustain, even if this man or this does not hold or does hold something that he has obtained apart from justice and contrary to his deserts, so far-reaching as the benefits you would obtain by not causing fear or disturbance to the men who were formerly powerful? This is what I have to say for the present, in face of the pressing need, but when matters have become settled, let us consider the questions that remain. Cicero, by the foregoing speech, persuaded the Senate to vote that no one should bear malice against anyone else. While this was being done, the assassins also promised the soldiers that they would not undo any of Caesar's acts. For as soon as they perceived that the troops were very ill at ease for fear that they would be deprived of what he had given them, they made haste before the Senate reached any decision whatever to get them on their side. Next they invited those who were present at the foot of the Capitol to come within hearing distance, and addressed suitable words to them, and they also sent down a letter to the Forum announcing that they would not confiscate anybody's goods or cause injury in any other ways, and that they confirmed the validity of all of the acts of Caesar. They also urged them to harmony, binding themselves by the strongest oaths that they would faithfully carry out these promises. When therefore the actions of the Senate also were made known, the soldiers no longer paid heed to Lepidus, nor did the conspirators have any fear of him, but all hastened to become reconciled, chiefly at the insistence of Antony, and quite contrary to Lepidus's purpose. For Lepidus, while making a pretense of avenging Caesar, was really eager for revolution, and insomuch as he had legions also at his command, he expected to succeed to Caesar's position as ruler, and to come to power. With these motives he was disposed to begin war. Antony, perceiving his rival's favourable situation and having himself no force at his back, did not dare to begin any revolutionary movement for the time being, and in order to prevent the other from becoming stronger, he furthermore persuaded him to bow to the will of the majority. So they came to an agreement on the terms that had been voted, but those on the capital would not come down until they had secured the son of Lepidus and the son of Antony as hostages. Then Brutus descended to Lepidus, to whom he was related, and Cassius to Antony, under promise of safety, and while they were dining together they naturally at such a juncture discussed a variety of topics, and Antony asked Cassius, "Have you perchance a dagger under your arm even now?" To which Cassius answered, "Yes, and a big one, if you too should desire to make yourself tyrant." This was the way things went at that time. No injury was inflicted or expected, but instead the majority were glad to be rid of Caesar's rule, some of them even conceiving the idea of casting his body out unburied, and the conspirators, well pleased at being called liberators and tyrannicides, did not busy themselves with any further undertaking, but later when Caesar's will was read and the people learned that he had adopted Octavian as his son and had left Antony along with Decimus and some of the other assassins to be the young man's guardians and heirs to the property in case it should not come to him, and furthermore that he not only had made various bequests to individuals, but had also given his gardens along the Tiber to the city, and 120 sesterces, according to the record of Octavian himself, or 300 according to some others, to each of the citizens. At this the people became excited, and Antony aroused them still more by bringing the body more inconsiderately into the forum, exposing it all covered with blood as it was, and with gaping wounds, and then delivering over it a speech, which was very ornate and brilliant to be sure, but out of place on that occasion. He spoke somewhat as follows: "If this man had died as a private citizen, Quirites, and I had happened to be in private life, I should not have required many words, nor have rehearsed all this achievements. But after making a few remarks about his family, his education, his character, and perhaps mentioning his service to the state, I should have been satisfied, desiring only not to become wearisome to those who were unrelated to him. But since this man, when he perished, held the highest position among you, and I have received and hold the second, it is requisite that I should deliver a twofold address, one as the man set down as his heir, and the other in my capacity as magistrate, and I must not omit anything that ought to be spoken, but must mention the things which the whole people would have celebrated with one tongue, if they could speak with one voice. Now I am well aware that it is difficult successfully to utter your thoughts, for it is no easy task in any case to measure up to so great a theme. Indeed, what speech could equal the greatness of his deeds? And you, whose wishes are not easily satisfied because you know the facts as well as I, will prove no lenient judges of my efforts. To be sure, if my words were being addressed to men ignorant of the subject, it would be very easy to win their approval by astounding them with the very magnitude of his achievements. But as the matter stands, because of your familiarity with them, it is inevitable that everything that shall be said will be thought less than the reality. Strangers, even if through jealousy they doubt the deeds, yet for that reason deem each statement they hear strong enough, but your minds, because of your goodwill, must inevitably prove impossible to satisfy, for you yourselves have profited most by Caesar's virtues, and you demand their praises, not half-heartedly, as if he were unrelated to you, but with deep affection, as for your own kinsman. I shall strive, therefore, to meet your wishes to the fullest extent, and I feel sure that you will not judge my goodwill by the feebleness of my words, but will supply from my zeal whatever is lacking in that respect. I shall speak first about his lineage, though not because it is the most brilliant, Yet this too has considerable bearing on the nature of virtue, that a man should become good not through force of circumstance, but by inherent power. Those, to be sure, who are not born of noble parents may disguise themselves as noble men, but may also some day be convicted of their base origin by their inborn character. Those, however, who possess the seed of a noble nature handed down from a long line of ancestors cannot possibly help possessing a virtue both spontaneous and enduring. Still, I am praising Caesar now, not so much because his recent lineage is through many noble men, his ancient origin from kings and gods, but because, in the first place, he is a kinsman of our whole city. For those who founded his line also founded our city. And secondly, because he not only confirmed the renown of his forefathers, who were believed to have attained divinity through their virtue, but actually enhanced it, so that if anyone was inclined formerly to argue that Aeneas could never have been born of Venus, let him now believe it. For although in times past some unworthy sons have been imputed to the gods, yet no one could deem this man unworthy to have had gods for his ancestors. Indeed, Aeneas himself ruled as king, and so did some of his descendants. But this man proved himself so much superior to them that, whereas they were monarchs of Latium and Alba, he refused to become king of Rome, and whereas they laid the foundations of our city, he raised it to such a height that he even established colonies greater than the cities over which they had ruled. So much then for his family. That he also received a nurture and a training corresponding to the dignity of his noble birth, how could one better realise than by the cogent proof his deeds afford? For it is not inevitable that a man who possessed to a conspicuous degree a body that was altogether adequate and a spirit that was more than adequate for all contingencies alike of peace and of war, must have been reared in the best possible way. And yet it is difficult for any man of surpassing beauty to show the greatest endurance, and difficult for one who is powerful in body to obtain to the greatest wisdom, but it is particularly difficult for one and the same man to shine both in words and in deeds. Yet this man, I speak among those who know the facts, so that I shall not falsely in the least degree lie about him, since I should be caught in the very act, nor heap up exaggerated praises, since then I should accomplish the opposite of what I wish. For if I do anything of the sort, I shall be suspected with full justice of boasting, and it will be thought that I am making his virtue appear less than the belief in it which is already in your own minds. In fact, every utterance delivered under such conditions, in case it contains even the smallest amount of falsehood, not only bestows no praise upon its subject, but actually involves censure of him. For the knowledge of our hearts not agreeing with the fictitious report takes refuge in the truth, where it quietly finds satisfaction, and not only learns what kind of man he ought to have been, but also by comparing the two detects what he lacked. Stating only the truth, therefore, I affirm that this Caesar was at the same time most capable in body and most versatile in spirit, for he enjoyed a wonderful natural force and had been carefully trained by the most liberal education, which always enabled him, not unnaturally, to comprehend everything that was needful with the greatest keenness, to interpret the need most convincingly, and then to arrange and handle the matter most prudently. No critical turn in a situation came upon him so suddenly as to catch him off his guard, nor did a secret menace, no matter how long the postponement, accept his notice. For he decided always with regard to every crisis before it was at hand, and was prepared beforehand for every contingency that could happen to one. He understood well how to discern shrewdly what was concealed, to dissimulate plausibly what was evident, to pretend to know what was hidden, to conceal what he knew, to adapt occasions to one another, and to draw the proper inferences from them, and furthermore to accomplish and carry out in detail every enterprise. A proof of this is that in his private affairs he showed himself an excellent manager and very liberal at the same time, being careful to keep enough of what he had inherited, yet lavish in spending with an unsparing hand what he had acquired, and for all his relatives, except the most impious, he possessed a strong affection. For he did not neglect any of them in misfortune, nor did he envy those in good fortune, but he helped those to increase the property they already had, and made up to the others what they lacked, giving some of them money, some lands, some offices, and some priesthoods. Again, his conduct towards his friends and other associates was remarkable. He never scorned or insulted any of them, but while courteous to all alike, he rewarded many times over those who assisted him in any project, and won the devotion of the rest by benefits, never despairing any one brilliant position, nor humiliating any one who was bettering himself, but just as if he himself were being exalted through all of them, and was acquiring strength and honour. He took delight in seeing great numbers become equal to himself, and yet, while he behaved thus towards his friends and acquaintances, he did not show himself cruel or inexorable even to his enemies, but let off scot-free many of those who had come into collision with him personally, and released many who had actually made war against him, even giving some of them honours and offices. So strong a natural bent had he towards virtue, and not only had he no vice himself, but he would not believe that it existed in anybody else. And since I have reached this topic, I will begin to speak about his public services. If he had lived in quiet retirement, perhaps his virtue would not have been clearly proved, but as it was, by being raised to the highest position and becoming the greatest not only of his contemporaries, but of all others who ever wielded any power, he displayed it most conspicuously. For in the case of nearly all the others, this authority has served only to reveal their weakness, but him it made more illustrious, since by reason of the greatness of his virtue he undertook correspondingly great deeds, and was found to be equal to them. He alone of men, after obtaining for himself so good fortune as a result of his nobility of character, neither disgraced it nor treated it wantonly. I shall pass over then the brilliant successes which he regularly achieved in his campaigns, and the high-mindedness he showed in his ordinary public services, although they were so great that for any other man they would warrant high praise, for in view of the distinction of his subsequent deeds I shall seem to be dealing in trivialities, if I also rehearse these scrupulously. I shall therefore only mention his achievements while he was your magistrate, yet I shall not even relate all these with scrupulous detail, for I could never get to the end of them, and I should cause you excessive weariness, particularly since you already know them. First of all, then, this man was praetor in Spain, and finding it secretly disloyal, did not allow the inhabitants under the name of peace to become unconquerable, nor was it his own choice to spend the period of his governorship in quiet instead of accomplishing what was for the advantage of the state. Hence, since they would not willingly change their course, he brought them to their senses against their will, and in doing this he surpassed the men who had previously won glory against them, in just so far as keeping a thing is more difficult than acquiring it, and reducing men to a condition where they can never again become rebellious is more profitable than making them subjects in the first place, while their power is still undiminished. That is the reason why you voted him a triumph for this and immediately gave him the office of consul. Indeed, from this very circumstance it became most evident that he had waged that war not for his own pleasure or glory, but as a preparation for the future. At all events, he waived the celebration of the triumph because of the business that was pressing, and after thanking you for the honour, he was content with that alone for his glory, and entered upon his consulship. Now, all his administrative acts in the city during his tenure of that office would verily be countless to name, but as soon as he had ended it, and had been sent to conduct this war against the Gauls, observe how many and how great were his achievements there. So far from becoming a burden to our allies, he even went to their assistance, because he was not at all suspicious of them, and saw moreover that they were being wronged. But our foes, both those who dwelt near the friendly tribes and those who inhabited Gaul, he subjugated, acquiring on the one hand vast stretches of territory, and on the other numberless cities, of which we knew not even the names before. All this, moreover, he accomplished so quietly, though he had received neither a competent force nor sufficient money from you, that before any of you knew that he was at war, he had conquered, and he settled affairs on so firm a basis as to make these places stepping stones to Germany and to Britain. So now Gaul is enslaved, which sent against us the Ambrones and the Cimbri, and it is all under cultivation like Italy itself, and ships sail not only the Rhone and the Arar, but the Moser, the Liger, the very Rhine, and the very ocean itself, places of which we had not even heard the names, to lead us to think that they existed, he likewise subdued for us. The formerly unknown he made accessible, the formerly unexplored he made navigable, by the greatness of his purpose and the greatness of his resolution. And had not certain persons in their envy of him, or rather of you, begun a revolt and forced him to return here before the proper time, he would certainly have subdued all of Britain, together with the other islands which surround it, and all Germany to the Arctic Ocean, so that we should have had as our boundaries for the future not land or people, but the air and the outer sea. For these reasons you also, beholding the greatness of his purpose, his deeds, and his good fortune, assigned him the right to hold office for a very long period, a privilege which, from the time that we became a republic, no other man has enjoyed. I mean holding the command during 8 whole years in succession. So fully did you believe that it was really for your sake that he was making all these conquests, and so far were you from ever suspecting that he would grow powerful to hurt you. Nay, you desired that he should tarry in those regions as long as possible. He was prevented, however, by those who regarded the government as belonging no longer to the public, but as their own private property, from subjugating the remaining countries, and you were kept from becoming masters of them all, for these men, making an evil use of the opportunity afforded by his being occupied, ventured upon many impious projects, so that you came to require his aid. Therefore, abandoning the victories within his grasp, he quietly came to your assistance, freed all of Italy from the dangers which threatened it, and furthermore won back Spain, which was being estranged. Then, when he saw that Pompey, who had abandoned his country and was settling up a kingdom of his own in Macedonia, was transferring thither all your possessions, equipping your subjects against you, and using your own money against you. He at first wished to persuade him somehow to stop and change his course, sending mediators to him both privately and publicly, and offering the most solemn pledges that he should again attain an equal and like position with himself. When, however, he found himself unable in any way to effect this, but instead Pompey burst all restraints, even the relationship which had existed between himself and Caesar, and chose to fight against you, then at last he was compelled to begin the civil war. But what need is there of relating how daringly he sailed against him in spite of the winter, or how boldly he assailed him, though Pompey held all the strong positions? Or how bravely he vanquished him, though much inferior in the number of his troops? Indeed, if one wished to recite the whole story in detail, he could show the renowned Pompey to have been a mere child, so completely was he outgeneralled at every point. But all this I will omit, since not even Caesar himself ever took any pride in it, always hating as he did the deeds enforced by necessity. But when heaven had most justly decided the issue of the battle, whom of those then captured for the first time did he put to death? Whom rather did he not honour? Not alone of the senators or knights or of the citizens in general, but even of the allies and subjects. For no one, even of them, either died a violent death or was censured. No civilian, no king, no tribe, no city. On the contrary, some arrayed themselves on his side, and others obtained at least pardon with honour, so that all then lamented the fate of those who had perished. Such exceeding humanity did he show, that he praised those who had cooperated with Pompey and allowed them to keep everything that Pompey had given them, but hated Pharnaces and Orodes, because though friends of the vanquished they had not assisted him. It was chiefly for this reason that he not long afterwards waged war on Pharnaces and was preparing to conduct a campaign against Orodes, and he certainly would have spared even Pompey himself if he had captured him alive. A proof of this is that he did not pursue him at once, but allowed him to flee to his leisure. Also, he was grieved when he heard of Pompey's death, and did not praise his murderers, but put them to death for it soon after, and moreover even destroyed Ptolemy himself, because though a child he had allowed his benefactor to perish. How after this he brought Egypt to terms, and how much money he conveyed to you from there, it would be superfluous to relate. And when he made his campaign against Pharnaces, who already held a considerable part of Pontus and Armenia, he was on one and the same day reported to the king as approaching him, was seen confronting him, engaged him in conflict and conquered him. This, better than anything else, showed that he had not become weaker in Alexandria, and had not delayed there out of voluptuousness. For how could he have won that victory so easily without having great mental vigour in reserve and great physical strength? When now Pharnaces had fled, he was preparing to conduct a campaign at once against the Parthians. But as certain men had begun a strife here, he returned reluctantly and settled this dispute too, so well that no one would believe that there had been any disturbance at all. For not a person was killed or exiled or even disgraced in any way as a result of that trouble. Not because many might not justly have been punished, but because he thought it right while destroying the enemy unsparingly to preserve the citizens, even if some of them are of little account. Therefore by his bravery he overcame foreigners in war, but by his humanity he kept unharmed even the seditious citizens, though many of them by their acts had often shown themselves unworthy of this favour. The same policy he followed again both in Africa and in Spain, releasing all those who had not previously been captured and been pitied by him, For while he considered it folly, not humanity, always to spare the lives of those who frequently plotted against him, on the other hand, he thought it the duty of one who was truly a man to pardon opponents on the occasion of their first errors, instead of harbouring implacable anger. Yes, and even to assign honours to them, but if they clung to their original course, to get rid of them. Yet why do I relate this? Many of these also he spared, by allowing all his associates and those who had helped him conquer to save the life of one captive each. That he did all this, moreover, from inherent goodness and not for appearances or to reap any advantage, as many others have displayed humaneness. There is this further very strong evidence, that everywhere and in all circumstances he showed himself the same. Anger did not brutalize him, nor good fortune corrupt him. Power did not alter, nor authority change him. Yet it is very difficult, when tested in so many enterprises of such magnitude, in enterprises moreover that follow one another in rapid succession, when one has been successful in some, is still engaged in conducting others, and only surmises that others are yet to come, to prove equally good on all occasions, and to refrain from wishing to do anything harsh or terrible, if not out of vengeance for the past, at least as a measure of safeguard for the future. This alone is enough to prove his goodness, for he was so truly a scion of the gods that he understood but one thing, to save those who could be saved. But there is also this further evidence, that he took care not to have those who warred against him punished even by anyone else, and that he won back those who had met with misfortune earlier, for he caused amnesty to be granted to all who had been followers of Lepidus and Sertorius, and next arranged the safety should be afforded to all the survivors of those whom Sulla had proscribed. Somewhat later he brought from these people home from exile, and bestowed honours and offices upon the sons of all who had been slain by Sulla. Greatest of all, he burned absolutely all the secret documents found in the tent of either Pompey or Scipio, neither reading nor yet keeping any of them, in order that it might not happen that anyone else should use them for mischievous ends. And that this was not only what he said he had done, but what he actually did. The facts show clearly. At any rate, no one as a result of those letters was even frightened, much less suffered any harm. Hence, no one even knows those who escaped this danger except the men themselves. This is a most astonishing fact, and one without a parallel, that they were spared before they were accused, and saved before they encountered danger, and that not even he who saved their lives learned who it was he pitied. For these, and for all his other acts of legislation and reconstruction, great in themselves, but likely to be deemed small in comparison with those others which I need not recount in detail, you loved him as a father and cherished him as a benefactor. You exalted him with such honours as you bestowed on no one else, and desired him to be continual head of the city, and of the whole domain. You did not quarrel at all about titles, but applied them all to him, feeling that they were inadequate to his merits, and desiring that whatever each of them in the light of customary usage lacked of being a complete expression of honour and authority, might be supplied by what the rest contributed. Therefore, for the gods he was appointed high priest, for us consul, for the soldiers imperator, and for the enemy dictator. But why do I enumerate these details when in one phrase you called him father of his country, not to mention the rest of his titles? Yet this father, this high priest, this inviolable being, this hero, this god is dead, alas, dead, not by the violence of some disease, nor wasted by old age, nor wounded abroad somewhere in some war, nor caught up inexplicably by some supernatural force, but right here within the walls as the result of a plot. The men who had safely led an army into Britain, into Germany was ambushed in this city. The man who had enlarged its pomerium, murdered in the Senate House. The man who had reared another such edifice at his own expense, unarmed. The brave warrior, defenceless. The promoter of peace, the judge, beside the court of justice. The magistrate, beside the seat of government, at the hands of the citizens. He whom none of the enemy had been able to kill even when he fell into the sea. At the hands of his comrades, he who had often taken pity on them. Of what avail, O Caesar, was your humanity? Of what avail your inviolability? Of what avail the laws? Nay, though you enacted many laws that men might not be killed by their personal foes, yet how mercilessly you yourself were slain by your friends. And now, the victim of assassination, you lie dead in the forum through which you often led the triumph crowned. Wounded to death, you have been cast down upon the rostra, from which you often addressed the people. Woe for the blood-bespattered locks of grey! Alas, for the rent robe, which you assumed, it seems, only that you might be slain in it. At this deliverance of Antony's, the throng was at first excited, then enraged, and finally so inflamed with passion that they sought his murderers and reproached the other senators, because while the other had slain, they had looked on at the death of a man on whose behalf they had voted to offer public prayers each year, by whose health and fortune they had sworn their oaths, whose person they had made as inviolable as the tribunes. Then seizing his body, some wished to convey it to the room in which he had been slaughtered, and others to the Capitol, and burn it there. But being prevented by the soldiers who feared that the theatre and temples would be burned to the ground at the same time, they placed it upon a pyre there in the forum without further ado. Even so, many of the surrounding buildings would have been destroyed had not the soldiers prevented, and had not the consuls thrust some of the bolder ones over the cliffs of the Capitoline. For all that, the rest did not cease their disturbance, but rushed to the houses of the assassins, and during the excitement killed among others Helvius Cinna, a tribune, without just cause, for this man had not only not plotted against Caesar, but was one of his most devoted friends. Their mistake was due to the fact that Cornelius Cinna, the praetor, had taken part in the attack. After this, when the consuls forbade anyone except the soldiers to carry arms, they refrained from bloodshed, but set up an altar on the site of the pyre. For the freedmen of Caesar had previously taken up his bones and deposited them in his family tomb, and undertook to sacrifice upon it and to offer victims to Caesar as to a god. But the consuls overthrew the altar and punished some who showed displeasure at the act, at the same time publishing a law that no one should ever again be dictator, and invoking curses and proclaiming death as the penalty upon any man who should propose or support such a measure, beside openly setting a price upon the heads of any such. This provision they made for the future, assuming that the shamefulness of men's deeds consists in the titles that they bear, whereas these deeds really arise from their passions of armed force, and from the character of the individual incumbent of the office, and disgrace the titles of authority under which they chance to occur. But for the time being, they sent out immediately to the colonies such as held allotments of land already assigned by Caesar, out of fear that they might begin an uprising, while of the assassins they sent out those who had obtained governorships to the provinces, and the rest to various places on one pretext or another, and these men were honoured by many as their benefactors. In this way Caesar met his end, and insomuch as he had been slain in Pompey's edifice and near his statue which at that time stood there, he seemed in a way to have afforded his rival his revenge, especially as tremendous thunder and a furious rain followed. In the midst of that excitement there also took place the following incident, not unworthy of mention. One Gaius Casca, a tribune, seeing that Cinna had perished as a result of his cognomen being the same as the prisoners, and fearing that he too might be killed, became Publius Servilius Casca, was one of the tribunes and also one of the assassins, issued a statement which showed that they had in common only the single name, and pointed out the difference in their sentiments. Neither of them suffered any harm, as Servilius was strongly guarded, but Gaius gained some notoriety, so that he is remembered for this act. These were the actions of the consuls and of the others at that time. I say consuls for Antony, fearing that Dolabella would head a revolt, took him as his colleague in the consulship, and although he was at first not disposed to do so on the grounds that the office did not yet belong to him, when, however, the excitement subsided and Antony himself was charged with the duty of investigating the acts of Caesar's administration and carrying out all his behests, he no longer acted with moderation, but as soon as he had got hold of the dead man's papers, made many erasures and many substitutions, inserting laws as well as other measures. Moreover, he deprived some of money and offices, which in turn he gave to others, pretending that in doing so he was carrying out Caesar's directions. Next he seized large sums of money then in Rome, and collected large sums also from private persons, communities, and kings, selling to some land, to others freedom, to others citizenship, to others exemption from taxes. And this was in spite of the fact that the Senate had voted at first that no tablet should be set up on account of any law alleged to have been framed by Caesar. All such matters were inscribed upon bronze tablets, and the latter, when he persisted, declaring that many urgent matters had been provided for by Caesar, it had ordered that all the foremost citizens should jointly determine them. Antony, however, paid no attention to them, and in a word despised Octavian, who, as a stripling and inexperienced in business, had declined the inheritance because it was troublesome and hard to manage, and thus he himself, claiming to be the heir not only of the property but also of the power of Caesar, managed everything. One of his acts was to restore some exiles, and since Lepidus had great power and was causing him considerable fear, he gave his daughter in marriage to this leader's son, and made arrangements to have Lepidus himself appointed high priest, so as to prevent his meddling with what he himself was doing. In fact, in order to carry out this plan with ease, he transferred the election of the high priest from the people back to the priests, and in company with the later he consecrated him, performing a few or none of the prescribed rites, and yet he might have secured the priesthood for himself. So much for Antony's conduct. Now, Gaius Octavius, the son of Caesar's niece Aetia, came from Velatrae in the Volscian country. After being bereft of his father Octavius, he was brought up in the house of his mother and her husband, Lucius Philippus, but on attaining maturity, lived with Caesar. For Caesar, being childless and basing great hopes upon him, loved and cherished him, intending to leave him as successor to his name, authority, and sovereignty. He was influenced largely by Aetia's emphatic declaration that the youth had been engendered by Apollo, for while sleeping once in his temple, she said, she thought she had intercourse with a serpent, and it was this that caused her at the end of the allotted time to bear a son. Before he came to the light of day, she saw in a dream her entrails lifted to the heavens, and spread out over all the earth. And the same night Octavius thought that the sun rose from her womb. Hardly had the child been born, when Nigidus Figulus, a senator, straightway prophesied for him absolute power. This man could distinguish most accurately of his contemporaries the order of the firmament, and the differences between the stars, what they accomplished when by themselves and when together, by their conjunctions and by their intervals, and for this reason had incurred the charge of practising some forbidden art. He then, on this occasion, met Octavius, who on account of the birth of the child was somewhat late in reaching the Senate house, for there happened to be a meeting of the Senate that day, and upon asking him why he was late and learning the cause, he cried out, "You have begotten a master over us." At this Octavius was alarmed and wished to destroy the infant, but Nigidus restrained him, saying that it was impossible for it to suffer any such fate. These things were reported at that time, and while the child was being brought up in the country, an eagle snatched from his hands a loaf of bread, and after soaring aloft, flew down and gave it back to him. When he was now a lad, and was staying in Rome, Cicero dreamt that the boy had been let down from the sky by golden chains to the Capitol, and had received a whip from Jupiter. He did not know who the boy was, but meeting him the next day on the Capitol itself, he recognized him and told the vision to the bystanders. Catullus, who had likewise never seen Octavius, thought in his sleep that all the noble boys had marched in a solemn procession to Jupiter on the Capitol, and in the course of the ceremony the god had cast what looked like an image of Rome into the boy's lap. Startled at this, he went up to the Capitol to offer prayers to the god, and finding there Octavius, who had gone up for some reason or other, he compared his appearance with the dream, and convinced himself of the truth of the vision. When later Octavius had grown up and reached maturity and was putting on a man's dress, his tunic was rent on both sides from his shoulders and fell to his feet. Now this event in itself not only foreboded no good as an omen, but it also distressed those who were present because it had happened on the occasion of his first putting on man's garb. It occurred, however, to Octavius to say, "I shall have the whole senatorial dignity beneath my feet," and the outcome proved in accordance with his words. Caesar accordingly founded great hopes upon him as a result of all this, enrolled him among the patricians, and trained him for the role, carefully educating him in all the arts that should be possessed by one who was destined to direct well and worthily so great a power. Thus he was practised in oratory, not only in the Latin language but in the Greek as well, was vigorously trained in military service, and thoroughly instructed in politics and the art of government. Now this Octavius chanced at the time that Caesar was murdered to be in Apollonia on the Ionic Gulf, pursuing his education, for he had been sent ahead thither in view of Caesar's intended campaign against the Parthians. When he learned what had happened, he was of course grieved, but did not dare to begin a revolution at once, for he had not yet heard that he had been made Caesar's son or even his heir, and moreover the first news he received was to the effect that the people were of one mind in the affair. When, however, he had crossed to Brundisium and had been informed about Caesar's will and the people's second thoughts, he made no delay, particularly as he had large sums of money and numerous soldiers who had been sent ahead under his charge, but immediately assumed the name of Caesar, succeeded to his estate, and began to busy himself with public affairs. At the time he seemed to some to have acted recklessly and daringly in this, but later, thanks to his good fortune and the success he achieved, he acquired a reputation for bravery for this act, for it has often happened that men who were wrong in undertaking some project have gained a reputation for good judgment, because they had the luck to gain their ends, while others who made the best possible choice have been charged with folly because they were not fortunate enough to attain their objects. He too acted in a precarious and hazardous fashion, for he was only just past boyhood, being 18 years of age, and saw that his succession to the inheritance and the family was sure to provoke jealousy and censure, yet he set out in pursuit of objects such as had led to Caesar's murder. which had not been avenged, and he feared neither the assassins nor Lepidus and Antony. Nevertheless, he was not thought to have planned badly, because he proved to be successful. Heaven, however, indicated in no obscure manner all the conclusions that would result to the Romans from it. For as he was entering Rome, a great halo with the colours of the rainbow surrounded the whole sun. In this way, he who was formerly called Octavian, but already by this time Caesar, and subsequently Augustus, took a hand in public affairs, and he managed and dealt with them more vigorously than any man in his prime, more prudently than any greybeard. In the first place, he entered the city as if for the sole purpose of succeeding to the inheritance, coming as a private citizen with only a few attendants, without any display. Again, he did not utter threats against anyone, nor show that he was displeased at what had occurred and would take vengeance for it. Indeed, so far from demanding of Antony any of the money that had previously been plundered, he actually paid court to him, although he was insulted and wronged by him. For Antony did him many injuries both in word and deed, particularly when the lex curiata was proposed, by which the transfer of Octavius into Caesar's family was to take place. Antony himself pretended to be doing his best to have it passed, but through some tribunes he kept securing its postponement, in order that the young man, not being as yet Caesar's son according to law, might not meddle with the property and might be weaker in all other ways. Caesar was vexed at this, but as he was unable to speak his mind freely, he bore it until he had won over the multitude, by whom he understood his father had been raised to honour. For he knew that they were angry at Caesar's death and hoped that they would be devoted to him as his son, and he perceived that they hated Antony on account of his conduct as master of the horse, and also for his failure to punish the assassins. Hence he undertook to become tribune as a starting point for popular leadership, and to secure that power that would result from it. And he accordingly became a candidate for the place of Cinna, which was vacant. Though hindered by Antony's followers, he did not desist, and after using persuasion upon Tiberius Canutius, a tribune, he was by him brought before the populace, and taking as his pretext the gift bequeathed the people by Caesar, he addressed them in appropriate words, promising that he would discharge the debt at once, and giving them cause to hope for much besides. After this came the festival appointed in honour of the completion of the Temple of Venus, which some, while Caesar was still alive, had promised to celebrate, but were now holding in slight regard, even as they did the games in the circus in honour of the Perilla. So, to win the favour of the populace, he provided for it at his private expense, on the ground that it concerned him because of his family. At this time, out of fear of Antony, he did not bring into the theatre either Caesar's gilded chair or his crown set with precious stones, as had been permitted by decree. When, however, a certain star during all those days appeared in the north towards evening, which some called a comet, claiming that it foretold the usual occurrence, while the majority, instead of believing it, ascribed it to Caesar, interpreting it to mean that he had become immortal and had been received into the number of the stars, Octavius then took courage and set up in the Temple of Venus a bronze statue of him with a star above his head. And while this act also was allowed, no one trying to prevent it through fear of the populace, then at last some of the other decrees already passed in honour of Caesar were put into effect. Thus they called one of the months July after him, and in the course of certain festivals of thanksgiving for victory, they sacrificed during one special day in memory of his name. For these reasons, the soldiers also, particularly since some of them received largesses of money, readily took the side of Caesar. A rumour accordingly got abroad, and it seemed likely that something unusual would take place. This belief was due particularly to the circumstances that once, when Octavius wished to speak with Antony in court about something, from an elevated and conspicuous place, he had been wont to do in his father's lifetime, Antony would not permit it, and caused his lictors to drag him down and drive him out. All were exceedingly vexed, especially as Caesar, with a view to casting odium upon his rival and attracting the multitude, would no longer even frequent the forum. So Antony became alarmed, and in conversation with the bystanders one day remarked that he harboured no anger against Caesar, but on the contrary owed him goodwill, and was ready to end all suspicion. The statement was reported to the other, they held a conference, and some thought they had become reconciled, for they understood each other's feelings accurately, and thinking it inopportune at that time to put them to the test, they tried to come to terms by making a few mutual concessions, and for some days they kept quiet. Then they began to suspect each other afresh, as a result either of some actual treachery or some false calumny, as regularly happens under such conditions, and fell out again. For when men become reconciled after some great enmity, they are suspicious of many acts that have no significance, and many chance occurrences. In brief, they regard everything in the light of their former hostility, as done on purpose and for an evil end, and in the meantime those who are neutral aggravate the trouble between them by bearing reports back and forth under the pretence of goodwill, and thus exasperating them still further. For there is a very large element which is anxious to see all those who have power at variance with one another, an element which consequently takes delight in their enmity, and joins in plots against them, and the one who has previously suffered from calumny is very easy to deceive with words adapted to the purpose by friends whose attachment is free from suspicion. Thus it was that these men, who even before this had not trusted each other, became now more estranged than ever. So Antony, seeing that Caesar was gaining ground, attempted to attract the populace by various baits, to see if he could detach them from his rival and win them to himself. Hence he introduced a measure for the opening up to settlement of a great amount of land, including the region of the Pontine marshes, since these had already been filled in and were capable of cultivation. He did this through his brother Lucius Antonius, who was tribune, for the three Antoni, who were brothers, all held offices at the same time, Marcus being consul, Lucius tribune, and Gaius praetor. This in particular enabled them to remove those who were then governing the allies and subjects, except the majority of the assassins and some others whom they regarded as loyal, and to choose others in their place, and also to grant to some the privilege of holding office for an unusually long term, contrary to the laws established by Caesar. And thus Macedonia, which had fallen to Marcus by lot, was appropriated by his brother Gaius, while Marcus himself, with the legions previously sent to Apollonia, took in its place Cisalpine Gaul, to which Decimus Brutus had been assigned, because it was very powerful in soldiers and money. After these arrangements had been voted, they pardoned Sextus Pompey, who already had considerable influence, in spite of the fact that it had originally been granted by Caesar to him as to all the rest. It was further resolved that whatever money and silver or gold the public treasury had received from his ancestral estate should be restored, but as for the lands belonging to it, Antony held the most of them and made no restoration. This was the business in which these men were now engaged. I shall now relate how Sextus had fared. When he had fled from Cordoba on the former occasion, he first came to Placentia and concealed himself there. He was pursued, to be sure, but eluded discovery because the natives were kindly disposed to him out of regard for his father's memory. Later, when Caesar had set out for Italy and only a small army was left behind in Baetica, Sextus was joined both by the natives and by those who had escaped from the battle, and with them he came again into Baetica because he thought it a more suitable region in which to carry on the war. There he gained possession of soldiers and cities, particularly after Caesar's death, some voluntarily and some forcibly, for the commander in charge of them, Gaius Asinius Pollio, had no strong force. He next set out against Spanish Carthage, but since in his absence Pollio made an attack and did some damage, he returned with a large force, met his opponent and routed him, after which the following accident enabled him to terrify and conquer the rest also, who were contending fiercely. Pollio had cast off his general's cloak in order to suffer less chance of detection in his flight, and another man of the same name, a distinguished knight, had fallen. The soldiers, hearing the name of the latter who was lying there, and seeing the garment which had been captured, were deceived, thinking that their general had perished, and so surrendered. In this way Sextus conquered and gained possession of nearly the whole region. When he had thus become powerful, Lepidus arrived to govern the adjoining portion of Spain, and persuaded him to enter into an agreement on the condition of recovering his father's estate. And Antony, influenced by his friendship for Lepidus and by his hostility towards Caesar, caused such a decree to be passed. So Sextus, in this way, and on these conditions, departed from Spain. As for Caesar and Antony, in all their acts they were opposing each other, but had not yet fallen out openly, and while in reality they had become enemies, they tried to disguise the fact, so far as appearances went. As a result, all their interests in the city were in great confusion and turmoil. The citizens were still at peace, and yet already at war. The appearance of liberty was kept up, but the deeds done were those of a monarchy. To a casual observer, Antony, since he held the consulship, seemed to be getting the best of it. But the zeal of the masses was for Caesar. This was partly on his father's account, partly on account of their hope for what he kept promising them, but above all because they were displeased at the great power of Antony, and were inclined to assist Caesar while he was as yet devoid of strength. Neither man, to be sure, had their affection, but they were always eager for a change of government, and it was their nature to overthrow every party that had the upper hand, and to help the one that was being oppressed. Consequently, they made use of the two to suit their own desires. Thus, after humbling Antony at this time, through Caesar, they next undertook to destroy the latter also, for in their irritation against the men successively in power, they regularly took up with the weaker side and attempted, with its help, to overthrow the others. Afterwards they would become estranged from this side also, thus exposing both of them to envy in turn. They alternatively loved and hated, elevated and humbled, the same persons. While they were thus disposed towards Caesar and Antony, the war began in the following way. When Antony had set out for Brundisium to meet the soldiers who had crossed over from Macedonia, Caesar sent some men to that city with money, who were to arrive there before Antony and win over the men, while he himself went to Campania and collected a large number of men, chiefly from Capua, because the people there had received their land and city from his father, whom he said he was avenging. He made them many promises, and gave them on the spot 2,000 sesterces apiece. From these men was constituted the corps of Avocati, which one might translate the recalled, because after having ended their military service they were recalled to it again. Caesar took charge of them, hastened to Rome before Antony returned, and came before the people, who had been made ready for him by Canutius. There he reminded them in detail of the many excellent deeds his father had performed, delivered a lengthy though moderate defence of himself, and brought charges against Antony. He also praised the soldiers who had accompanied him, saying that they had come voluntarily to lend aid to the city, that they had elected him to preside over the state, and that through him they made known these facts to all. For this speech he received the approbation of his following, and of the throng that stood by, after which he departed for Etruria, with a view of obtaining an accession to his forces from that region. While he was doing this, Antony had at first been kindly received in Brundisium by the soldiers, because they expected to secure more from him than was offered them by Caesar, for they believed that he possessed much more than his rival. When, however, he promised to give them merely 400 sesterces apiece, they raised an outcry, but he reduced them to submission by ordering centurions as well as others to be slain before the eyes of himself and his wife. So for the time being the soldiers were quiet, but when they arrived near the capital on the way to Gaul, they mutinied, and many of them, despising the lieutenants who had been set over them, changed to Caesar's side. In fact, the Martian Legion, as it was called, and the 4th went over to him in a body. Caesar took charge of them and won their attachment by giving money to them likewise, an act which added many more to his cause. He also captured all the elephants of Antony by falling in with them suddenly as they were being driven along. Antony stopped in Rome only long enough to arrange a few affairs, and to administer the oath to all the rest of the soldiers who were in their company. Then he set out for Gaul, fearing that it too might begin an uprising. Caesar on his side did not delay, but followed after him. The governor of Gaul at this time was Decimus Brutus, and Antony placed great hope in him because he had helped to slay Caesar. But matters turned out as follows. Decimus had no suspicion of Caesar, for the latter had uttered no threats against the assassins, and on the other hand he saw that Antony was as much a foe of himself as of Caesar or of any of the rest who had any power, as a result of his natural cupidity. Therefore he refused to give way to him. Caesar, when he heard of this, was for some time at a loss what course to adopt, for he hated both Decimus and Antony, but saw no way in which he could contend against them both at once, for he was by no means yet a match for either one of the two, and he was furthermore afraid that if he risked such a move he might throw them into each other's arms and have to face their united opposition. After stopping to reflect, therefore, that the struggle with Antony had already begun and was urgent, but that it was not yet a fitting season for avenging his father, he made a friend of Decimus, for he well understood that he should find no great difficulty in fighting against Decimus later, if with his aid he could first overcome his adversaries, but that Antony he should again have a powerful antagonist in. So serious were the differences between them. Accordingly, he sent to Decimus proposing friendship and also promising alliance if he would refuse to receive Antony. This proposal caused the people in the city likewise to espouse Caesar's cause. Just at the time the year was drawing to a close and no consul was on the ground, Dolabella having been previously sent by Antony into Syria. Nevertheless, eulogies both of Caesar and of Brutus themselves and of the soldiers who had abandoned Antony were delivered in the Senate with the concurrence of the tribunes. And in order that they might deliberate about the situation in security when the new year should begin, they voted to employ a guard of soldiers at their meetings. This pleased nearly all who were in Rome at that time, since they cordially detested Antony, and it was particularly gratifying to Cicero, for he, on account of his very bitter hostility towards Antony, was praying to pay court to Caesar, and so far as he could, both by speech and by action, he strove to assist him in every way and to injure Antony. It was for this reason that, although he had left the city to accompany his son to Athens in the interest of the young man's education, he returned on ascertaining that the two men had become enemies. Beside these events which took place that year, Servilius Isaricus died at a very advanced age. I have mentioned him both for this reason and to show how the Romans of that period respected men who were prominent through merit and hated those who behaved insolently, even in the smallest matters. This Servilius, it seems, had once while walking met on the road a man on horseback, who, so far from dismounting at his approach, galloped right on. Later he recognised the fellow in a defendant in a court, and when he mentioned the incident to the jurors, they gave the man no further hearing, but unanimously condemned him. In the consulship of Aulus Hirtius and Gaius Vibius, for Vibius was now appointed consul in spite of the fact that his father's name had been posted on the tablets of Sulla, a meeting of the Senate was held and opinions expressed for 3 successive days, including the very first day of the year. For because of the war which was upon them and the portents very numerous and unfavourable which took place, they were so excited that they failed to observe even the Dies Nefasti, and to refrain on those days from deliberating about any of their interests. Vast numbers of thunderbolts had fallen, some of them descending on the shrine of Capitoline Jupiter which stood in the Temple of Victory. Also a mighty windstorm occurred which snapped off and scattered the tablets erected about the temple of Saturn and the shrine of Fides, and also overturned and shattered the statue of Minerva the Protectress, which Cicero had set up on the Capitol before his exile. This now portended death to Cicero himself. Another thing that frightened the rest of the population was a great earthquake which occurred, and the fact that a bull which was being sacrificed on account of it in the temple of Vesta leapt up after the ceremony. In addition to these omens, clear as they were, a flash darted across from the east to the west, and a new star was seen for several days. Then the light of the sun seemed to be diminished and even extinguished, and at times to appear in 3 circles, one of which was surmounted by a fiery crown of sheaves. This came true for them as clearly as ever any prophecy did, for the 3 men were in power, I mean Caesar, Lepidus, and Antony, and of these Caesar subsequently secured the victory. At the same time that these things occurred, all sorts of oracles foreshadowing the downfall of the Republic were recited. Crows, moreover, flew into the temple of Castor and Pollux and pecked out the names of the consuls, Antony and Dolabella, which were inscribed there somewhere on a tablet. And by night dogs would gather together in large numbers throughout the city, and especially near the house of the high priest, Lepidus, and howl. Again, the Po, which had flooded a large portion of the surrounding territory, suddenly receded and left behind on the dry land a vast number of snakes, and countless fish were cast up from the sea on the shore near the mouth of the Tiber. Succeeding these terrors, a triple plague spread over nearly all of Italy, because of which the Senate voted that the Curia Hostilia should be rebuilt, and that the spot where the naval battle had taken place should be filled up. However, the curse did not appear disposed to rest even then, especially since when Vibius was conducting the opening sacrifices on the first day of the year, one of his lictors suddenly fell down and died. Because of these events, they took counsel during these days, and among the various men who spoke on one side or the other, Cicero addressed them as follows. You have heard recently, conscript fathers, when I made a statement to you about the matter, why I made preparations for my departure, thinking that I should be absent from the city for a long time, and then hastily returned, with the idea that I should benefit you greatly. For I could not, on the one hand, endure to live under a monarchy or a tyranny, since under such a government I cannot live rightly as a free citizen, nor speak my mind safely, nor die in a way which would be of service to you. And yet, on the other hand, if opportunity should be afforded to perform any necessary service, I would not shrink from doing it, though it involved danger. For I deem it the business of an upright man equally to keep himself safe in his country's interest, and at the same time not to fail in any duty, either of speech or of action, even if it be necessary to suffer some harm when saving his country. This being the case, although a large measure of safety was afforded even by Caesar both to you and to me for the discussion of pressing questions, yet since you have further voted to assemble under guard, we must frame all our words and acts this day in such a fashion as to settle the present difficulties and to provide for the future, that we may not again be compelled to decide in a similar way about them. Now that our situation is difficult and dangerous and requires much care and thought, you yourselves have made evident, if and no other way, at least by this measure. For you would not have voted to keep the Senate House under guard if it had been possible for you to deliberate without fear in accordance with your accustomed further order and in quiet. We must also accomplish something of importance by very reason of the soldiers who are here, so that we may not incur the disgrace that would certainly follow from asking for them as if we feared somebody, and then neglecting affairs as if we were liable to no danger. We should then appear to have acquired them only nominally on behalf of the city against Antony, but in reality to have given them to him to be used against ourselves, and it would look as if, in addition to the other legions which he is gathering against his country, he needed to acquire these very men also, in order that you might not pass any vote against him even today. Yet some have reached such a point of shamefulness as to dare to say that he is not warring against the state, and have credited you with a simplicity so great as to think that they will persuade you to pay heed to their words rather than to his acts. But who would choose to shut his eyes to his acts and the campaign he has made against our allies without any orders from the Senate or the people? The countries he is overrunning, the cities he is besieging, the threats he is hurling against us all, and the hopes with which he is doing all this, and would choose instead to believe to his own ruin the words of these men and their false statements, by the way they put you off with pretexts and excuses. I, for my part, do not admit that in doing this he is acting legally or constitutionally, far from it. He abandoned the province of Macedonia, which had been assigned to him by lot, chose instead the province of Gaul, which did not belong to him at all, assumed control of the legions which Caesar had sent ahead against the Parthians, and keeps them about him, though no danger threatens Italy, and after leaving the city during the period of his consulship now goes about pillaging and ruining the country. For these reasons I declare that he has long been an enemy of us all, and if you did not perceive it immediately at the outset or feel indignation at each of his actions, he deserves to be hated all the more on that very account, in that he does not stop injuring you who are so long suffering. He might perchance have obtained pardon for the errors which he committed at first, but now by his persistence in them he has reached such a pitch of knavery that he ought to be brought to book for his former offences as well. And you ought to be excessively careful in regard to the situation which you see this, and ponder it. That the man who has so often despised you in matters so weighty cannot, as he would like, be corrected by the same gentleness and kindliness as you have shown before, but must now, even though never before, be chastised quite against his will by force of arms. And do not, because he partly persuaded and partly compelled you to vote him certain privileges, imagine that this makes him less guilty or deserving of less punishment. Quite the reverse. For this very procedure he particularly deserves to be punished, because after determining beforehand to commit many outrages, he not only accomplished some of them through you, but also employed against you yourselves the resources which came from you, which by deception he forced you to vote to him when you neither realized nor foresaw anything of the sort. For after you had abrogated of your own free will the positions of command assigned by Caesar or by the lot to each man, would you ever have allowed this fellow to distribute numerous appointments to his friends and companions, sending his brother Gaius to Macedonia, and assigning to himself Gaul together with the legions, which he had no occasion to use in your defence? Do you not recall how, when he found you in consternation over Caesar's death, he carried out all the schemes that he chose, communicating some to you carefully dissimulated and at inopportune moments, and executing others on his own responsibility, thus adding villainy to his deception, while all his acts were accomplished by violence? At least he employed soldiers and barbarians too against you. And need anyone be surprised that in those days an occasional vote was passed which should not have been passed, when even now we have not obtained freedom to say and do anything that is needful in any other way than by the aid of a bodyguard? If we had then been encompassed by this guard, he would not have obtained what some one may say he has obtained, nor would he have risen thereby to power and have done the deeds that followed. Accordingly, let no one retort that the rights which at his command and under compulsion and amid laments we have the appearance of giving him were legally and rightfully bestowed, for even in private business this is not observed as binding, which a man does under compulsion from another. And yet all these measures which you may seem to have voted you will find to be unimportant and differing but little from established custom. What was there so serious in the fact that one man was destined to govern Macedonia or Gaul instead of another? Or what was the harm if a man obtained soldiers during his consulship? But these are the things that are harmful and abominable, that our land should be ravaged, the allied cities besieged, our soldiers armed against us, and our wealth expended to our detriment. This you neither voted nor would ever have voted. Do not then, merely because you have granted him certain privileges, allow him to usurp what was not granted to him, and do not imagine that because you have conceded certain points He ought therefore to be permitted to do what he has not been conceded. Quite the reverse. You should for this very reason both hate and punish him, because he has dared not only in this case but in all other cases to use against you the honour and kindness you have bestowed. Consider a moment. Though my influence has allowed me to lead you to vote that there should be peace and harmony amongst you, this man, when he was ordered to manage the business, performed it in such a way, taking Caesar's funeral as a pretext, that almost the whole city was burned down and once more great numbers were slaughtered. You ratified all the grants made to various persons and all of the laws laid down by Caesar, not because they were all excellent, far from it, but because it was inadvisable to make any change in them, if we were to live together free from suspicion and without malice. This man, appointed to examine into Caesar's acts, has abolished many of them and has substituted many others in their documents. He has taken away lands and citizenships and exemptions from taxes and many other honours from their possessors, whether private persons, kings, or cities, and has given them to men who did not receive them by altering the memoranda of Caesar. From those who were unwilling to give up anything to his grasp, he took away even what had been given them, and sold this and everything else to such as wished to buy. Yet you, foreseeing this very possibility, had voted that no tablet should be set up after Caesar's death purporting to contain any privilege by him to any one. Nevertheless, when it happened many times after that, and he claimed that it was necessary for some provisions found in Caesar's papers to be specially signalled out and put into effect, you assigned to him in company with the foremost men the task of making such excerpts. But he, paying no attention to the others, carried out everything alone according to his wishes in regard to the laws, the exiles, and the other matters which I enumerated a few moments ago. This indeed is the way he chose to execute all your decrees. Has he then shown himself to be this sort of man only in these affairs, while managing the rest rightly? When or how? Though ordered to search out and produce the public moneys left behind by Caesar, has he not seized them, paying a part to his creditors and spending a part on high living, so that he no longer has any left even of this? Though you hated the name of dictator on account of Caesar's sovereignty and rejected it entirely from the state, has not Antony, even though he has avoided adopting it, as if the name in itself could do any harm, nevertheless exhibited a dictator's behaviour and his greed for gain under the title of the consulship? Though you assigned to him the duty of promoting harmony, has he not on his own responsibility begun this great war, neither necessary nor sanctioned, against Caesar and Decimus, whom you approved? Indeed, innumerable cases might be mentioned, if one wished to go into detail, in which you have entrusted business to him to transact as consul, not a bit of which he has performed as the circumstances demanded, but has done quite the opposite, using against you the authority that you granted. Will you then take upon yourselves also these base acts that he has committed, and say that you yourselves are responsible for all that has happened, because you assigned to him the management and investigation of the matters in question? How absurd! Why, if anyone who had been chosen general or envoy should fail in every way to do his duty, you who sent him would not incur blame for this. Indeed, it would be a sorry state of affairs if all who are elected to perform some task should themselves receive the advantages and the honours, but lay upon you the complaints and the blame. Accordingly, it is not fitting to pay any heed to him when he says, "But it was you who permitted me to govern Gaul, you who ordered me to administer the public finances, you who gave me the legions from Macedonia." It is true these measures were voted, if indeed you ought to put it that way, and not instead exact punishment from him in his actions, in compelling you to pass the decree. Yet surely you never at any time gave him the right to restore the exiles, to add laws surreptitiously, to sell the privilege of citizenship and of exemption from taxation, to steal the public funds, to plunder the possessions of the Allies, to injure the cities, or to undertake to play the tyrant over his native country. In fact, you never conceded to any others all that they desired, though you have voted many privileges to many persons. On the contrary, you have always punished such men so far as you could, as indeed you will also punish him, if you take my advice now. For it is not in these matters alone that he has shown himself to be such a man as you know, and have seen him to be, but absolutely in all the undertakings which he has ever performed since entering public life. His private life and his personal acts of licentiousness and avarice I shall willingly pass over, not because one would fail to discover that he had committed many dreadful deeds of this sort too, but because by Hercules I am ashamed to describe minutely and in detail, especially to you who know it all as well as I, how he spent his youth amongst who were boys at the time, how he sold to the highest bidder the vigour of his prime, his secret lapses from chastity, his open fornications, what he let be done to him as long as it was possible, what he did as early as he could, his revels, his drunken debauches, and all the rest that follow in their train. It is impossible for a person brought up in so great licentiousness and shamelessness to avoid defiling his entire life, and so from his private life he brought his lewdness and greed into the public relations. I shall let this pass then, and likewise by Jupiter his visit to Gabinius in Egypt and his flight to Caesar in Gaul, that I may not be charged with going minutely into every detail, for I feel ashamed for you that knowing him to be such a man, you appointed him tribune and master of the horse and subsequently consul. But I shall at present mention only his acts of drunkenness and of villainy in these very offices. Well then, when he was tribune, he first of all prevented you from accomplishing satisfactorily the business you then had in hand, by shouting and bawling and alone of all the people opposing the public peace of the state, until you became vexed and because of his conduct passed the vote that you did. Then, though as tribune he was not permitted by law to be absent himself for a single night, he ran away from the city, abandoning the duties of his office, and going as a deserter to Caesar's camp, brought Caesar back against his country, drove you out of Rome and from all the rest of Italy, and in short became the prime cause of all the civil disorders that have since taken place among you. Had he not at that time acted contrary to your wishes, Caesar would never have found an excuse for the wars, and could not, in spite of all his shamelessness, have gathered a sufficient force in defiance of your resolutions, but he would either have voluntarily laid down his arms, or have been brought down to his senses unwillingly. As it is, this fellow is the man who furnished Caesar with his excuse, who destroyed the prestige of the Senate, who increased the audacity of the soldiers. He it is who planted the seed of the evils which sprang up afterwards. He it is who has proved the common bane, not only of us, but also of practically the whole world, as indeed heaven clearly indicated. For when he proposed those astonishing laws, the whole city was filled with thunder and lightning, yet this accursed fellow paid no attention to all of this, though he claims to be an augur, but filled not only the city but also the whole world with evils and with wars, as I have said. Now, after this, is there any need of mentioning that he served as master of the horse for a whole year, something which had never before occurred, or that during this period he was drunk and maudlin, and in the assemblies would frequently vomit the remains of yesterday's debauch on the very rostra in the midst of his harangues, or that he went about Italy at the head of pimps and prostitutes and buffoons, women as well as men, in the company of his lictors, bearing their festoons of laurel, or that he alone of all men dared to buy the estate of Pompey, having no regard for his own dignity or that great man's memory, but grasping with delight those possessions over which we all even at that time lamented. Indeed, he fairly threw himself upon this and many other estates with the expectation of making no recompense for them. Yet the price was nevertheless exacted from him with every indignity and show of violence. So thoroughly did even Caesar condemn his course, and all that has been acquired by him, vast in extent and levied from every source, he has swallowed up in dicing, in harlotry, in feasting, and in drinking, like a second Charybdis. All this now I will omit, but regarding the insults which he offered to the state and the bloodshed which he caused throughout the whole city alike, how could any man remain silent? Do you not recall how oppressive the very sight of him was to you, but most of all his deeds? Why, merciful heavens, he first dared within the city walls, in the forum, in the Senate House, on the Capitol, at one and the same time, to array himself in the purple-bordered robe, and to gird on a sword, to employ lictors, and to have bodyguards of soldiers. Then, when he might have checked the turmoil of the others, he not only failed to do so, but even set you at variance when you were harmonious, partly by his own acts and partly with the aid of others. Nay, more, he took up those very factions in turn, and by now assisting them and now opposing them, was chiefly responsible for great numbers of them being slain, and for the fact that the whole region of Pontus and Parthia was not subdued at that time immediately after the victory over Pharnaces. For Caesar, hastening hither with all speed to see what he was doing, did not entirely complete any of those projects, as he certainly might have done. And even this result did not sober him. But when he was consul, he came naked, conscript fathers, and anointed into the forum, taking the Lupercalia as an excuse, then proceeded in company with his lictors towards the rostra, and there harangued us while standing below. Why, from this day the city was founded, no one can point to any one else, even a praetor or tribune or aedile, much less a consul, who ever did such a thing. But it was the Lupercalia, you will say, and he had been put in charge of the Julian College. Of course, though it was Sextus Clodius who had trained him to conduct himself so in return for the 2,000 plethora of the land of the Leontini. But you were consul, my fine fellow, for I will address you as though you were present, and it was neither proper nor permissible for you as such to speak thus in the forum, hard by the rostra, with all of us present, and to cause us not only to behold your wonderful body, so plump and detestable, but also to hear your accursed voice, dripping with urgence, uttering those outrageous words. For I wish to speak on this matter of your mouth rather than anything else. The Lupercalia would not have failed of its proper reverence without this, but you disgraced the whole city at once, to say nothing as yet about your remarks on that occasion. For who does not know that the consulship is public, the property of the whole people, that it is dignity that must be preserved everywhere, and that its holder must nowhere strip naked or behave wantonly? Perhaps he was imitating the famous Horatius of old, or Cloelia of bygone days, yet the latter swam across the river with all her clothing on, and the former cast himself with his armour into the flood. It would be fitting, would it not, to set up a statue of Antony also, so that as the one man is seen armed even in the Tiber, so the other might be seen naked even in the Forum. It was by such conduct as had been cited that those heroes of yore were wont to preserve us and give us liberty, while he took away all our liberty from us, so far as was in his power, destroyed the whole republic, and set up a despot in place of a consul, a tyrant in place of a dictator over us. For you recall the nature of his language when he was in his power, and the manner of his behaviour when he approached the rostra, and when he had mounted it. And yet, when a man who is a Roman and a consul has dared to name anyone king of the Romans in the Roman Forum, beside the rostra of liberty, in the presence of the whole people and the whole senate, and straightway to set the diadem upon his head, and further to affirm falsely in the hearing of us all that we ourselves bade him say and do this, what outrageous deed will the man not dare, and from what terrible act will he refrain? Did we lay this injunction upon you, Antony, we who expelled the Tarquins, who cherished Brutus, who hurled Capitolinus headlong, who put Spurius to death? Did we order you to salute anyone as king? We who laid a curse upon the very name of king, and because of it upon that of dictator as well? Did we command you to appoint any one tyrant? We who repulsed Pyrrhus from Italy, who drove Antiochus back beyond the Taurus, who put an end to the tyranny even in Macedonia? No, by the rods of Valerius and the law of Porcius, no, by the leg of Horatius and the hand of Mucius, no, by the spear of Decius and the sword of Brutus. But you, unspeakable villain, begged and pleaded to be made a slave, as Postumius pled to be delivered to the Samnites, as Regulus to be given back to the Carthaginians, as Curtius that he might hurl himself into the chasm. And when did you find this recorded? In the same place, I suppose, where you discovered that the Cretans were to be made free after Brutus' governorship, although it was after Caesar's death that we voted we should govern them. So then, seeing that you have discovered this baneful disposition in so many and so great matters, will you not take vengeance on him instead of waiting to learn by experience too what the man who caused so much trouble stripped would do to you when he is armed? Do you think that he is not eager for the tyrant's power, that he does not pray to obtain it at some time, but will some day cast the desire of it out of his thoughts after having once allowed it a resting place in his mind? And will some day abandon the hope of sole rulership for which he has spoken and acted as he has with impunity? What human being who, while possessing nothing but his own voice, would undertake to help someone else to secure certain advantage, would not win them for himself when he gained the power? Who that has dared to name another tyrant over his country and himself as well would not wish to be monarch himself? Hence, even though you spared him then, hate him now for those acts too. Do not wish to learn what he will do when his success equals his desire, but taught by his previous audacity, plan beforehand to suffer no further harm. What indeed is one to say? That Caesar acted rightly at that time in accepting neither the name of king nor the diadem. Then this man did wrong to offer something which pleased not even Caesar, or on the other hand that Caesar erred in enduring at all to look on and listen to anything of the sort. If then Caesar justly suffered death for this error, does not this man also, who admitted in a way that he desired to be tyrant, most richly deserve to perish? That this is so is evident even from what I have previously said, but is proved most clearly by what he did after that. For with what other object than supremacy has he undertaken to stir up trouble and to meddle in affairs, when he might have enjoyed quiet with safety? With what other object has he chosen to make campaigns and to carry on war, when it was in his power to remain at home without danger? For what reason, when many have been unwilling to go out and take charge even of the provinces that fell to them, does he not only lay claim to Gaul, which does not belong to him in the least, but uses force upon it because of its unwillingness? For what reason, when Decimus Brutus is ready to surrender to us himself and his soldiers and his cities, has this man not imitated him, instead of shutting him up and besieging him? Surely it can only be for this purpose and against us that he is strengthening himself in this and in every other way. Seeing all this, then, do we delay and give way to weakness and train up so monstrous a tyrant against ourselves? Would it not be disgraceful if, after our forefathers who had been brought up in slavery felt the desire for liberty, we, who have lived under a free government, should become slaves of our own accord? Or again, after gladly ridding ourselves of the dominion of Caesar, though we had already received many benefits at his hands, we should deliberately choose as our master in his stead this man who is far worse than he. For Caesar spared many after his victories in war, whereas this man, before attaining any power, slaughtered 300 soldiers, among them some centurions, guilty of no wrongdoing, in his own country, and in the presence and sight of his wife, so that she was actually stained with their blood. And yet what do you think this man who treated them so cruelly when he owed them care will do to all of you, down to the utmost outrage, if he shall conquer? And how can you believe that the man who has lived so licentiously up to the present time will not proceed to every extreme of insolence, if he shall also secure the authority given by arms? Do not then wait until you have suffered some such treatment and then rue it, but be on our guard before you suffer. For it is rash to allow dangers to come upon you, and then repent of it, when you might have anticipated them, and do not choose to neglect the present opportunity and then ask again for another Cassius or another Brutus. For it is ridiculous, even when we have the power of aiding ourselves in time, to seek men later on to set us free. Perhaps we shall not find them either, especially if we handle the present situation in such a manner. For who would choose to encounter danger personally for the Republic, when he sees that we are publicly resigned to slavery? And yet it is evident to everybody that Antony will not stop short with what he is now doing, but that even in remote and smaller matters he is strengthening himself against us. Surely he is warring against Decimus and besieging Mutina for no other purpose than that he may, after conquering them, take them and employ them against us. For he has not been wronged by them that he can appear to be defending himself, nor again will he, while desiring the good that they possess, and with this in view enduring toils and dangers, be willing to regain from the possessions belonging to us who own their property and much besides. Shall we then wait for him to secure this prize and still others, and thus become a dangerous foe? Shall we trust his deception when he says that he is not warring against the city? Who is so simple as to decide whether a man is making war on us or not by his words rather than by his deeds? I claim that this is not the first time he has been unfriendly to us, now that he has abandoned the city and made a campaign against our allies and is assailing Brutus, besieging the cities. But in view of his former evil and licentious behaviour not only after Caesar's death but even in the later's lifetime, I decide that he has shown himself an enemy of our government and of our liberty and a plotter against them. For who that loved his country or hated tyranny would have committed a single one of the many and manifold offences which he has perpetrated? Surely he is proved to have been for a long time and in every way an enemy of ours, and in the case stands thus. If we now take measures against him most speedily, we shall also recover all that has been lost. But if we neglect to do this and wait until he himself admits that he is plotting against us, we shall lose everything. For this he will never do, not even if he should actually march upon the city any more than did Marius or Cinna or Sulla. Yet if he gets control of affairs, he will not fail to act precisely as they did, or still worse. For men who are eager to accomplish some object are wont to say one thing, and those who have succeeded in accomplishing it are wont to do quite a different thing. To gain their end they pretend anything, but after obtaining it there is no desire, they deny themselves. Furthermore, the latest comers always desire to surpass what their predecessors have ventured, thinking it a small achievement to behave like them because that has been done before, but preferring to do something original as the only thing worthy of themselves, because unexpected. Seeing all this, then, conscript fathers, let us no longer delay nor fall a prey to the indifference of the moment, but let us provide for the safety of the future. Is it not shameful when Caesar, who has just emerged from boyhood and was but recently registered among the youths of military age, shows so great thought for the state as to spend his money and gather soldiers for its preservation, that we should neither choose to perform our duty ourselves nor to cooperate with him, even after obtaining a tangible proof of his goodwill? For who does not realise that if he had not arrived here with the soldiers from Campania, Antony would certainly have rushed at once from Brundisium, just as he was, and would have burst into our city with all his armies like a torrent? This also is disgraceful, that when the veterans have voluntarily placed themselves at your service for the present crisis, taking thought neither for their age nor for their wounds which they received in past years while fighting for you, you should both refuse to approve the war already declared by these very men, and show yourselves altogether inferior to them who are facing the dangers. For while you praise the soldiers who discovered the wickedness of Antony and withdrew from him, though he was consul, and attached themselves to Caesar, that is, to you through him, you shrink from voting for that which you say they were right in doing. And yet we are grateful to Brutus because he did not only not admit Antony to Gaul in the first place, but is trying to repel him now that the other had made a campaign against him. Why in the world then do we not, in the name of justice, do the same ourselves? Why do we not imitate the rest whom we praise for their proper attitude? Yet there are only two courses open to us. Either we must say that all these men, Caesar I mean, and Brutus, the veterans and the legions, have planned unwisely and ought to suffer punishment, because without our sanction or that of the people they have dared to offer armed resistance to their consul, some having deserted his standard, and others having been gathered against him. Or else we must say that Antony has in our judgment long since admitted, and still admits by his deeds themselves, that he is our enemy, and ought to be punished by common consent of us all. Now no one can fail to be aware that the latter course is not only more just but more expedient for us, for the man neither understands how to handle business himself, how or by what means could one who lives in drunkenness or dicing, nor has he any companion who is of any account, for he loves only such as are like himself and makes them the confidence of all his hopes and secret undertakings. Moreover, he is more cowardly in the gravest danger and more treacherous even to the intimate friends of his, and neither of these qualities is suited for generalship and war. Who does not know that after causing all our domestic troubles himself, he then shared the dangers as little as possible, tarrying long in Brundisium through cowardice, so that Caesar was isolated and almost failed on his account, holding aloof from all of the wars that followed against the Egyptians, against Pharnaces, Africa, and Spain? Who does not know that he won the favour of Clodius, and after using the other's tribuneship for all the most outrageous ends, would have killed him with his own hand, if I had accepted this offer of his? And again, as regards his relations to Caesar, that after being first associated with him as quaestor when Caesar was praetor in Spain, then attaching himself to him during the tribuneship, contrary to the liking of us all, and later receiving from him countless sums and excessive honours, he tried to inspire him with a desire for sole rulership, and in consequence to expose him to calumny, which two things more than anything else were responsible for Caesar's death. Yet he once declared that it was I who instigated the assassins against Caesar, so senseless is he to venture to invent such high praise for me. Now I for my part do not say that he was the actual slayer of Caesar, not because he was not willing, but because here too he was timid. Yet I do say that by the very nature of his conduct Caesar perished at his hand. For the one who provided the motive so that there seemed to be some justice in plotting against Caesar is this fellow who called him king, who gave him the diadem, who previously slandered him to his friends. Do I then rejoice at the death of Caesar, I who never enjoyed anything but liberty at his hands? And is Antony grieved, who has seized upon all his property, and has done much mischief on the pretext of his papers, and who finally is eagerly striving to succeed to his sovereignty? But I return to my point that he has none of the qualities of a great general or such as to win victories, and does not possess many or formidable legions, for the majority of the soldiers and the best ones have deserted him. Yes, and what is more, he has been deprived of his elephants. As for the rest of his troops, they have practised outraging and pillaging the allies more than waging war. Proof of the sort of spirit that animates them is seen in the fact that they still adhere to him, and proof of their lack of bravery in their failure to take Mutina, though they have been besieging it for a long time. Such is the condition of Antony and of his followers found to be, but Caesar and Brutus and those arrayed with them are formidable opponents quite by themselves. Caesar, at any rate, has won over many of his rivals' soldiers, and Brutus is keeping him out of Gaul, and if you also come to their assistance, first by approving what they have done on their own initiative, next by ratifying their acts, at the same time giving them legal authority for the future, and then by sending out both the consuls to take charge of the war, it is certain that none of the present associates will continue to aid him. However, even if they cling to him most tenaciously, he will not be able to resist all the others at once, but will either lay down his arms voluntarily as soon as he ascertains that you have passed this vote, and place himself in your hands, or will be captured against his will as the result of a single battle. This is my advice to you, and if it had been my lot to be consul, I would certainly have carried it out, as I did in my former days when I defended you against Catiline and Lentulus, a relative of this very man, who had conspired against you. Perhaps, however, some of you, while regarding these suggestions as well made, think we ought first to send envoys to him, and then, after learning his decision, in case he voluntarily gives up his arms and submits to you, to take no action. But if he persists in the same course of action, to declare upon him. For this is the advice which I hear some persons wish to give you. Now, this plan is very attractive in theory, but in point of fact it is disgraceful and dangerous to the city. For is it not disgraceful that you should employ heralds and embassies to your fellow citizen? With foreign nations it is proper and necessary to treat first through heralds and envoys, but upon citizens who are guilty of some wrongdoing you should inflict punishment straight away, by trying them in a court if you can get them within your reach, and by warring against them if within the reach only of your arms. For all such are your servants and servants of the people and of the laws, whether they wish it or not, and it is not fitting either to coddle them or to put them on an equal footing with the freest of the citizens, but to pursue and chastise them like runaway slaves, in the consciousness of your own superiority. Is it not shameful that while he does not hesitate to wrong us, we hesitate to defend ourselves, or again that while he for a long time, weapons in hand, has been carrying out all the deeds of war, we are wasting our time in decrees and embassies, and that we retaliate only with words and phrases upon the man whom we have long since discovered by his deeds to be a wrongdoer? What are we hoping for? That he will some day render us obedience and pay us respect? Yet how would this be possible in the case of a man who has come to such a point that he would not be able, even should he wish it, to live as an ordinary citizen with us under a democratic government? Indeed, if he were willing to live on a basis of common equality, he would never have entered in the first place upon such a career as his. And even if he had done so under the influence of folly or recklessness, he would certainly have given it up speedily of his own accord. But as the case stands, since he has once overstepped the limits imposed by the laws and the Constitution, and has acquired some power and authority by this action, it is not conceivable that he would change of his own free will or heed any one of your resolutions. But it is absolutely necessary that such a man should be punished with those very weapons with which he has dared to wrong us. And I beg you now to remember particularly the remark which this man himself once uttered, to the effect that it is impossible for you to be saved unless you conquer. Hence, those who bid you send envoys are doing nothing else than causing you to delay and causing your allies to become in consequence more remiss and dispirited, while he on the other hand will meanwhile do whatever he pleases, will destroy Decimus, will take Mutina by storm, and will capture all of Gaul, with the result that we shall no longer be able to find means of dealing with him, but shall be under the necessity of trembling before him, paying court to him, and worshipping him. Just this one point further about the embassy, and I am done. Antony did not on his part give you any account of what he intended to do, that you should do yourselves. I therefore for these and all the other reasons advise you not to delay or to lose time, but to make war upon him as quickly as possible, reflecting that the majority of enterprises owe their success rather to opportune occasions than to their strength. And you should by all means feel perfectly sure for this very reason that I would never have given up peace, in the midst of which I have most influence, and have acquired wealth and reputation, if it really were peace, nor would I have urged you to make war, did I not think it to your advantage? And I advise you, Calenus, and the rest who are of the same mind as you, to be quiet and allow the Senate to vote the requisite measures, and not for the sake of your private goodwill towards Antony, to betray the common interest of us all. For this is my feeling, conscript fathers, that if you heed my counsel I shall very gladly enjoy freedom and safety with you, but that if you vote anything different I shall choose to die rather than to live. For I have never at any time been afraid of death as a consequence of my outspokenness. This accounts indeed for my overwhelming success, the proof of which lies in the fact that you decreed a sacrifice and festival in memory of the deeds done in my consulship, an honour which had never before been granted to anybody except one who had achieved some great success in war, and now I fear it least of all. For death, if it befell me, would not be at all unseasonable, especially when you consider that my consulship was so many years ago. Yet remember that in that very consulship I expressed the same sentiment, in order that you might pay heed to me in everything, knowing that I despise death, and to dread any one for what he may do against you, and to be a slave to any one in common with you would prove most unseasonable to me. Therefore I deem this last to be the ruin and destruction not only of the body but also of the soul and reputation, by which and by which alone we become in a certain sense immortal. But to die speaking and acting in your behalf I regard as equivalent to immortality. Now, if Antony realised this, he would never have entered upon such a career, but would have even preferred to die as his grandfather died rather than to behave like Cinna, who killed him. For to mention nothing else, Cinna was in turn slain not long afterwards for this, and the other crimes he had committed. So that I am surprised also at this feature in Antony's conduct, that, imitating his deeds as he does, he shows no fear of some day falling a victim to a similar fate. The murdered man, on the other hand, left behind to this very descendant the reputation of greatness. But Antony has no longer any claim to be saved on account of his relatives, since he has neither emulated his grandfather nor inherited his father's property. Who indeed is unaware of the fact that in restoring many who were exiled in Caesar's time and later, in accordance forsooth with the directions of Caesar's papers, he did not aid his uncle, but brought back his fellow gambler Lenticulus, who had been exiled for his unprincipled life, and cherishes Bambalio, who is notorious for his very cognomen, while he has treated his nearest relatives as I have described, as if they were half angry at them because he was born to so noble a name. Consequently, he never inherited his father's goods, but has been the heir of very many others, some of whom he never saw or heard of, and others who are still living, for he has so stripped and despoiled them that they differ in no way from dead men. When Cicero had finished speaking in this vein, Quintus Fufius Calenus rose and said, "Ordinarily, I should not care either to say anything in defence of Antony or to assail Cicero, for I do not think at all necessary in such discussions as the present to do either of these things, but simply to make known one's own opinion. The former method belongs to the courtroom, whereas this is a matter for deliberation. Since, however, this man has undertaken to speak ill of Antony on account of the enmity that exists between them, instead of lodging information against him, as he ought, in case Antony were guilty of any wrongdoing, and since, furthermore, he has made insulting reference to me, as if he could not have exhibited his own cleverness without indulging in unrestrained abuse of people, it behooves me also both to refute his accusations and to bring counter-charges against him. For in the first place I would not have him profit either from his own impudence, if allowed to go unchallenged, or from my silence, which might be suspected of coming from a guilty conscience, nor again would I have you be deceived by what he has said, and come to an unworthy decision by letting his private grudge against Antony take the place of the public interest. For the purpose he wishes to accomplish is nothing else than that we should give up providing for the greatest safety of the Commonwealth, and fall into discord once more. Indeed, it is not the first time he has done this, but from the outset, ever since he entered politics, he has been continually trying to turn things topsy-turvy. Is he not the one who embroiled Caesar with Pompey and prevented Pompey from becoming reconciled with Caesar? Or the one again who persuaded you to pass that vote against Antony by which he angered Caesar, and persuaded Pompey to leave Italy and transfer his quarters to Macedonia, a course which proved the chief cause of all the evils that subsequently befell us? Is he not the one who killed Clodius by the hand of Milo, and slew Caesar by the hand of Brutus, the one who made Catiline hostile to us and put Lentulus to death without a trial? Hence I should be very much surprised at you if, after changing your mind then about his conduct and making him pay the penalty for it, you should now heed him again, when his words and actions are similar. Or do you not observe how also after Caesar's death, when order had been restored in our state chiefly by Antony, as not even Cicero himself can deny, Cicero went abroad because he considered our life of harmony alien and dangerous to him? And how when he perceived that turmoil had again arisen, he bade a long farewell to his son and to Athens, and returned. Or again, how he insults and abuses Antony, whom he was wont to say he loved, and cooperates with Caesar, whose father he killed. And if chance so favours, he will ere long attack Caesar also. For the fellow is naturally faithless and turbulent, and has no ballast in his soul, but is always stirring up and overturning things, shifting his course oftener than the waters of the strait to which he fled, whence his nickname of Turncoat, yet demanding of you all that you consider a man as friend or foe according to his bidding. For these reasons you must guard against this fellow, for he is a cheat and an impostor, and grows rich and powerful from the ills of others, slandering, mauling, and rending the innocent after the manner of dogs, whereas in the midst of public harmony he is embarrassed and withers away, since love and goodwill on our part towards one another cannot support this kind of orator. How else indeed do you imagine he has become rich, and how else has he become great? Certainly neither family nor wealth was bequeathed him by his father, the fuller, who was always trading in grapes and olives, a fellow who was glad enough to support himself by this and by his wash-tubs, who every day and every night defiled himself with the foulest filth. The son, reared amidst these surroundings, not unnaturally tramples and souses his superiors, using a species of abuse practised in the workshops and on the street corners. Now, when you yourself are of such a sort, and have grown up naked among naked companions, collecting clothes stained with sheep dung, pig manure, and human excrement, have you dared, most vile wretch, first to slander the youth of Antony, who had the advantage of attendants and teachers, as his rank demanded, and then to reproach him because in celebrating the Lupercalia, that ancient festival, he came naked into the forum? But I ask you, you who always wore nothing but the clothes of others on account of your father's business and were stripped by whoever met you and recognized them, what ought a man who was not only priest but also leader of his fellow priests to have done? Not conduct the procession, not celebrate the festival, not sacrifice according to the custom of our fathers, not appear naked, not anoint himself. But it is not for this that I censure him, he answers, but because he delivered a speech, and that kind of speech naked in the forum. Of course this fellow has become acquainted in the fuller's shop with all the nice proprieties, so that he may detect a real mistake and may be able to rebuke it properly. With regard to these matters, however, I will say later all that needs to be said, but just now I want to ask this fellow a question or two. Is it not true, then, that you have been reared amid the ills of others, and been educated in the midst of your neighbours' misfortunes, and hence are acquainted with no liberal branch of knowledge, but have established here a kind of council where you are always waiting, like the harlot, for a man who will give something, and with many agents always to attract profits to you? You pry into people's affairs to find out who has wronged, or seems to have wronged, another, who hates another, and who is plotting against another. With these men you make common cause, and through them you support yourself, selling them the hopes that depend upon the turn of fortune, trading in the decisions of the jurors, considering him alone as a friend who gives the most at any particular time, and all those as enemies who are peaceably inclined or employ some other advocate, while you even pretend not to know those who are already in your clutches, and even find them a nuisance, but fawn and smile upon those who at the moment approach you, just as the women do who keep inns. Yet how much better it would be for you two to have been born bambalio, if this bambalio really exists, than to have taken up such a livelihood in which it is absolutely inevitable that you should either sell your speech on behalf of the innocent or else save the guilty also. Yet you cannot do even this effectively, though you spend 3 years in Athens. When then did you ever do so? Or how could you? Why, you always come to the courts trembling as if you were going to fight as a gladiator, and after uttering a few words in a meek and half-dead voice you take your departure, without having remembered a word of the speeches you fought out at home before you came, and without having found anything to say on the spur of the moment. In making assertions and promises you surpass all mankind in audacity, but in the trials themselves, apart from reviling and abusing people, you are most weak and cowardly. Or do you think anyone is ignorant of the fact that you never delivered one of those wonderful speeches of yours that you have published, but wrote them all out afterwards, like persons who fashion generals and cavalry leaders out of clay? If you doubt my words, remember how you accused Verres, though to be sure you did give him an example of your father's trade, when you wetted yourself. But I hesitate, for fear in saying precisely what suits your case I may seem to be uttering words that are unbecoming to myself. These matters I will therefore pass over, yes, by Jupiter, and the case of Gabinius also, against whom you prepared accusers, and then pleaded his case in such a way that he was condemned. Also the pamphlets which you compose against your friends, in regard to which you yourself feel so guilty that you do not even dare to make them public. Yet it is a most miserable and pitiable state to be in, not to be able to deny these charges, which are the most disgraceful conceivable to admit. But I will pass by all this and proceed to the rest. Well then, though we gave the professor, as you admit, 2,000 plethora of the Leontine lands, yet we learned nothing worthwhile in return for it. But as to you, who would not admire your system of instruction? And what is that? Why, you always envy the man who is your superior, you always malign the prominent man, you slander him who has attained distinction, you blackmail the one who has become powerful, and though you hate impartially all good men, yet you pretend to love only those of them who you expect to make the agents of some villainy. This is why you are always inciting the younger men against their elders, and leading those who trust you even in the slightest degree into danger, and then deserting them. A proof of all this is that you have never accomplished any achievement worthy of a distinguished man, either in war or in peace. What wars, for instance, did we win when you were praetor? Or what territory did we acquire when you were consul? Nay, but you are continually deceiving some of the foremost men and winning them to your side, and then you privately use them as agents to carry out your policies and to pass what measures you choose, while publicly you indulge in vain rantings, bawling out those detestable phrases. I am the only one who loves you, or perchance, I and so, but all the rest hate you, or I alone am your friend, but all the rest are plotting against you, and other such stuff by which you fill some with elation and conceit, and then betray them, and frighten the rest, and thus bring them over to your side. And if any service is rendered by any one in the world, you lay claim to it and attach your own name to it, prating, I moved it, I proposed it, all this was done as it was through me. But if anything turns out unfortunately, you clear your own skirts of it, and lay the blame on all the rest, saying, Look you, was I the praetor, or the envoy, or the consul? And you abuse everybody everywhere all the time, setting more store by the influence which comes from appearing to speak your mind boldly, than by saying what duty demands. And as to the function of an orator, you exemplify it in no respect worth speaking of. What public interest has been preserved or restored by you? Whom have you indicted that was really harming the city? And whom have you brought to light that was in truth plotting against us? Why, to pass over the other cases, these very charges which you now bring him against Antony are of such a nature and so numerous that no one could ever suffer any adequate punishment for them. Why then, if you saw that we were being wronged by him from the very outset, as you assert, did you never prosecute or even accuse him at that time, instead of relating to us now all his illegal acts as tribune, all his irregularities as master of the horse, all his crimes as consul? You might immediately at the time in each specific instance have inflicted the appropriate penalty upon him, and thus have yourself stood revealed as a patriot in very deed, while we could then have imposed the punishment in security and safety at the time of his offences themselves. Indeed, one of two conclusions is inevitable, either that you believed these things were so at the time and yet shirked the struggle on our behalf, or else that you were unable to prove any of your charges and are now indulging in idle slander. That all this is true, conscript fathers, I shall show you by going over each point in detail. Antony did have something to say during his tribuneship on Caesar's behalf, as indeed did Cicero, and some others on behalf of Pompey. Why now does he blame him for having preferred Caesar's friendship, but acquit himself and the rest who supported the opposite cause? Antony prevented some measures being passed against Caesar at that time, and this was all right, since Cicero prevented practically everything that was to be decreed in his favour. But Antony, he replies, thwarted the united will of the Senate. Well now, in the first place, how could one man have had so much power? And secondly, if he had really been condemned for it, as this fellow says, how could he have escaped punishment? Oh, he fled to Caesar and got out of the way. Well then, Cicero, what you did also a while ago was not taking a trip abroad, but taking flight, as on the former occasion. Come now, do not be so ready to apply your own shame to all of us. You flee as you did, fearing the court and condemning yourself beforehand. To be sure, a measure was passed for your recall. How and for what reason I do not say, But at any rate it was passed, and you did not set foot in Italy until the recall was granted to you. But Antony not only went away to Caesar to inform him what had been done, but also returned without asking for any decree, and finally brought about peace and friendship with him for all those who were at the time found in Italy, and the rest too would have had a share in it if they had not taken your advice and fled after Pompey. Then, when this is the case, do you dare to say he led Caesar against his country and stirred up the civil wars and became far more than anyone else responsible for the subsequent evils that befell us? No, indeed, but it was you yourself, you who gave Pompey legions that belonged to others, and the command also, and undertook to deprive Caesar even of those that had been given him. You who advised Pompey and the consuls not to accept the offers made by Caesar, but to abandon the city and all of Italy. You who did not see Caesar even when he entered Rome, but ran off to Pompey and Macedonia. Yet not even to him did you prove any assistance, but you allowed matters to take their course, and then, when he met with misfortune, left him in the lurch. Thus, even at the outset, did you not aid him as the one whose course was the most just, but after stirring up strife and embroiling affairs, you kept watch on events from a safe distance, and then promptly deserted the man who failed, as if that somehow proved him in the wrong, and went over to the victor, as if he were more in the right. And thus, in addition to your other base deeds, you are so ungrateful that you not only are not satisfied to have been spared by Caesar, but are actually displeased because you were not made his master of horse. Then, with this on your conscience, do you dare to say that Antony ought not to have been master of the horse for a whole year, because Caesar himself ought not to have been dictator for a whole year? But whether or not it was wise or necessary for this to be done, at any rate both measures alike were passed, and they suited both us and the people. Therefore censure these men, Cicero, if they have transgressed in any particular, but not by Jupiter, those whom they have chosen to honour for showing themselves worthy of rewards so great. For it we were forced by circumstances which then surrounded us to act in this way, even contrary to what was fitting. Why do you now lay this upon Antony's shoulders, instead of having opposed it at the time, if you were able? Because, by Jupiter, you were afraid. Shall you then, who were silent at the time, obtain pardon for your cowardice, and shall he, because he was preferred over you, submit to punishment for his virtue? Where have you learned this kind of justice, or what have you read this kind of law from? But he made an improper use of his position as master of horse. Why? Because, he answers, he brought Pompey's possessions, and bought them. But how many others are there who purchased countless articles, no one of whom is blamed? Why, that was the purpose naturally in confiscating goods and putting them up at auction and proclaiming them by the voice of the public crier, namely, that someone should buy them. But Pompey's goods ought not to have been sold. Then it was we who erred and did wrong in confiscating them, or, to clear us both of blame, it was Caesar anyhow, I suppose, who acted irregularly, since he ordered this to be done. Yet you did not censure him at all, but in making the charge Cicero stands convinced of playing the utter fool. In any event, he has brought against Antony two utterly contradictory charges. First, that he helped Caesar in very many ways and received in return vast gifts from him. He was then required under compulsion to surrender the price of them, and secondly, that although he inherited naught from his father and swallowed up all that he had acquired, like Charybdis, the speaker is always offering up some comparison from Sicily, as if we had forgotten that he had gone into exile there. He nevertheless paid the price of all that he had purchased. So, in these charges, the remarkable fellow stands, convicted of violently contradicting himself. Yes, by Jupiter, and in the following statements also. At one time he says that Antony aided Caesar in everything he did, and by this means became more than anyone else responsible for all our internal evils, and then he reproached him with cowardice, charging him with having shared in no other exploits than those performed in Thessaly, and he brings a complaint against him to the effect that he restored some of the exiles and finds fault with him because he did not secure the recall of his uncle as well, as if anyone believes that he would not have restored him first of all if he had been able to recall whomsoever he pleased, since there was no grievance on either side between them, as this man himself knows. At any rate, he did not dare to say anything of the sort, although he told many brazen lies about Antony. So utterly reckless is he about pouring out anything that comes to his tongue's end, as if it were mere soap buds. But why should one pursue the subject further? Still, insomuch as he goes about declaiming tragically, and has but this moment said in the course of his remarks that Antony rendered the sight of the master of the horse most odious, by using everywhere and always the sword and the purple, the lictors and the soldiers at one and the same time, let him tell me clearly and in what respect we have been wronged by this. But he will have nothing to say, for if he had, he would have blurted it out before anything else. In fact, the very reverse is true. Those who were quarrelling at the time and causing all the trouble were Trebellius and Dolabella, whereas Antony was so far from doing any wrong, and was so active in every way on your behalf that he was even entrusted by you with the guarding of the city against those very men, and that too without any opposition on the part of this remarkable orator, for he was present, but actually with his approval. Else let him show what word he uttered when he saw that the licentious and accursed fellow, to quote from his abuse, not only performed none of the duties of his office, but also secured from you all the additional authority he gained. But he will have nothing to show. So it looks as if not a word of what he now shouts so loudly was ventured at that time by this great and patriotic orator, who is everywhere and always saying and repeating, I alone am fighting for freedom, I alone speak out boldly for the Republic. I cannot be restrained by favour of friends or fear of enemies from looking out for your advantage. I, even if it should be my lot to die in speaking on your behalf, will perish very gladly. And his silence at that time was very natural, for it occurred to him to reflect that Antony possessed the lictors and the purple-bordered clothing in accordance with the custom of our ancestors in regard to the master of the horse, and that he was using the sword and the soldiers perforce against the rebels. For what outrages would have been too terrible for them to commit had he not been hedged about with those protections, when some showed such scorn for him as it was? That these and his other acts then were correct and most thoroughly in accord with Caesar's intention, the facts themselves show. For the rebellion went no further, and Antony, far from suffering punishment for his course, was subsequently appointed consul. Notice also now, I beg of you, how he administered this office of his, for you will find, if you examine the matter carefully, that his tenure of it provided of great value to the city. His traducer, of course, knows this, but not being able to control his jealousy, has dared to slander him for those deeds which he would have longed to do himself. That is why he introduced the matter of his stripping and anointing and those ancient fables, not because any of them was called for on the present occasion, but in order to drown out by irrelevant noise Antony's consummate skill and success. Yet this same Antony, witness earth and gods, I shall call louder than you and invoke them with greater justice. Why, he saw that the city was already in reality under a tyranny, insomuch as all the legions obeyed Caesar and all the people together with the Senate submitted to him, to such an extent that they voted, among other measures, that he should be dictator for life and use the trappings of the king. This Antony, I say, convinced Caesar of his error most cleverly and restrained him most prudently until Caesar, abashed and afraid, would not accept either the name of king or the diadem. which he had in mind to bestow upon himself even against our will. Any other man now would have been declared that he had been ordered by his superior to do all of this, and putting forward the compulsion as an excuse would have obtained pardon for it. And why not, considering that we had passed such votes at that time and that the soldiers had gained such power? Antony, however, because he was thoroughly acquainted with Caesar's intentions and perfectly aware of all he was preparing to do, by great good judgment succeeded in turning him aside from his course and dissuaded him. The proof is that Caesar afterwards no longer behaved in any way like a monarch, but mingled publicly and unprotected with us all, and for this reason more than any other it became possible that he should meet the fate that he did. This is what was accomplished, O Cicero, or Ciceculus, or Cisacius, or Cisacius, or Graeculus, or whatever you delight in being called, by the uneducated, the naked, the anointed man, and none of it was done by you, so clever, so wise, you who use much oil compared to wine, who let your clothing drag about your ankles, not by Jupiter as the dancers do, who teach you intricacies of reasoning by their poses, but in order to hide the ugliness of your legs. Oh no, it is not through modesty that you do this, you who delivered that long screed about Antony's habits. Who is there that does not see these delicacies in mantlets of yours? Who does not scent your carefully combed grey locks? Who does not know that you put away your first wife who bore you 2 children, and in your extreme old age married another, a mere girl, in order that you might pay your debts out of her property? And yet you did not keep her either, since you wished to be free to have with you Corellia, whom you debauched, though she was a much older woman than yourself, as the maiden you married was younger, and to whom, old as she is, you write such letters as a jester and babbler might write if he were trying to get up an amour with a woman of 70. I have been led to make this digression, conscript fathers, in order that he might not get off on this score either, without receiving as good as he gave to me, and yet he had the effrontery to find fault with Antony because of a mere drinking party, himself a drinker of water, as he claims, his purpose being to stir up at night and compose his speeches against us, even though he brings up his son amidst such debauchery that the sun is sober neither night or day. Furthermore, he undertook to make derogatory remarks about Antony's mouth. This man, who has shown so great licentiousness and impurity throughout his entire life, that he would not even spare his closest kin, but let out his wife for hire, and was his daughter's lover. I propose now to leave this subject and to return to the point where I started. Well then, when Antony, against whom he had inveighed, saw that Caesar was becoming exalted above our government, caused him, by means of the very proposals which were supposed to gratify him, not to put into effect any of the projects he had in mind. For nothing so diverts persons from purposes which they cherish a wrongful desire to achieve, and can put into effect, as for those who fear that they may have to submit to such things, to pretend that they endured them of their own choice. For these persons in authority, being conscious of their own wrongful possessions, did not trust the sincerity of others, and believing that they have been detected, are ashamed and afraid, constructing to the opposite effect in their distrust what is said to them, counting it mere flattery, and regarding it with suspicion in their shame, the possible outcome of what is said, as if it were a plot. It was, of course, because Antony knew this thoroughly that he first of all selected the Lupercalia and its procession, in order that Caesar, in his relaxation of spirit and merriment on the occasion, might with safety be rebuked, and that, in the next place, he selected the Forum and the Rostra, that Caesar might be made ashamed by the very place. and he fabricated the commands from the populace in order that Caesar, hearing them, might reflect not on all that Antony was saying at the time, but on all the Roman people who would order a man to say. For how could he have believed that this injunction had been laid upon anyone, when he neither knew of the people's having voted anything of the kind, nor heard them shouting their applause? But in fact it was necessary for him to hear this in the Roman Forum, where we have often joined in many deliberations for freedom, and beside the rostra from which we have sent forth thousands upon thousands of measures on behalf of the Republic, and at the festival of the Lupercalia, in order that he might be reminded of Romulus, and from the lips of the consul, that he might call to mind the deeds of the early consuls, and in the name of the people that he might ponder the fact that he was undertaking to be a tyrant, not over Africans or Gauls or Egyptians, but over Romans. Those words brought him to himself, they humiliated him, and whereas if anyone else had offered him the diadem, he might perhaps have taken it, as it was, through the influence of all of these associations, he checked himself. He shuddered and felt afraid. Here, then, you have the deeds of Antony. He did not break a leg in a vain attempt to make his own escape, nor burn off a hand in order to frighten Porsena, but by his cleverness and consummate skill, which were of more avail than the spear of Decius or the sword of Brutus, he put an end to the tyranny of Caesar. But as for you, Cicero, what did you accomplish in your consulship? I will not say that was wise and good, but that was not deserving of the greatest punishment. Did you not throw our city into confusion and party strife when it was quiet and harmonious, and fill the forum and the capital with slaves, among others whom you had summoned to help you? Did you not basely destroy Catiline, who had merely canvassed for office, but had otherwise done nothing dreadful? Did you not pitilessly slay Lentulus and his followers, who were not only guilty of no wrong, but had neither been tried nor convicted, and that too, though you are always and everywhere prattling much about the laws and about the courts? Indeed, if one should take these phrases from your speeches, there is nothing left. You censured Pompey because he conducted the trial of Milo contrary to the established procedure, yet you yourself afforded Lentulus no privilege, great or small, that is prescribed in such cases, but without defence or trial you cast him into prison, a man respectable and aged, who could furnish in his ancestors abundant and weighty guarantees of his devotion to his country, and by reason of his age and his character had no power to incite a revolution. What evil was his that he could not have been cured by a change in the government? And what blessing did he not enjoy that he would certainly have jeopardized by beginning a rebellion? What arms had he collected, what allies had he equipped, that a man who had been consul and was then praetor should be so pitilessly and impiously cast into prison without being allowed to say one word in his defence or to hear a single charge, and should there be put to death as are the basest criminals? For this is what our excellent Tullius here particularly desired, namely, that in the place that bears his name he might put to death the grandson of that Lentulus who once had been the leader of the Senate. What would he have done now if he had laid hold of the power afforded by arms, seeing that he accomplished so much mischief by words alone? These are your brilliant achievements, these are your great exhibitions of generalship, and not only were you condemned for them by your associates, but you also cast your own vote against yourself by fleeing even before your trial came on. Yet what greater proof could there be that you were guilty of this blood than that you came within an ace of perishing at the hands of those very persons on whose behalf you pretended you had done all this? That you were afraid of the very men whom you claimed to have benefited by these acts, and that you did not wait to hear what they had to say, or to say a word to them. You, clever, you extraordinary man, you who can aid others, but had to secure your own safety by flight as if from a battle, and you were so shameless that you undertook to write a history of these events, disgraceful as they are, whereas you ought to have prayed that no one should so much as record them, in order that you might derive at least this advantage, that your deeds should die with you, and no memory of them be handed down to posterity. And to give you, sirs, something to make you even laugh, I beg you listen to a piece of his cleverness. He set himself the task of writing a history of all the achievements of the city, for he pretends to be a rhetorician and poet and philosopher and orator and historian as well, and then began not with its founding like other historians of Rome, but with his own consulship, so that he might proceed backwards, making that the beginning of his account, and the reign of Romulus the end. Tell me now, you, whose writings and whose deeds are such as I have described, what a good man ought to say in addressing the people, and to do in action. For you are better at advising others about any matter in the world than at doing your duty yourself, and better at rebuking others than at reforming yourself. Yet how much better it would be for you, instead of reproaching Antony with cowardice, yourself to lay aside your effeminacy both of spirit and of body, instead of bringing a charge of disloyalty against him, yourself to cease from doing anything disloyal against him, and playing the deserter, and instead of accusing him of ingratitude, yourself cease from wronging your benefactors. For this, I must tell you, is one of Cicero's inherent defects, that he hates above all others those who have done him any kindness, and that while he is always fawning upon men of the other kind, yet he keeps plotting against those, at any rate to omit other instances, after being pitied and spared by Caesar and enrolled among the patricians, he then killed him, not with his own hand, of course, for how could he, cowardly and effeminate as he is, but by persuading and bribing those that did it? That I am speaking the truth in this matter was made plain by the murderers themselves, at any rate when they ran out into the forum with their naked blades. They called for him by name, saying Cicero repeatedly, as you no doubt all heard them. Therefore I say he slew Caesar his benefactor, and as for Antony, the very man from whom he had obtained not only his priesthood, but also his life, when he was in danger of perishing at the hands of the soldiers in Brundisium, he repays him with this sort of thanks, accusing him of deeds with which neither he himself nor any one else ever found any fault, and hounding him for conduct which he praises in others. At all events, when he sees that this young Caesar, who, although he has not attained the age yet to hold office or take any part in politics, and has not been elected by you to office, has nevertheless equipped himself with an armed force and has undertaken a war which we have neither voted nor committed to his hands, he not only has no blame to bestow, but actually eulogizes him. Thus, you will perceive, he estimates neither justice by the standard of the laws nor expediency by the standard of the public will, but manages everything simply to suit his own will, and what he extols in some he censures in others, spreading false reports against you and slandering you besides. For you will find that all Antony's acts are in the first place after Caesar's death were ordered by you. Now, to speak about Antony's disposition of Caesar's funds and his examination of his papers I regard as superfluous. Why so? Because in the first place it would be the business of the one who inherited Caesar's property to busy himself with it, and in the second place, if there were any truth in the charge of malfeasance, it ought to have been stopped immediately, at the time. For none of these transactions was carried out in secret, Cicero, but they were all recorded on tablets, as you yourself admit, But as to Antony's other acts, if he committed these villainies as openly and shamelessly as you allege, if he seized upon all Crete on the pretext that in Caesar's papers it had been left free after the governorship of Brutus, although it was only later that Brutus was given charge of it by us, how could you have kept silent, and how could anyone else have tolerated such acts? But as I said, I will pass over these matters, for the majority of them have not been specifically mentioned, and Antony, who could inform you exactly of what he has done in each instance, is not present. But as regards Macedonia and Gaul and the remaining provinces, and as regards the legions, there are your decrees, conscript fathers, according to which you assigned to the various governors that several charges, and entrusted Gaul, together with the troops, to Antony. And this is known also to Cicero, for he was present and voted for them all just as you did. Yet how much better it would have been for him to speak against it at that time if any of these matters were not being done properly, and to instruct you in these matters that he now brings forward, than to be silent at that time and allow you to make mistakes, and now nominally to censure Antony, but really to accuse the Senate. And no sensible person could assert either that Antony forced you to vote these measures, for he himself had no band of soldiers so as to compel you to do anything contrary to your judgment, and furthermore the business was done for the good of the city, for since the legions had been sent ahead and united, and there was fear that when they heard of Caesar's assassination they might revolt and, putting some worthless man at their head, go to war once more, you decided rightly and properly to place in command of them Antony, the consul, who had brought about harmony, and had banished the dictatorship entirely from our system of government. And this is the reason you gave him Gaul in place of Macedonia, namely, that remaining here in Italy he should have no chance to do mischief and might promptly carry out your orders. To you I have said these things, that you may know that you have decided rightly. As for Cicero, that other point of mine was sufficient, namely that he was present during all these proceedings and voted with us for the measures, although Antony had not a soldier at the time and was quite unable to bring to bear on us any intimidation that would have made us neglect any of our interests. But even though you were then silent, tell us now at least what we ought to have done in these circumstances. Leave the legions leaderless? Would they not have filled both Macedonia and Italy with countless evils? Entrust them then to another, and whom do you think we could have found more closely related and suited to the business than Antony, the consul, the official who was directing all the city's affairs, who had kept so close a watch over our harmony, who had given countless examples of his loyalty to the common weal? Appoint one of the assassins, then? Why, it was not even safe for them to live in the city. Appoint then a man of the party opposed to them? Why, everybody suspected the members of that party. What other man was there who surpassed him in public esteem or excelled him in experience? Nay, you are vexed that we did not choose you. What office now were you holding? And what act would you not have committed if you had obtained arms and soldiers, seeing that you succeeded in stirring up so much serious turmoil during our consulship, when armed only with those antitheses of yours, the result of your constant practice, of which you alone are the master? But I return to my point that you were present when these measures were being voted and said nothing against them, but even assented to them all, obviously because you thought them excellent and necessary, for certainly you were not deprived of full freedom of speech. At any rate, you indulged in a great deal of barking and to no purpose, and certainly you were not afraid of anybody either. How could you have feared Antony unarmed when you do not dread him armed? How could you have feared him alone when you do not dread him with all these soldiers? Why, you are the man who actually prides yourself that you feel, or at least say you feel, nothing but contempt for death. Since all this is so, which of the two seems to be in the wrong? Antony, who is directing the forces granted to him by us, or Caesar, who has surrounded himself with so large a band of his own? Antony, who has departed to assume the office committed to him by us, or Brutus, who is trying to prevent him from setting foot in the country? Antony, who wishes to compel our allies to obey our decrees, or the allies who have not yet received their ruler sent to them by us, but have attached themselves to the man who was rejected by our vote? Antony, who, keeping our soldiers together, or the soldiers who have abandoned their commander? Antony, who has not brought into the city a single one of the soldiers who were granted him by us? Or Caesar, who has bribed to come here the veterans who were long ago discharged from service? For my part, I do not think there is any further need of argument to answer the imputation that he is not properly performing all the duties laid upon him by us, and to show that these other men ought to sufficient punishment for what they have ventured on their own responsibility. For it is on this account that you also have secured the protection of the soldiers, that you might discuss in safety the present situation, not because of Antony, who has done nothing on his private responsibility and has not intimidated you in any way, but because of his rival, who has not only gathered a force against him, but has often kept many soldiers in the city itself. So much I have said for Cicero's benefit, since it was he who began by making unjust accusations against us. For I am not generally quarrelsome as he is, nor do I care to pry into others' mindsets, as he prides himself in always doing. But I will now state the advice I have to give you, without either favouring Antony or calumniating Caesar or Brutus, but simply consulting the general good as is proper. For I declare that we ought not yet to make an enemy of either of these men in arms, nor to inquire too closely into what they have been doing or in what way. For the present is not a suitable occasion for such action, and as they are all alike our fellow citizens, if any one of them falls, the loss will be ours, and if any one of them succeeds, his advancement will be a menace to us. Wherefore I believe that we ought to treat them as citizens and friends, and send messengers to all of them alike, bidding them to lay down their arms and put themselves and their legions in our hands, and that we ought not yet to wage war on any one of them, but in accordance with the reports brought back to approve those who are willing to obey us and to make war upon the disobedient. This course is just and expedient for us, not to be in a hurry or to do anything rashly, but to wait, and after giving the leadership themselves and their soldiers an opportunity to change their minds, then, if in such case there be need to war, to give the consuls charge of it. And you, Cicero, I advise not to wax bold with the boldness of a woman, nor to imitate Bambalio, nor yet to make war, nor satisfy your private grudges against Antony at the expense of the public, and thus plunge the whole city into danger again. Indeed, it would be well if you actually became reconciled with him, with whom you have often enjoyed many friendly dealings. But even if you are irreconcilably opposed to him, at least spare us, and do not, after acting in the past as the promoter of mutual friendship among us, now destroy it. Remember that day and the speech which you delivered in the precinct of Tellius, and concede also a little to the goddess of concord, in whose precinct we are now deliberating, lest you discredit what you said then, and make it appear to have been uttered on that occasion from some other motive than an upright purpose, for such a course is not only to the advantage of the state, but will also bring you most renown. Do not think that audacity is either glorious or safe, and do not assert that you despise death and expect to be praised for saying this. For all suspect and hate such men, as being likely to be influenced by desperation to venture some evil deed. Those, however, whom they see paying the greatest heed to their own safety, they praise and laud, as men who would not willingly do anything that merited death. Do you, therefore, if you honestly wish your country to be saved, speak and act in such a way that you yourself will be saved, and not by Jupiter, in such a way as to bring destruction upon us as well as upon yourself. Such language from Calenus Cicero could not endure, for while he himself always spoke out his mind intemperately and immoderately to all alike, he could not bring himself to accept such frankness from others, and so on this occasion too he dismissed the consideration of the public interest and set himself to abusing his opponent, with the result that the day was wasted largely on that account, and on the next day and the day following many other arguments were presented on both sides, but Caesar's adherents prevailed, so they voted first a statue to Caesar himself, and the right not only to it in the Senate among the ex-quaestors, but also to be a candidate for the other offices 10 years sooner than custom allowed, and that he should receive from the city the money which he had spent on his soldiers, because he had equipped them at his own cost in its defence, naturally. And second, they voted that both his soldiers and those that had abandoned Antony should have the privilege of not fighting in any other war, and that land should be given them at once. To Antony they sent an embassy to order him to give up the legions, leave Gaul, and go back to Macedonia, and to his followers they issued a proclamation commanding them to return home before a given day, or to know that they would be regarded in the light of enemies. Moreover, they removed from office the senators who had received from him governorships over the provinces, and decided that others should be sent in their place. These were the measures ratified at that time, and not long afterwards, even before learning his decision, they voted that a state of disorder existed, laid aside their senatorial garb, and entrusted the war against Antony to the consuls and to Caesar, granting the latter the authority of a praetor, and they ordered Lepidus and also Lucius Mutatius Plancus, who was governor of a part of Transalpine Gaul, to render their assistance. In this way they themselves provided Antony with his excuse for hostility, although he was eager to make war in any case. He was glad to seize upon the pretext of the decrees, and straightway reproached the envoys with not treating him rightly or fairly as compared with the lad, meaning Caesar. And in order to place the blame for the war upon the senators, he sent an embassy in his turn and made some counter-proposals, which saved his face, but were impossible of performance either by Caesar or his supporters. For while he had no intention of carrying out the Senate's commands, and was well aware that the senators too would not do anything that he proposed, he pretended to promise that he would carry out all their decrees, in order not only that he himself might take refuge in asserting that he would have done so, but also that his opponent's action in refusing his proposals might appear to have given the first occasion for the war. For he said he would abandon Gaul and disband his legions if they would grant these soldiers the same rewards as they had voted to Caesar's, and would elect Cassius and Marcus Brutus consuls. His purpose in making this last demand was to win over those two men, so that they should not harbour any resentment against him for his operations against their fellow conspirator Decimus. Antony made these offers knowing full well that neither of them would be accepted, for Caesar would never have endured that the murderers of his father should become consuls, or that Antony's soldiers, by receiving the same reward as his own, should feel still more kindly towards his rival. Accordingly, not one of Antony's proposals was ratified, but the Senate again declared war on him, and once more gave notice to his associates to leave him, settling another time limit. All, even such as were not to take the field, arrayed themselves in their military cloaks, and they committed to the consuls the care of the city, attaching to the decree the customary phrase that it suffer no harm. And since there was need of much money for the war, they all contributed the 25th part of the wealth they possessed, and the senators also 4 obols. for each roof tile of all the houses in the city that they either owned themselves or occupied as tenants. Beside this, the very wealthy contributed not a little in addition, while many cities and many individuals manufactured the weapons and other necessary accoutrements for the campaign free of charge, for the public treasury was at the time so empty that not even the festivals which were due to fall during that season were celebrated, except some minor ones for form's sake. These contributions were given readily by those who favoured Caesar and hated Antony, but the majority, being burdened alike by the campaigns and the taxes, were irritated, particularly because it was doubtful which of the two would conquer, and yet quite evident that they would be slaves of the conqueror. Many of those, therefore, who favoured Antony's cause went straight to him, among them a few tribunes and praetors. Others remained where they were, including Calenus, and did all they could for him, sometimes acting in secret and sometimes openly justifying their conduct. Hence they did not even change their raiment immediately, but persuaded the Senate to send envoys again to Antony, among them Cicero. In doing this they pretended that the latter might persuade him to make terms, but their real purpose was that he should be removed from their path. He perceived this, however, and became alarmed, and did not venture to expose himself in the camp of Antony. Consequently, none of the other envoys were sent out either. While all this was going on, portents of no small moment again occurred, significant both for the city and for the consul himself, who was Vibius. Thus, in the last assembly before he set out for the war, a man with the disease called the Sacred Disease fell down while Vibius was speaking. Also a bronze statue of him which stood in the vestibule of his house turned around of itself on the day and at the hour that he set out on the campaign, and the sacrifice customary before war could not be interpreted by the seers by reason of the quantity of blood. Likewise a man who was just then bringing him a palm slipped in the blood which had been shed, and defiled the palm. These were the portents in his case. Now if they had befallen him when a private citizen, they would have pertained to him alone, but since he was consul, they had a bearing on all alike. So too these portents, the statue of the Mother of the Gods on the Palatine, which had formerly faced the east, turned round of itself towards the west. That of Minerva worshipped near Mutina, where the heaviest fighting occurred, sent forth a quantity of blood and afterwards of milk also. Furthermore, the consuls took their departure just before the Feriae Latinae, and there is no instance where this has happened, and the Romans have fared well. At any rate, on this occasion also a vast multitude of the people, including the two consuls, perished, some immediately and some later, and also many of the knights and senators, including the most prominent. For in the first place the battles, and in the second place the murders at home, which occurred again as in the Sullan regime, destroyed all the flower of the citizens except those who perpetrated the murders. The responsibility for these evils rested on the senators themselves, for whereas they ought to have set at their head some one man who had their best interest at heart, and to have cooperated with him continually, they failed to do this, but took certain men into their favour, strengthened them against the rest, and later undertook to overthrow these favourites as well, and in consequence gained no friend, but made everybody enemies. For men do not feel the same way towards those who have injured them and towards their benefactors, but where they remember their anger even against their will, yet they willingly forget their gratitude. This is because, on the one hand, they deprecate giving the impression that they have received benefits from others, since they will seem to be weaker than they, and on the other hand, they are annoyed to have it thought that they have been injured by anybody with impunity, since they will imply cowardice on their part. So the senators, by not taking up with any one person but attaching themselves first to one and then to another, and voting and doing now something for them, now something against them, suffered much because of them and much also at their hands. For all the leaders had a single purpose in the war, the abolition of the popular government and the setting up of a sovereignty. And since the people were fighting to see whose slaves they should be, and the leaders to see who should be the people's master, both alike were running the state into ruin, and each side gained a reputation which varied with its fortune. For those who were successful were considered shrewd and patriotic, while the defeated were called enemies of their country and accursed. This was the pass to which the fortunes of Rome at that time came. I shall now go to describe the separate events, for it seems to me to be particularly instructive when one takes facts as the basis for his reasoning, investigates the nature of the former by the latter, and thus provides his reasoning true by its correspondence with the facts. The reason for Antony's besieging Decimus in Mutina, to be exact, was that Decimus would not give up Gaul to him, but he pretended that it was because Decimus had been one of Caesar's assassins. For since the true cause of the war brought him no credit, and at the same time he saw that the feelings of the people were turning towards Caesar to help him avenge his father, he put forward this excuse for the war. For that it was a mere pretext for getting control of Gaul, he made him plain himself, when he demanded that Cassius and Marcus Brutus should be appointed consuls. Each of these two pretences, utterly inconsistent as they were, he made with an eye to his own advantage. Caesar now had begun a campaign against his rival before the command of the war was voted to him, though he had achieved nothing worthy of mention. When, however, he learned of the decree passed, he accepted the honours and rejoiced, the more so since, when he was sacrificing at the time of receiving the distinction and the authority of praetor, the livers of all the victims, 12 in number, were found to be double. But he was vexed that envoys and proposals had been sent to Antony also by the Senate, instead of their declaring against him at once a war to the finish, and most of all because he ascertained that the consuls had forwarded to Antony some private messages about harmony, also that when some letters sent by the latter to certain senators had been captured, these officials had handed them to the persons addressed, concealing the matter from him, and that when the winter was used as an excuse, they were not carrying on the war zealously or promptly. However, as he could not publish these facts because he did not wish to alienate them, and on the other hand was unable to use any persuasion or force upon them, he also remained quiet in winter quarters in Forum Cornelii, until he became alarmed about Decimus. Decimus, it seems, had previously been defending himself vigorously against Antony. On one occasion, suspecting that some men had been sent into the city to corrupt the soldiers, he called together all those present, and after a few preliminary remarks, proclaimed through a herald that all the men under arms should go to one side of a certain place that he pointed out, and the private citizens to the other side of it. In this way he detected and arrested Antony's spies, who did not know which way to turn, and were thus left by themselves. Later he was entirely shut in by a wall, and Caesar, fearing he might be captured by storm or might capitulate through lack of provisions, compelled Hirtius to join him in an expedition. For Vibius was still in Rome, making the levies and abolishing the laws of the Antoni. Accordingly they set out and without a blow took possession of Bonona, which had been abandoned by its garrison, and routed the cavalry which later confronted them. but on account of the river Mutina and the guard placed over it, they found themselves unable to proceed further. But even so, wishing at least to make their presence known to Decimus, that he might not make terms too soon, they at first tried sending beacon signals from the tallest trees, and when he did not understand, they scratched a few words on a thin sheet of lead, rolled up the lead like a piece of paper, and gave it to a diver to carry across underwater by night. Thus Decimus learned at one and the same time of their presence and of their promise of assistance, and sent them a reply in the same fashion, after which they continued uninterruptedly to reveal all their plans to each other. Antony, therefore, seeing that Decimus was not inclined to yield, left him to the charge of his brother Lucius, and himself proceeded against Caesar and Hirtius. Two armies faced each other for many days, and a few insignificant cavalry skirmishes occurred, with honours even. Finally, the German cavalry, whom Caesar had won to his side along with the elephants they had, went over to Antony again. They had issued from the camp with the rest and had gone on ahead as if intending to engage by themselves those of the enemy who came to meet them. But after a little they turned about and unexpectedly attacked the men who followed behind, who were looking for nothing of the sort, and killed many of them. After this, some foraging parties on both sides came to blows, and then, when the remainder of each party came to the rescue, a sharp battle ensued between the two forces, in which Antony was victorious. Elated by his success, and learning that Vibius was approaching, he assailed his opponent's camp to see if he could capture it before Vibius's arrival, and thus make the war easier for the future. And when the others, beside being on their guard in other ways, in view of their reserves and the hope they placed in Vibius, would not come out to meet him, he left a portion of his army behind there also, with orders to engage them and thus make it appear so far as possible that he himself was present, and at the same time to take good care that no one should fall upon his rear. After issuing these injunctions, he set out secretly by night against Vibius, who was approaching from Bononia, and by means of an ambush he succeeded in wounding Vibius himself severely, in killing the majority of his soldiers, and in shutting up the rest within their ramparts. Indeed, he would have annihilated them if he had gone on and besieged them for any considerable time. As it was, after accomplishing nothing by the first assault, he began to be alarmed lest while he was delaying he should receive some setback from Caesar and the others. So he again turned against them. But while he was still wearied by the journey both ways and by the battle, and was not looking for any hostile force to attack him after his victory, Hirtius met him, and defeated him decisively. For when Hirtius and Caesar had perceived what was going on, Caesar had remained to keep watch over the camp, and Hirtius had set out against Antony. Upon the defeat of Antony, not only was Hirtius saluted as imperator by the soldiers and by the Senate, but likewise Vibius, although he had fared badly, and Caesar, although he had not even been engaged. To those who had participated in the conflict and had perished, a public burial was voted, and it was further voted that all the prizes which they would have received had they lived should be given to their sons and fathers. At this time also Pontius Aquila, one of Caesar's slayers and a lieutenant of Decimus, conquered in battle Titius Mutatius Plancus, who opposed him, and Decimus, when a certain senator deserted to Antony, so far from displaying resentment against him, sent to him all his baggage and whatever else he had left behind in Mutina, with the result that Antony's soldiers began to change their attitude, and some of the communities which had previously sympathized with him proceeded to rebel. Caesar and Hirtius were elated at this, and approaching the camp of Antony challenged him to combat. for he for a long time was alarmed and remained quiet, but later, when a force sent by Lepidus came to him, he took courage again. Lepidus himself, however, did not make it clear to which of the two sides he was sending the army, for he was fond of Antony, who was a relative, while he had been summoned by the Senate to oppose him. Hence, both for this reason and that he might prepare a refuge for himself with both parties, he gave no clear instructions to Marcus Silanus, the commander. But this officer, doubtless knowing well his superior's views, went on his own responsibility to Antony. So when Antony had received these reinforcements, he became bold and made a sudden sortie, but after great slaughter on both sides he turned and fled. Up to this time, Caesar was being aggrandized by the people and the Senate, and consequently expected that among other honours to be bestowed, he would forthwith be appointed consul, for it happened that Hirtius perished in connection with the capture of Antony's camp, and that Vibius died of his wounds not long afterwards, so that Caesar was charged with having caused their death that he might succeed to their office. But the Senate had already, while it was still uncertain which of the two would prevail, taken the precaution to abolish all the privileges, the granting of which hitherto to any individuals contrary to established custom had paved the way to supreme power. They voted, of course, that this edict should apply to both parties, intending thereby to forestall the victor, but planning to lay the blame upon the other who should be defeated. In the first place, they forbade anyone to hold office for a longer period than a year, and secondly, they provided that no one man should be chosen superintendent of the corn supply or commissioner of food. And when they learned the outcome of the struggle, although they rejoiced at Antony's defeat, and not only changed their attire, but also celebrated a thanksgiving for 60 days, and regarding all those who had been on Antony's side as enemies, took away their property, as they did in the case of Antony also. Yet, as regards Caesar, they not only did not consider him any longer as deserving of any great reward, but even undertook to overthrow him by giving to Decimus all the prizes for which Caesar was hoping. For they voted in Decimus' honour not only sacrifices but also a triumph, and gave him charge of the rest of the war and of the legions, including those of Vibius. Upon the soldiers who had been besieged with him, they decreed that praise should be bestowed, and likewise all the other rewards which had formerly been promised to Caesar's men, although these troops had contributed nothing to the victory, but had merely beheld it from the walls. They honoured Aquila, who had died in the battle, with a statue, and restored to his heirs the money which he had expended from his own purse for the equipment of Decimus's troops. In a word, all that had been done for Caesar to thwart Antony was now voted to others to thwart Caesar himself, and to the end that, no matter how much he might wish it, he should not be able to do any harm, they arrayed all his personal enemies against him. Thus to Sextus Pompey they entrusted the fleet, to Marcus Brutus Macedonia, to Cassius Syria, together with the war against Dolabella. They would certainly have gone further and deprived him of the forces that he had they not been afraid to vote this openly, because they knew that his soldiers were devoted to him. But they attempted even so to set them at variance with one another and with Caesar himself, for they wished neither to praise and honour them all, for fear of raising their spirits still higher, nor to dishonour and neglect them all, for fear of alienating them to come to an agreement with one another. Hence they adopted a middle course, and by praising some of them and not others, by allowing some to wear garlands of olive at the festivals and others not, and furthermore by voting to some of them 10,000 sesterces and to others not a copper, they hoped to set them at odds with each other, and consequently to weaken them. And they even sent the men who were to carry these announcements to them, not to Caesar, but to the men themselves. So he became enraged at this also, and though he pretended to allow the envoys to mingle with the army without his presence, giving orders beforehand that no answer should be given them, and that he himself should at once be sent for, yet when he came into the camp and joined them in listening to the dispatches, he won them to himself still more than before by the very nature of the communication. For on the one hand, those who had been singled out for honours were not so pleased with their preferment as they were suspicious of the affair, and Caesar encouraged them in this as much as he could. And on the other hand, those who had been slighted were not at all angry with their comrades, but adding their doubts of the sincerity of the decrees, they transferred to the whole army the slight to themselves and communicated their resentment to the others. The people in the city, on learning this, though they were frightened, did not even then appoint Consul Caesar, the honour which he especially coveted, but granted him the distinction of consular honours, so that he might now give his vote along with the ex-consuls. When he showed his contempt for this, they voted that he should be chosen a praetor of the first rank, and later consul as well. In this way they thought they had handled Caesar cleverly, as if he were in reality a mere boy, as indeed they were always repeating. He, however, was exceedingly vexed, not only at their general behaviour, but especially at the very fact that he was called a boy, so he made no further delay, but turned against their arms and their power, and he secretly arranged a truce with Antony, and proceeded to assemble the men who had escaped from the battle, whom he himself had conquered and the Senate had voted to be enemies, and in their presence made many accusations against both the Senate and the people. The people in the city, on hearing this, for a time regarded him with indifference, but when they heard that Antony and Lepidus had become of one mind, they began again to court his favour, being ignorant of the propositions he had made to Antony, and put him in charge of the war against the other two. Caesar accordingly undertook this war also, hoping that he might be made consul for it, for he was working so hard through Cicero and others to be elected, that he even promised to make Cicero his colleague. But when he was not chosen even then, he made preparations, to be sure, to carry on the war, as had been decreed, but meanwhile arranged that his own soldiers, ostensibly of their own motion, should suddenly take an oath not to fight against any legion that had been Caesar's. This, of course, had reference to Lepidus and Antony, since the majority of their adherents were of that class. So he waited and sent to the Senate as envoys on this business 400 of the soldiers themselves. This was the soldiers' excuse for the embassy, but all they really did was to demand the money that had been voted them and to urge that Caesar should be appointed consul. When the senators were postponing their reply, on the ground that it required deliberation, the envoys, acting presumably on their instructions from Caesar, asked that amnesty be granted to a certain person who had embraced Antony's cause. They did not really desire to obtain it, but wished to test the senators and see if they would grant at least this request, and if they should not, to gain as an excuse for resentment their pretended vexation at being refused, at any rate when they failed to gain their petition. For although no one spoke against it, yet since many had preferred the same request on behalf of others at the same session, this petition also, since it was but one out of many, was rejected with a show of plausibility. All the soldiers were openly angry, And one of them went out of the Senate chamber, and getting his sword, for they had gone in unarmed, touched it and said, If you do not grant the consulship to Caesar, this shall grant it. And Cicero, interrupting him, answered, If you exhort in this way, he will get it. Now for Cicero, this incident paved the way for his destruction. As for Caesar, he did not censure the soldiers' act, but made a complaint because his men had been obliged to lay aside their arms on entering the Senate, and because one of the senators had asked whether they were sent by the legions or by Caesar. He summoned in haste Antony and Lepidus, for he had attached Lepidus also to himself through the friendship existing between Antony and Lepidus, and he himself, pretending to have been forced to such measures by his soldiers, set out with all of them against Rome. They slew one of the knights, among others whom they suspected of being present to spy upon them, and beside harrying the lands of such as were not in accord with them, did much other mischief on this same pretext. The senators, on learning of their approach, sent them their money before they drew near, hoping that when the invaders received it they would retire, and when even so they still pressed on, they appointed Caesar to be consul. They gained nothing by this step either, for the soldiers were not at all grateful to them for what they had done, not willingly but under compulsion, but were even more emboldened now that they had thoroughly frightened them. So when the Senate learned of this, it altered its policy and ordered them not to approach the city, but to keep at least 100 miles from it. They themselves also changed their garb again and committed to the praetors the care of the city as was the custom, and beside garrisoning other points, they promptly occupied the Janiculum with the soldiers that were in the city and with others who had come from Africa. Now these things were taking place while Caesar was still on the march, and all the people who were at that time in Rome with one accord took part in the proceedings against him, just as most men are wont to be bold until they come in sight of danger and have a chance to experience it. When, however, he arrived in the suburbs, they became alarmed, and first some of the senators and later many of the people went over to his side. Thereupon the praetors also came down from the Janiculum and surrendered to him their soldiers and themselves. Thus Caesar took possession of the city without a blow, and was appointed consul by the people, after 2 men had been chosen to act as consuls for holding the elections, for it was impossible on so short notice for an interrex to be chosen for the purpose, in accordance with precedent, because many men who held the patrician offices were absent from the city, for they preferred to submit to this arrangement of having 2 men named by the praetor Urbanus, rather to have the consuls elected under his direction, because now these officials would limit their activities to the elections and consequently would appear to have possessed no office greater than his. This was, of course, done under pressure of arms, but Caesar, in order that he might appear not to have used any force upon them, did not enter the assembly, as it was his presence that anyone feared instead of his power, as if that were true. Thus Caesar was chosen consul, and Quintus Pedius was given him as his colleague in office, if it is right to call him that, and not his subordinate. And Caesar was extremely proud of the fact that he was to be consul at an earlier age than had ever been the lot of anyone else, and furthermore that on the first day of the election, when he entered the Campus Martius, he saw 6 vultures, and later, while haranguing the soldiers, 12 others. For comparing it with Romulus and the omen that had befallen him, he expected to obtain that king's sovereignty also. He did not, however, boast of being consul for the 2nd time, merely because of his having already been given the distinction of the consular honours, and his practice was afterwards observed in all similar cases down to our own day, the Emperor Severus being the first to depart from it. For after honouring Plautinus with the consular honours, and later making him a member of the Senate and appointing him consul, he proclaimed that Plautinus was entering upon the consulship for the second time, and from that time forth the same thing has been done in other instances. Now Caesar arranged affairs in general in the city to suit his tastes, and gave money to the soldiers, to some what had been voted from the funds prescribed, and to the rest individually from his private resources, as he claimed, but in reality from the public funds. In this way, and for the reasons mentioned, the soldiers received their money on that occasion. But some men have misunderstood the matter and have thought it was compulsory that the 10,000 sesterces be given away to absolutely all of the citizen legions that enter Rome under arms. For this reason, the followers of Severus, who had entered the city to overthrow Julianus, became more terrifying both to their leader himself and to us when they demanded this sum, and Severus won their favour with only 1,000 sesterces apiece, the other leaders not even being aware of what it was the soldiers were demanding. Now Caesar not only gave the soldiers the money, but also expressed to them his most hearty and sincere thanks. Indeed, he did not even venture to enter the Senate chamber without a guard of them. To the Senate he showed gratitude, but it was all fictitious and assumed, for he was accepting as if it were a favour received from their willing hands, what he had attained by applying force to them, and so they plumed themselves on their behaviour as if they had given him these privileges voluntarily, and moreover they granted to him whom previously they had not even wished to elect to the consulship, the right after his term should expire of taking precedence, as often as he should be in camp over any consul for the time being. To him on whom they had threatened to inflict penalties, because he had gathered forces on his own account without anyone's voting for it, they assigned the duty of collecting other forces, and to the man for whose disgrace and overthrow they had ordered Decimus to fight against Antony, they added the legions of Decimus, and finally, after obtaining the guardianship of the city so that he was able to do everything he wished in accordance with the laws, and he was adopted into Caesar's family in the regular way and changed his name in consequence. To be sure, even before this he had been accustomed, as some believe, to call himself Caesar, from the time that name had been bequeathed to him along with the inheritance, but he did not use this appellation with any strictness or any dealing with everybody until at this time he got it confirmed in accordance with established custom, and was thus named after his adoptive father Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. For it is the custom of a person when he is adopted to take most of his name from the adopter, but to keep one of his previous names somewhere altered in the new name. This is the way of the matter, but I shall call him not Octavianus but Caesar, insomuch as the latter name has prevailed among all who have held sway over the Romans, for although he acquired another name also, that of Augustus, and the emperors who succeeded him consequently assumed it also, that one will be described when it comes up in the history, and until then the title Caesar will be sufficient to show that Octavianus is indicated. This Caesar then, as soon as he had conciliated the soldiers and dominated the Senate, turned himself to avenging his father's murder, but as he was afraid of stirring up the populace more or less in carrying out this plan, he did not make known his intentions until he had seen to the payment of the bequests made to them. but when they had been won over by means of the money, although it belonged to the public funds and had been collected on the pretext of the war, then at length he began to follow up the murderers. And in order that he might not appear to be doing this by force but in accordance with some principle of justice, he proposed a law about their trial and convened the courts even in their absence. For the majority of the assassins were abroad, and some were even holding command over provinces, and those who were present not only failed to appear by reason of their fear, but also secretly left the country. Consequently, not only those who had been actual murderers of Caesar and their fellow conspirators were convicted by default, but many others also who, so far from having plotted against Caesar, had not even been in the city at that time. This action was concocted chiefly against Sextus Pompey, for although he had no share whatsoever in the attack, he was nevertheless condemned because he had been an enemy. Those adjudged guilty were debarred from fire and water and their property confiscated. The provinces, not only those which some of them were governing, but all the others as well, were entrusted to the friends of the Caesars. Among the accused was also Publius Servilius Casca, the tribune. He had already suspected Caesar's purpose in advance and had quietly slipped away even before Caesar entered the city. For this he was removed from his office on the charge of having left the city contrary to precedent, the populace being convened for the purpose of his colleague, Publius Titius, and thus he was condemned. When Titius died not long afterwards, confirmation was found of a tradition that had remained unbroken from of old. For no one up to that time who had expelled a colleague had lived the year out. In the first place, Brutus died after removing Collatinus from office. Then Gracchus was murdered after disposing of Octavius, and Cinna, who put Morallus and Flavius out of the way, perished not long afterwards. Thus has the tradition been observed. Now the murderers of Caesar had many accusers who were anxious to ingratiate themselves with his son, and many who were persuaded to act thus by the rewards offered, for they received money from the estates of the convicted man and the later's honours and offices, if he had any, and exemption from further service in the army both for themselves and for their sons and grandsons. And as for the jurors, the majority voted against the accused, indicating in one way or another that they were justified in doing this both in order to win Caesar's favour and through fear of him. But there were some who cast their votes out of respect for the law enacted in regard to the punishment of the culprits, and others out of respect for the arms of Caesar, and one Silicius Corona, a senator, voted outright to acquit Marcus Brutus. He made a great boast of this at the time and secretly received approval from the others, and the fact that he was not immediately put to death gained for Caesar a reputation for clemency, but Silicius was afterwards proscribed and executed. After accomplishing all this, Caesar made a pretense of making a campaign against Lepidus and Antony. Antony, it seems, on fleeing from the battle previously described, had not been pursued by Caesar because the war against him had been entrusted to Decimus, and Decimus had not pursued him because he did not wish Caesar's rival to be removed from the field. Hence Antony collected as many as he could of the survivors of the battle and came to Lepidus, who had also made preparations to march into Italy in accordance with the decree, but had afterwards been ordered to remain where he was. For the senators, when they ascertained that Silanus had embraced Antony's cause, were afraid that Lepidus and Lucius Plancus might also cooperate with him, and so they sent a message to them saying they had no further need of them, and to prevent their suspecting anything and consequently causing trouble, they ordered them to establish in a colony in Gallia Narbonensis the men who had once been driven by the Allobroges out of Vienna and afterwards established between the Rhone and the Arar at their confluence. Therefore they submitted and founded the town called Lugdunum, now known as Lugdunum, not because they could not have entered Italy with their arms had they wished, for the Senate's decrees by this time exerted a very weak influence upon such as had troops, but because while awaiting the outcome of the war Antony was conducting, they wished to appear to have yielded obedience to the Senate and at the same time to strengthen their own position. In any case, Lepidus censured Silanus severely for making an alliance with Antony, and when Antony himself came, did not hold a conference with him immediately, but sent a dispatch to the Senate containing further accusations against him, in consequence of which he received not only praise but also the command of the war against him. Hence, for the time being, he neither received Antony nor repelled him, but allowed him to be near and to associate with his followers, although he did not hold a conference with him. But when he learned of Antony's agreement with Caesar, he then came to terms with both of them himself. Marcus Juventius, his lieutenant, learned what was being done, and at first tried to alter his purpose. Then, when he did not succeed in persuading him, he made away with himself in the sight of the soldiers. For this the Senate voted eulogies and a statue to Juventus and a public funeral, but they deprived Lepidus of his statue which stood upon the rostra, and declared him an enemy. They also set a certain day for his comrades and threatened them with war if they did not abandon him before that day. Furthermore, they changed their garb again, for they had resumed citizens' apparel in honour of Caesar's consulship, and summoned Marcus Brutus, Cassius, and Sextus to proceed against them. But when these men seemed likely to be too slow in responding, they entrusted the war to Caesar, being unaware of his league with Antony and with Lepidus. Caesar nominally accepted the charge in spite of having caused his soldiers to shout out the promise already mentioned, but actually he did nothing to follow up his acceptance. This was not because he had made common cause with Antony and through him with Lepidus. Little did he care for that, but because he saw that they were powerful and knew that their harmony was due to their kinship. And not only could he not use force with them, but he even cherished hopes of bringing about through them the downfall of Cassius and Brutus, who were already very influential, and later of mastering them also by playing one against the other. Accordingly, though reluctantly, he kept his covenant with them and even effected a reconciliation between them and the Senate and people. He did not himself propose the matter, lest some suspicion should arise of what had taken place, but he set out as if to make war on them, while Quintus urged as if on his own motion that amnesty and restoration should be granted to them. They did not secure this, however, until the Senate had communicated the matter to Caesar, who was supposed to be in ignorance of what was going on, and he had agreed to it reluctantly, as he alleged, under compulsion from his soldiers. While all this was going on, Decimus at first set forth with the intention of making war upon the two, and associated with himself Lucius Plancus, since the latter had been appointed in advance as his colleague for the following year. Learning, however, of his own condemnation and of their reconciliation, he wished to make a campaign against Caesar, but was abandoned by Plancus, who favoured the cause of Lepidus and Antony. Then he decided to leave Gaul and hasten by land through Illyricum into Macedonia to Brutus, and he sent ahead some of the soldiers while he was engaged in finishing the business he had in hand. But they embraced Caesar's cause, and the rest were pursued by Lepidus and Antony, and afterwards were won over through the agency of others. Thus Decimus, being deserted, was seized by a personal foe. When he was about to be murdered, he fell to complaining and lamenting until one Helvius Blasio, who was kindly disposed to him from their association in campaigns, voluntarily slew himself first in his sight. So Decimus died also. Antony and Lepidus left lieutenants in Gaul and themselves proceeded to join Caesar in Italy, taking with them the larger and better part of the army. For they did not yet trust him thoroughly and wished not to owe him any favour, but to seem to have obtained pardon and return by their own efforts and strength rather than through him. They also hoped that, owing to the superiority of their legions, both Caesar and the rest in the city would do whatever they, Antony and Lepidus, wished. So with such a purpose they marched through Italy as if through a friendly country. Still, it was harried, owing to their numbers and audacity, as much as in any war. They were met near Bononia by Caesar with many soldiers, for he was exceedingly well prepared to defend himself against them if they should offer any violence. Yet at this time he found no need of arms to oppose them. For although they hated one another bitterly, yet since they had forces about equal and desired to have one another's assistance in taking vengeance on their other enemies first, they reached a pretended agreement. And the three men came together for the conference not alone but with an equal number of soldiers on a little island in the river that flows past Bononia, so that no one else might be present on the side of any of them. And so they withdrew to a distance from their several escorts and searched one another carefully to make sure that no one had a dagger concealed. Then they considered various matters at leisure and, in brief, made a solemn compact for the purpose of securing the sovereignty and overthrowing their enemies, but in order not to appear to be aiming directly at an oligarchy and thus to arouse envy and consequent opposition on the part of the others, they came to the following agreement. In common, the three were to be chosen as commissioners and contractors of a sort for the administration and settlement of affairs, and that not as permanent officials, they pretended, but for 5 years, with the understanding that they should manage all public business whether or not they made any communication about it to the people and the Senate, and should give the offices and other honours to whomever they pleased. Individually, however, in order that they should not be thought to be appropriating the entire government, they arranged that both Africas, Sardinia and Sicily should be given to Caesar to rule, all of Spain and Gallia Narbonensis to Lepidus, and the rest of Gaul, both south and north of the Alps, to Antony. The former was called Gallia Togata, as I have stated, because it seemed to be more peaceful than the other divisions of Gaul, and because the inhabitants already employed the Roman citizen garb. The other was termed Gallia Comata, because the Gauls there, for the most part, let their hair grow long, and were in this way distinguished from the others. So they made these allotments for the purpose of securing the strongest provinces themselves and giving others the impression that they were not striving for the whole. It was further agreed that they should bring about the murder of their personal enemies, that Lepidus, after being appointed consul in Decimus' stead, should keep guard over Rome and the remainder of Italy, and that the others should make an expedition against Brutus and Cassius, and they confirmed these arrangements by oath. After this, in order that the soldiers might ostensibly be hearers and witnesses of the terms they had made, they called them together and harangued them, telling all that it was proper and safe to tell them. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Antony, of course, by his arrangement, recommended to Caesar the daughter of Fulvia, Antony's wife, whom she had by Clodius, and this in spite of Caesar's being already betrothed to another. He, however, did not refuse her, as he did not think this marriage would hinder him at all in the designs which he had against Antony, for in addition to other considerations he understood that his father Caesar had not failed to carry out all his plans against Pompey, in spite of the kinship between them.